Gastar dinheiro com sintetizador é besteira.
Campeão, mas deixa em 7 e não toca dentro da água não. Ah, é.
forever, baby. You gotta hold on tight to your dreams, 'cause that's all you got, you know. It's your dreams that make you free. You gotta make them happen, man. Dream, baby, dream. Yeah, you gotta get the dreams burning, baby. Dream, baby, dream. Yeah, hold on tight, baby. Yeah, hold on tight to light. Light a fire to your dream. Dream, baby, dream. Dream, baby, dream. Forever. Yeah, baby. Yeah, you just hold on tight, you know? You hold on to the one thing that means anything. Your dream. Yeah, keep it burning forever, baby. Dream, baby, dream. Come on, baby, dream it. Yeah, dream it, baby. Yeah, dream forever. Dream, baby, dream. Dream, baby, dream. Dream, baby, dream. Dream, baby, dream, baby, dream, baby, dream, baby, dream, baby, dream, baby, dream forever, baby.
Hello? hello, hello. Hello. What up? How's it going? Hello, hello. How are we feeling? Oh boy, chat. Oh boy, chat. Oh boy. What's up, Imperial? What's up, Solar? Wait, was I just on the screen? That's weird. What's up, Violence? What's up, Chris? What's up, Imperial? What's up, Solar? What's up, Zyrum? What's up, Tech Tink? What's up, Durank Dank? What's up, Overt Sloth? What's up, Bill Boneless? What is up, Trick the Rogue? Who else is in here? What's up, Scrunched? What's up, Triple Z Sleeps? What's up, Fragwits? What's up, Crazy Man? What's up, GrizzCon? Yo, Johnny48 with the 2 gift subs, and it says here that you also resubscribed earlier for at 11 months or 10 months. Or wait, for 10 months at tier 1, they've been subscribed for 11 months. That makes no sense. But thank you so much for 10 or 11 months. I'm not sure which one it is, but also the 2 community gift subs. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. How are we doing, chat? Whoa! What in the world? Mobius with the 5 bomb right off the bat. What is going on, you guys? My gosh. And here I thought I was gonna have like a slow start vibe-wise in this stream. And here I was thinking that I was gonna be in a poopy mood for the beginning of stream, but thank you so much, Mobius, for the 5 community gift subs. If you got a gifty from Mobius or from Johnny, please make sure to thank them. It's very, very kind, very generous. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope everybody's doing well. It is good to see everybody. It's good to see you. What's up, Crazy Man? What's up, Crake X? What's up, Chris the Nerd? Did I already say hi to all of you? What's up, Punky Gal? What's up, Spilled Bag of Ice? What's up, Zachary? Oh my goodness gracious, you guys. Oh my goodness gracious. Who did I miss? Did I say hi to everybody? It's good to see ya. It's good to see ya. Sorry I'm a little bit late. I didn't realize I totally lost track of the time. I truly just lost track of the time because I pretty much like had stream ready to go, but like just I don't know, it just didn't like go. Yo, Punky Gal, thank you for the 100 bits. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Felt that sigh in my soul. Yeah, you feel me? I mean, I don't know, man. I just like, you know, this is, I guess this is just the nature of, you know, being people who pay a lot of attention and care very much about politics, and more specifically care a lot about, you know, like fighting against genocide, you know, specifically. So there was like, it was like being edged, right? It was like being edged, but then being just socked in the face. Right when you're about to, like, right when you're so close. You're about to, you know, you're so close. You're just about there, and then just and you're like, why? And then you're just covered in sad cummies. Oh, dude. Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna talk about it a lot today. We're gonna go over quite a bit. Obviously, we're gonna take a look at the DNC. I don't want to look at all the speeches. The only speech we really need to look at today, like I had like a few speeches set aside. I was like, all right, like in case we need them, like these are some speeches I'd be interested in hearing. No, we're just gonna look at Kamala Harris's speech, and we're going to look at a bunch of things. All right, I mean, I guess let's take a look. Let's just take a little look-see. Let's just take a little look-see at what we got going on up in here. Yo, Lotta Raid, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream, Lotta. Shouts out, Lotta Glotz. Lotta Glotz, so many Glotz. Lots of Glotz. They're very cool. They do like Duolingo streams. You should go follow. It's very cozy, very, very educational and lots of fun. I hope you're good. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome in. Glotz nobody has even heard of. Welcome in. I'm Tofu. We talk about the news, and there's a whole lot of news to go over today. You're just in time. I was just about to kind of show chat what we got going on, at least like what's on the menu for today. Let's take a look-see. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to this playlist that contains all the videos we'll be watching this evening. We'll start it off slow as we do. I found this music video. I've never heard of them before, but I really fuck with like the jazz that has come out of like the Sahel region and and just like Africa, like just African, like specifically, because I know you'll be like, African jazz, what do you mean? Like jazz is very like African American, right? I'm talking like the jazz that came out of like specifically like the Ethiopia and stuff like that, and then out of that has come recently, more, maybe I don't know how recent as, you know, in a very general way of saying it, what has come is like this new like post rock sound, and we've gone over like bands that we like here that have that sound and or whatever, but this one I've never heard of and was suggested to me by good old YouTube, so I peeped out a little bit because I was just like curious and listening to it, and I was like, this is badass, and I thought the music video was very cute and fun, so I figured I would share it with you guys, and then we'll do Daily Dose of Internet, and then we'll do some silly light news that I saw, and then we'll do the headlines. Okay, top stories you need to know today from Reuters, news wrap from PBS, and top US and world headlines from Democracy Now, aka Democracy, a little bit later. Your hair is so powerful tonight. Thank you, Bill Boneless. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 100 bits. I fucking hate it, honestly. I wish it wasn't so fucking crazy and thick, and I have so much hair. I wish it was easier to tame, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Your outfit is so cute. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Tofu, I want you to meet Amy Goodman. I mean, I would love to meet Amy Goodman. Amy Goodman is a fucking legend. A motherfucking legend. But after the headlines and all of that stuff that we're gonna start off with, we have some local news to me that I'd like to go over with you. Officials clearing out homeless encampments at Dockweiler Beach. Yesterday we covered the beginnings of these homeless encampment sweeps in Long Beach. We talk about that concept, that, you know, that subject a lot here, but now we have updates from Dockweiler Beach in Los Angeles, so we'll take a look at that. Also, out of Orange County, where I never go, where I don't have any reason to go to, so I don't go there anymore. But this is a funny story. FBI raids home allegedly bought using tax money by OC supervisor's daughter. I mean, it's not funny, but there's just like this classic thing with like these OC Republicans are all just the worst. So you love to see the FBI like investigating them because they're being fucking naughty. So we'll take a look at that. Also, this story out of Yolo County. I know, Yolo County in California. We've seen in Canada and the United States Sikh leaders being assassinated or attacked by like Indian assassins. And looks like this may be another case of that happening. In the United States, local Sikh political leader believes he survived an assassination attempt in Yolo County. I mean, it's interesting that they say believes he survived an assassination attempt because like they dumped like tons of bullets into his truck. So like no shit, it was an assassination attempt. I don't know. So we'll take a look at that. We'll move out of that news and into international news before we get into the DNC. Usually we would do international news later in the stream, but you know, the big story is the DNC. So we're gonna finish out the stream on that. But before we get into the DNC stuff, we'll look at international news. Venezuela's top court rules Maduro won disputed election. So like, I don't know, like everything that we keep getting out of Venezuela just points to like Maduro winning the election, despite what, like, no matter like whatever you think about Maduro, it looks like the evidence that is available is pointing to Maduro winning the election. There's more evidence, you know, that supports Maduro winning the election than doesn't. So I don't know. We'll take a look at that. We'll look at the Canadian rail stoppage. So there's a labor dispute between rail companies in Canada. I think it was the CN Rail. There's a labor dispute between the rail unions and CN, I believe, in Canada. So we'll take a look at the rail stoppage, and I think also there was like an order, like a return to work order. I don't know. We'll take a look. German pro-Palestine activists alleged targeting by police. Take a look at that. Group behind Emmys defends nomination of Palestinian journalist Bassam Auda. Okay. What kind of fucking disgusting world do we live in where you have to, like, the Emmys has to like defend their choice to nominate a journalist who is objectively doing good work and giving you a peek into a region where very few people are able to give you any kind of peek into, like objectively, like Bisson is like a very is one of the last remaining journalists in Gaza, okay? Because Gaza has been the bloodiest conflict for journalists ever. So there's that. So like one of the only remaining Palestinian journalists in Gaza, and two, a very popular one at that, who does very good work and gives you a very personal view into the lives of Palestinians living in Gaza through this conflict. Like it's like priceless journalism, and you like the Emmys has to defend it. Like, what a fucking sick, twisted world. So we'll fucking look at that. U.S. aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln enters Middle East waters amid Israel-Iran tensions. Brandon presses Netanyahu on need to reach Gaza truce deal. Gaza ceasefire deal is, quote, now in sight, says U.S. envoy at the UN. We'll look into Gaza, and banks across Gaza halt operations, worsening cash crisis for Palestinians. We'll look at the occupied West Bank, where there are more deaths in the occupied West Bank. And we'll take a look at the uncommitted, we talked yesterday, we covered it kind of semi-live, the uncommitted sit-in yesterday. We're going to talk about where that, what ended up happening with that. We're gonna look at all the different protests inside and outside of the DNC, even some really fucking weird shit that I would like to highlight as like a PSA. Like, if you see people doing like Hezbollah, like whatever, but if you see people pulling up to the pro-Palestine march or the pro-Palestine protest and they have Nazbol flags, you get them the fuck out of there, okay? Like, you let them know that they're like not welcome and that everybody there thinks they're stupid and silly and that, you know, they should get the fuck out. They should leave. A Nazbol is a national Bolshevik, aka a Nazi communist, aka what you would refer to maybe today as something closer to a MAGA communist. But like these people, the problem is these people are not like they're not like Jackson Hinkle. These people are like, I don't know how to explain this, but they're like terminally online, like post, like a lot of them are like post left. I don't know how to explain this. They're like post left, like they're just like accelerationists, and they are like nihilists, and they don't actually believe in anything, but they're just like everything essentially is a meme. Like they're here waving like Nazbol flags and shit, and they're just like memeing. Essentially, they're memeing. They're taking their like nihilistic, purely online attitude and bringing it into the real world, the realm of IRL, and that we cannot have that. Because that kind of shit needs to stay in the niche, darkest, the most niche, darkest corners of the internet, and cannot be seen and tied to the pro-Palestinian movement, right? By like, if like mainstream media catches on to like this shit and starts tying the pro-Palestine movement to these kinds of fucking terminally online freaks, like, that's bad news. That's bad news for us. Let me turn this off. It's real bad. So we're gonna just take a look-see. And then we have like a few speeches that I wanted to take a look at from the DNC. Oh, well, this is a little out of order. A look at Tim Walz's record, George Floyd, IVF, guns in Gaza. I don't know if we'll see that, if we might just be spending too much time going over Kamala Harris's speech, because there's like a ton of shit that I'd like to take a look at about that.
Mustard Princess donated $3. Phew. Glad to see you're on. Was about to say, where the hell have you been, Loca? Anyway, did you know that King Louis XI did not travel without a trusty personal stash of mustard? I don't belong.
Gross. That's why
mustard is great.
That's why I don't.
Not as great as tofu stream.
The mustardist, a monarchist mustardist. No, that's why King Louis sucks or whatever. Did he get French Revolution? I don't remember history. I don't remember. Thank you so much, Andromeda. Hello, welcome in. Hope you're doing good. What happened to my music, dude? It was just playing. There it goes. Hello? Are we good? Or are we? I think we're good. Okay. Anyway, so we have a lot to look at today. I also, after the speech, well, we also, we have all of these things like Muslim Women for Harris disbanding and withdrawing support for candidate Kamala Harris. Before that, we'll look at Chicago PD arresting protesters at Israeli consulate, 16 activists from UK's Palestine Action in prison. So like, you know, looking at police response, the police riot itself, etc., etc. Ex-Biden staffer who resigned over his Gaza policy, that said that DNC rejection of Palestinian American speaker is massively disappointing. Obviously, we'll look at the backlash generally that the DNC has faced since denying the request for a Palestinian speaker. This is just Kamala Harris's full transcript of the speech. But this, I saw this right before I went on stream, and I was like, oh, perfect. I would love to see this. This is like real-time reactions post Kamala speech with Prem Thakur, Kat Abu, and Mehdi Hassan. So I think that will be lovely to follow up the speech with. follow up the speech with this is a good piece from Zateo also that kind of describes the people who will still be who won't feel the momentum, you know what I mean? Like the people who will disagree essentially when people like me say that the momentum has been just completely fucked, that you missed the moment, you know what I mean? So this is a good kind of like piece describing those types of people. This we probably aren't going to have time to look at, but I thought it was interesting. Probably aren't going to look at it, to be honest. But from Jacobin, Obama's DNC speech was the same old technocratic liberalism, which is, I mean, honestly, pretty relevant because we're going to be talking about Kamala Harris's speech. And it's, to me, and to put it really quickly before we get started on, you know, on other stuff first, to me was just like indistinguishable from rhetoric that you saw in post 9/11 America. You know what I mean? Just the neocons, like neoconservatism is not gone. They're just called liberals now. Like the neocons. The age of the neocon is not necessarily over. They're all just liberals now. So this same kind of like, you know, super like chauvinistic, war hawkery that you would expect from demons like, you know, George Bush or Dick Cheney. Not the good one. I'm girl Dick Cheney. You know, you're hearing today, or you heard today from Kamala Harris, indistinguishable from a early 2000s neoconservative. So lots to talk about today, chat, but let's get started first with something light. Let's look at this music video that came across my suggested that I liked and that I thought I would share with you. And then we'll do a little daily dose of internet, and then we'll do some light, silly, interesting news before we get into the headlines for the day. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to this playlist. Let's do it. Yo, Carbon says with the raid, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Hope you had a wonderful stream. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Everybody go follow Carbon. What were y'all up to? Were you guys covering the DNC? Were you debating people? I hope it was good either way. We are going to talk about a lot of stuff today. We are just getting started, so you guys are just in time. We start off the stream with a little bit of light shit, you know, new music videos that I've seen that I'd like to share with chat, and then we do a little like daily dose of internet, and then some light, strange news that I've found across the internet before we get into all of the headlines, national and international, for the day. And then I'll talk about some specific stories that I think are important before we talk about before we get our Israel-Palestine updates, and then talk about the DNC and protests inside and outside of the DNC, and we'll cap it off with Kamala Harris's speech and my critique. DNC then coping Trumpers. Nice. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Well, welcome in. We're just getting started. I'll start this over for you. We start off with, like I said, some new music that I've found recently. This is, I don't know how to pronounce it, to be honest. Etran Delaire Imuha. I don't know if I'm saying that wrong. Probably not, but let's check it out. vibe. It's a private pile. Dude, mobbing around in the Toyota pickups is such a fucking vibe. It's such an aesthetic. So many wars have been fought, so many revolutions, you know what I mean? That like have been fought out of the backs of those Toyotas. Camels. It's like he's flying next to them. It's so hypnotizing. It's just like a constant shred, you know, just constant fucking jam. All of them should be, yeah, okay, you can't modify animated emotes yet. Yeah, violence. That's the reason why they don't sell those trucks anymore. Because you can't mount a gun in it. Motherfucking hogs find ways. If a hog wants to mount a gun on some shit, like, they'll find a way to mount a gun on some shit. A hog will mount a gun on anything, dude. Like, you can mount a fucking a gun on a fucking Aztec. You know what I mean? It won't be as good as these, you know, these old school Toyotas. A hog will mount anything. Pause. Damn. Wish somebody would mount me in a Toyota. You feel me? Shred. Pure fucking shred. So good. Very fucking cool. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to the playlist. Okay, that contains this video if you liked it. But let's get into the Daily Dose of Internet before we do some silly news.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet.
Hi. Oh my god. Huh? Wait, no. That's what is this witchcraft? Okay. Oh, it's backwards. It's rewind. It's fuck you.
Oh, to break the AI at the drive-thru.
Hi, welcome to Taco Bell. What can I get started for you today?
Is that really a thing? I guess it's been a little bit since I've been through a drive-thru. I mean, when was the last drive-thru I went through? I don't fucking know. But is this really a thing? Has anybody like pulled up to a Taco Bell and done an AI order? Yeah, they got AI. Bro, that's fucked up. That's so fucked. Dude, it'll be so easy to make. It'll be so easy to make those burritos with AI. You know what I mean? Like with some fucking to automate the fucking the burrito system. Like, fuck.
Can I get 18,000 water cups, please?
What can I get for you?
Oh, it went to a person.
Bad tree.
They figured out the best way to deal
Put
with
it back,
spiders in
and
the
then
house.
just put it back on the fucking shelf. That's a big ass spider. What the fuck? Where the fuck are you? Are you in Australia or some shit? Oh my god. It's a big ass spider. Cone on the carb boat today. Oh! Oh!
This guy figured out a new way to play a violin.
Okay, that's wicked as fuck. Yo, Shoddy played violin on that shit last night, fam. Hey, yo, B, I had a Tinder date last night. Shoddy straight played violin on that shit.
Next to a self-driving car parking lot where it's just robots honking at each other at 4 a.m.
Oh, I seen this. Yeah, we covered this.
Va bene? Via.
Nana, classic banana milk. Oh.
Did these frogs just drop the best beat of 2024?
Chomp.
Show yourself.
Why does it sound like that? Why is his tongue so long too? Oh!
This man suffers from Parkinson's disease, but some brand new medication has been developed to return his life to normal.
Go on.
Wait, really? Is that just like... That's awesome. Wait, really? Damn. Okay, fuck yeah. Oh my god, dude. Oh, big boy, you're gonna fuck your shit up. You just shit your pants. That's what it looks like in his pants right now. Oh. What the fuck? No! Oh, I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta scratch that shit, though. You know, that shit is itchy. That shit itchy as fuck. Oh my god, that is so funny, bro. Just peels it off.
That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed. And
just slap that bitch back on. Yo, it's like nothing ever happened. Later. Damn, looks good.
And you know what they say?
Amazing, dude. Amazing. Just peels it off. Anyway, let's look at a couple strange pieces of news that I saw today. Mysterious postcard delivered 121 years late. Bro, what movie is this from? Isn't this a movie? Didn't they make a movie about this? This is like a love story, right? Like,
say it's better to be late than to never show up at all. A postcard that arrived in the regular mail 121 years too late. In
like,
mail.
what do you mean it came 121 years too late? Like 121 years later, somebody found it like at the post office, like just like in between like some cracks or something, and they didn't even think about it. Did they not even realize that this was like a super old postcard, and they were just like, oh shit, a postcard. Oh, it's going there. All right, like put it in the bin. Did they not even like, they probably like you must have looked at the stamps and realized like, motherfucker, those stamps are from the fucking like over a century ago. Like, I just don't even, yeah, like if I was at the post office, I'd be like, oh dude, look at this. You know what I mean? And I'd bring it to like, you know, maybe like, I don't know, the manager to be like, we could frame this and like put it up there and be like, look at this piece of history. Like, wow, it's so interesting and unique to this location or something. Like, I don't know. It's just so random. Like, how did it end up getting sent? I don't know.
Has led to a big mystery. It's addressed to a Miss Lydia Davis in Swansea from Fishguard, which is another town in Wales.
Also, none of those places that he just listed are real. Swansea and Fishguard are not real places. Okay, like you can't convince me otherwise. Like, those places don't exist. Like, oh, next thing you're gonna tell me is that it's actually a fucking letter from Narnia. Like, fuck out of here.
The building society currently housed at the address.
Oh yeah, it's from Mordor. Like, okay,
may have
shut
lived
up.
there in the early 20th century. The name of the sender is no longer legible, so the building society is reaching out for answers on social media.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. So I thought that was weird. Like, what, seriously though? How did this happen? I just don't understand. I feel like we need more information. You know, like, where did it come from? How did it end up getting sent? Like, I don't know, whatever. But more importantly, chat, German worship blasts Darth Vader theme in London. Okay, so like maybe the problem is that people in the UK, you know, don't have time to like name things, give things real names, because the fucking Nazis are invading apparently, and they're playing the Darth Vader theme. Like, I don't know what's going on. Like, who okayed driving the Nazi boat into the harbor while playing the Imperial March? Like, are you fucking kidding me? It's not weird at all. Like, what the fuck? What's the song? Hey, what song should we play? I know one. I know the song we should play. Like, bro, what the fuck? Are the Nazis invading? Like, should I be worried? Like, yo, there was like racist riots in the UK, and now there's fucking Nazi ships floating around in the harbor playing the Imperial March theme. Like, dog, what's going on Turf Island, dude? Turf Island is wildin'. Holy. It is a bad guy song. Yeah, but why are we playing a, like, I don't know, just feels a little weird. Play this song instead? What is this?
This time, this is my fight song. Take back my life song. Prove I'm alright song.
You're right. They should play that instead. Oh, fuck me, man. This life, this world, this reality, this timeline is too silly for me. You know what I mean? I'm pretty silly, you know? But this timeline may be too silly for me. Okay. I think this timeline may have lost me. Anyway, coming up next, chat, we're gonna get fucking started. We're gonna get the fucking show on the road. We're gonna get the news cracking. We're gonna start it off with the top 5 stories you absolutely must know today, according to Reuters, and then we will look at the news wrap from PBS, and then we will look at the top US and world headlines from Democracy Now, aka Democracy in a few minutes, because first, chat, we must run an ad break, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when we run ads, we run them while I'm away from the stream, you know? That way, even if you are unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream, if you would like to support me, the streamer, and also in doing so, get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account, if you have one, to your Twitch account. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to, maybe consider upgrading your sub from tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 3 to get access to exclusive emotes. Or even better yet, maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat. That way they can also enjoy the Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of the community. I'm seeing Zarian, I'm seeing Dusto Not, I'm seeing Carpe Pax, I'm seeing a few other people who are unsubbed. If you are one of those unsubbed people, make sure to say hi in the chat, throw some emotes in the chat, or if you're lurking, use the please gift me a sub redeem. That way somebody might notice you and feel generous enough to shoot you a gifty. We are starting the night off at 7 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, please do consider supporting in some way. That way we can continue to do this full time and make sure the bills are paid while doing so. You can also throw bits or a dono my way, $3 for a TTS message, all of which are very much appreciated. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. All right. We're back. Thanks for waiting. If you had to sit through some ads, thanks for doing that. It's a good way to support the stream, even if you don't have any money to throw my way. But speaking of money being thrown my way, yo, Whoopie Soupy, thank you so much for subscribing with Prime. I really appreciate it. Very, very kind. You love to see it. Fresh Tier 1 Prime. Okay. Let's get started, chat. Let's get into it. First, we're going to start it off with the top 5 stories you absolutely must know today, according to Reuters. And then we will do the news wrap from PBS, and then the top US and world headlines from Democracy Now!, aka Democracy Very Soon. Let's check it out. Let's get into it. Top 5 stories. Number 1. Kamala Harris's VP pick, Tim Walz, rallies the Democratic convention. Number 2. The body of British entrepreneur Mike Lynch has been retrieved from his sunken family yacht, a source says. Number 3. Israeli tanks push deeper into Gaza as President Brandon urges for peace. Number 4. Russia says it is installing concrete shelters in the Kursk region amid Ukraine's incursion. Number 5. China's fresh urbanization push may thwart its birth-friendly society goal, says demographers. Wait, what, Will? Fresh urbanization push may thwart its... I love all this speculation on things like this around China. It's just like... Look at their, you know, their homelessness numbers and shit like that. It's just like a night and day difference. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's like, I love how we're just like constantly trying to reach for anything we can about like, oh, any moment now China's gonna fucking crumble and fail. Like, what's up, Adrian? Please peace slides a few billion in bombs. Hey, yo. What's up, Kipper or Kipo? Xenomonic. Crash Test Zombie. Misty Bubbles. All right, let's get into the news wrap from PBS. Hello? Or not? Oh, it's muted.
A Canadian rail official has told the Associated Press that one of the nation's 2 major freight operators will end its lockout immediately to get trains moving again.
For that and all the
so
days...
we're going to talk about that a little bit more closely in a little bit here, because there's like details that I don't know that I'd like to know about that. The rail company, which I believe is CN, locked out union workers after a labor dispute went like sour, or like negotiations over a labor dispute soured. So I don't know. We'll take a look at that.
Other news, we turn now to our friend and colleague William Brangham, who's in our Washington studio. William?
Yeah, locked out of the
Jeff and
like
Anna. It has been a
off the
dramatic
premises
day for Canada's
wherever they
railroad
need to be.
industry, which plays a major role in trade with the United States. The reported end of Canadian National Railroad's lockout came just an hour after the nation's labor minister ordered Canada's 2 major rail operators into arbitration to settle a labor dispute. Earlier today, trains across Canada had come to a screeching halt when management and unions had failed to reach a deal by last night's deadline. Workers had been seeking better protections, saying long hours can cause dangerous fatigue. Canada's Labour Minister announced the arbitration order this afternoon, saying he hoped the action would reassure the country's trading partners.
Canada is a trading nation. Our government will do everything in its power to preserve the stability and certainty that our railways and entire economy are renowned for the world over.
According to an estimate by the Railway Association of Canada, half of Canada's exports travel by rail. U.S. regulators
that's like the same
COVID-19 vaccine
for the United States, but yeah, we'll look at I believe it might even be more than that actually, but we will look at that more closely in a little bit.
Today. The shots are designed to target the most recent strains of the virus, plus any variants that might arise this winter. Pfizer and Moderna are set to begin shipping millions of doses within days.
Back stuff from the ass up.
Has already recommended the shot for everyone 6 months and older. This comes amid a summer wave of COVID cases across the country.
I'm still like I'm still so lucky that I haven't had COVID. I guess at least knowingly, but I assume, given that I'm immunocompromised, that if I got COVID, it would suck. Stop, don't jinx it. I mean, I'm pretty chill about wearing a good mask whenever I go out, and I'm vaxxed up. I'm a vaxxed up shoddy with all my boosties. Finna get boosted up again before here soon. I don't know. I've just been lucky, I guess. I've just been super fucking lucky on top of that, I guess, because I know plenty of people who have done all of the same but still got COVID. Yeah.
At least, a U.S. official says talks have resumed in Cairo over a so-called bridge proposal that could lead to a ceasefire in Gaza. Today, Palestinian officials said at least 16 people were killed by airstrikes in the Gaza Strip overnight and through the morning, including small children. This comes as the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier has arrived in the Middle East amid concerns that Iran will launch a retaliatory strike against Israel. Iran blames Israel for the death last month of a Hamas leader in Tehran. The Italian Coast Guard says the body of British tech magnate Mike Lynch was recovered today from the wreckage of the yacht that sank off the coast of Italy on Monday. The 59-year-old had been on holiday on the yacht, having just been acquitted of multiple fraud charges here in the U.S. Recovery crews have found 6 bodies so far. Lynch's 18-year-old daughter, Hannah, is still unaccounted for. The Justice Department announced charges today against a Guatemalan man for his alleged role in the deaths of dozens of migrants inside a tractor trailer in Texas in 2022. Rigoberto Roman Miranda Orozco is charged with 6 counts of migrant smuggling, resulting in death or serious bodily injury. He's the first person arrested outside the country to face charges in connection to the incident when 53 migrants died in sweltering temperatures. Authorities say they're sending a message to other traffickers.
If you seek to profit off the backs of these migrants over their livelihood, we will pursue you. And we are going to make sure that justice is had.
Miranda Orozco, who rejects the charges against him.
You created the conditions. You created the conditions that causes people to be so desperate that they are willing to pay their life savings to somebody who is going to smuggle them into the United States in via very dangerous means. You know what I mean? Like you created that situation, and when you do nothing but criminalize the outcome and like are tough on the outcome, like it doesn't fix it. Like you're not like sending a message to people when there's still money to be made is ultimately my point. Like you're not sending a message to would-be traffickers like, oh shit, his name was Rigoberto, I think. Like Rigoberto got caught, like, no, I'm not gonna do this anymore. Like, no, the traffickers also are living in those conditions in which like you need to make money, and when people are in certain conditions, they're maybe more willing to do sketchier or more dangerous things in order to get money, because people are willing to pay the money. Like there is a market there. You created this market. Okay, like you're not solving the problem. It's kind of like just I don't know. I think you get my point. I don't think I need to try to compare it to anything else.
Faces up to life in prison if convicted. On Wall Street today, stocks ended lower ahead of the Dow Jones.
Stunky.
The S&P 500 passing of note. Australia's Sven the penguin has died.
No, I don't know about Sven the penguin, but its name is Sven and it's a penguin, and I'm so sad.
The Gen 2 penguin was one half of a so-called penguin power couple with his male
penguin
partner,
power?
Magic. Same-sex couples are not
Oh,
uncommon
gay
in the animal
penguin.
kingdom. They were together for 6 years.
Oh, look at the rainbow.
shared
They
a
made those penguins gay with that rainbow, didn't they?
and even raised 2 foster chicks. They became international icons, immortalized on floats at
Gay
pride
penguin.
celebrations and appearing in documentaries. Such penguin monogamy is also not limited to Sven and Magic. The majority of all penguin couples stick together for life.
Oh, it's so
Perhaps a lesson
cute.
for us
Whoa,
all.
penguins.
Sven the penguin was 11 years old.
11. Is that old in penguin years?
This is the PBS News Hour.
This is the PP News Hour, the peepiest news hour. Anyway, coming up next, top U.S. and world headlines from Democracy right fucking now. Let's go.
Welcome to
Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, War, Peace, and the Presidency.
We're
Breaking with Convention. I'm Amy Goodman.
Minnesota Governor Tim
Easy.
Walz accepted the Democratic nomination for vice president Wednesday night in the third evening of the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago. Walz played up his time as a former high school football coach and outlined his achievements as governor.
We made sure that every kid in our state gets breakfast and lunch every day. So while other states were banning books from their schools, we were banishing hunger from ours.
The iconic talk show host Oprah Winfrey was
Oprah Winfrey, wait, that's you. Oprah for the Winfrey is in the chat right now.
Her first speech ever at a political convention, Winfrey gave a ringing endorsement for Kamala Harris as president.
Soon and very soon, we're going to be teaching our daughters and sons about how this child of an Indian mother and a Jamaican father, two idealistic, energetic immigrants, how this child grew up to become the 47th president of the United States.
We'll have more from inside the Democratic National Convention later in the broadcast. Outside the United Convention Center, delegates from the uncommitted movement and their supporters launched a sit-in Wednesday night after the DNC and the Harris campaign refused to let a Palestinian American take the main stage despite allowing family members of Israeli Americans.
Well, you can't go outside. You can't go outside and just fucking chief one outside right quick and come back.
American hostages to address the convention. We'll air clips from the sit-in, which is still ongoing, later in the broadcast. Earlier in the day, uncommitted delegates and progressive lawmakers gathered for an event outside the DNC. This is Minnesota's Congressmember Ilhan Omar.
Working tirelessly for a ceasefire is really not a thing, and they should be ashamed of themselves for saying such thing.
Based, she's literally talking about AOC right there. Or, well, I mean, we don't know necessarily if she specifically meant that comment to be directed at AOC. But AOC, however, is somebody who on the stage at the DNC said exactly that, working tirelessly for a ceasefire. Those were literally her words.
Because we supply these weapons. So if you really wanted a ceasefire, you just stop sending the weapons. It is that simple. Right.
In response to the Democratic Party's refusal to allow...
Thank you, Tofu, for making me feel sane when I have old friends sucking off the DNC all week. I mean, yeah, a lot of people are going to be sucking off the DNC, and we'll talk about them. Blue pill Democratic enthusiasm insulates DNC attendees from the horrors of Gaza. We'll talk about them. But yeah, glad to have you here, Dace. You're not alone in feeling that way.
Palestinian American to speak at the DNC. The group Muslim Women for Harris Walls announced its disbanding.
I don't think he got kicked out of the DNC. I think that was that kind of like I don't think he got kicked out of the DNC. I think they just like there was other people who they wanted to give a room to or whatever, and they probably just asked them to bounce. I think DNC and Dems just pulled a purge like labor. I don't know about a purge. I don't know about a purge like labor. But they showed you. They certainly did show you how not progressive ultimately the platform is going to be. It looks like they really ended up leading with their, they baited, they essentially, I'm going to use different language. They led with, progressive choices and policies. The first thing being pressure from the public on Joe Biden. They caved to that, right? And that pressure was obviously largely coming from progressives, the more progressive of the left generally. And then giving into the pressure on Tim Walz over Josh Shapiro or Mark Kelly was a nod to progressives. That was a progressive choice. The reason why it is popular is because of the progressive record of Tim Walz. Like, that's why it's popular. That's why it's popular. And like in before, there are 800,000 people who voted uncommitted in the primary. There are 300 Democratic delegates that are uncommitted. They used the progressive aesthetic to get to this point. And this speech was the moment, right, to continue that streak and once again nod to the progressives who gave you the momentum that got you here, right? They ultimately chose to say the same things that have been said time and time again, so nothing new, the same exact thing as Joe Brandon, which is, remember, Joe Brandon was unpopular, right? That's why Kamala is so popular, because Joe Brandon was so unpopular. Part of that was foreign policy, right? So like, you're going to see a huge section of the hype drop off. It's not going to be all of it. Like, it's not going to be all of it. And even still, Kamala Harris could probably still like sneak a win in if I'm being like as like, I don't know if I'm being as realistic as possible. But like I've said a million times, like it's not enough to just like slide by with a win. You need to sweep. It needs to be like handedly. You need to win handedly. And the only way to do that is to activate all of those voters. That's the only way to do it. And that would be the way to, like, this trust that you've built up with more progressive people, with younger people too, generally. You really could have sealed the deal and put a stamp on it with not having a speech that was so clearly geared towards reminding the world that we are still the fucking, we are still the world's, military power. And we're not afraid to fucking to do, to show it and to do it. Even though I'm a woman, I'll still fucking, you know what I mean? I'll still sick the military on you, the United States military on you. Like I said before, completely indistinguishable from post 9/11 neocons in its like chauvinistic, like we are the fucking best and the strongest, and like fuck our enemies, specifically Iran and China, and like whatever. But I don't know. There are the neocons still exist. You know what I mean? The neocons just call themselves liberals now.
Statement. This is a terrible message to send to Democrats. Palestinians have the right to speak about Palestine, unquote. Protesters also took to the streets of Chicago Wednesday for more rallies calling for an end to U.S. support for Israel's war on Gaza. Climate activists are also at the convention this week to demand Democrats do more to address the climate catastrophe and divest from fossil fuels. On Wednesday, activists disrupted an event by Punchbowl News.
The Walls doesn't just appeal to people because he's Midwestern. And he doesn't just appeal to the Midwest. Like, he appeals to people and is popular because of his track record. He has a specific record of policies that made him popular. That's incorrect. No shot. He has Midwest dad vibes. Yeah, but that's just like, that's icing on the cake. A lot of people have Midwest dad vibes. They don't also have a very successful progressive policy record behind them, Like, especially given the context of the time, given the context of where we're at politically, where the political landscape is right now and was right at that moment before choosing Walls, they made the right calculation to ride the hype, to use the momentum that was being brewed up online through memes and all of that stuff, through all the posters. And they made a good choice to double down on that with somebody who is progressive. Problem with that being is that ultimately, he is just the vice president and not the president. So when the president gets up and has their moment to assure you that all of those things that you thought about, got people excited who were not excited before, and you don't follow through with those things. You don't follow through and assure those people who are newly excited once again that you are actually that person that they started to assume you might be. And you start talking about your enemies. You start talking about your military and making it the strongest, the most lethal military in the world. You sound just like there's nothing new about this. There's nothing fresh about this. There's nothing progressive about it at all, whatsoever. Oh, also, I forgot the teasing of the economic some progressive economic policies, but then we got some more today, and it just seems like it's just kind of all kind of clouded now. It really feels like you were baited with the more progressive choices first, and then they did a bait and switch, and now it's it's just classic. It's just neoliberalism. It's just the same old neoliberalism, and we fell for the bait.
Sidelines of the DNC that was sponsored by ExxonMobil.
Dace, he did a lot of great things that are objectively good, that I think are awesome, around free school lunches for children, LGBTQ rights, things like that. But we still don't. He also like protested. He also protested Obama's war in Yemen and protested like drone programs in Yemen and support for Saudi Arabia at that time, and like was a like strong supporter of the War Powers Act, or like giving the war powers back to Congress. And I don't like he has a lot of very good, you know, progressive policies on his record. He's not exactly like 100% perfect, definitely not. But as far as like the Democratic Party goes, how many, like what is considered to be like, what is the most progressive you see? You know what I mean? In the Democratic Party today, he's among the you know, the more progressive of like the governors and stuff. So, but yeah, like, you know, the bar is obviously still in hell though.
This is California delegate R.L. Miller.
I'm a Democratic National Committee member. I am here because Exxon lied and people died.
Exxon lies, people die. Exxon lies, people die. Exxon lies, people die. Exxon lies.
We'll have more on the climate crisis and climate activism at the DNC in the second hour of Democracy Now! As we expand our broadcasts throughout this week from the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. In Gaza, Israeli attacks continue to kill more Palestinians, with at least 22 reported deaths today. On Wednesday, at least 13 people were killed, including children, in an attack east of Khan Yunis. This is a father who lost his teenage son.
Oh, my son, Moody is dead. Moody is dead. They hit us and we're all destroyed. He was so precious to me, my oldest son, my darling son.
How old was he?
14 years old. He hasn't seen anything in his life. I went to buy him a rooster and left it on the floor. A mere 10 minutes later, we were hit. God rest your soul.
Another strike on a school acting as a shelter in Gaza City killed 2 people and injured 10 children. Meanwhile, a new report from Defense for Children International Palestine says Israeli forces are detaining and torturing Palestinian children in Gaza, using children as human shields and, quote, intentionally and systematically, unquote, separating children from their families. The report includes testimony of children survivors, including the case of many boys who were forced to strip naked and walk with their hands bound in front of Israeli tanks and bulldozers. The children are also beaten, denied water, and threatened with dogs. 16-year-old Abdul Minim says he was abducted with his younger brother Ali. He said he was barely able to move after Israeli forces blindfolded them, tied them up, and beat them with rifles before leaving them in the cold. On Wednesday, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
I don't fuck with I just like I don't fuck with this chat. Like I don't it's our leaders support this. Our leaders are supporting this. Like I don't want to hear this shit about like but Trump. Like, what doesn't, it doesn't, nothing on the ground. What it's, look at the devastation. Look at it. I mean, I just don't, God, I just don't know. I don't feel very good about like I don't feel very good today about like you know, the state of politics in this country. I don't feel like it. I just don't. And all of these people are complicit. And like I've been saying, you know, we've all been saying this over and over again every day for fucking months and months and months. But like today, it hurts extra hard. It truly feels like the Democratic Party has just completely spit in the face of all those Gazans, all those Palestinians in the West Bank, all the Palestinian Americans here in the United States, all the Muslim people, you know, here in the United States. Just generally the 70% of Democratic voters who want a ceasefire. Just like truly, how the fuck? Oh, I'm honestly like at a loss for words right now. I'm fuming. I'm fuming. I'm so tired of the same old thing every single day. I'm so tired of this. What's up, Classic Banana Milk?
Headed home after his latest visit to the region once again failed to secure a Gaza ceasefire. Blinken warned the failed plan may have been the chance to avert a broader regional war. Israel and Hezbollah continued to exchange cross-border fire Wednesday, with Israel targeting multiple areas across southern Lebanon and Hezbollah blasting over 50 rockets and a swarm of drones in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights. Israel also killed a senior member of the Palestine Fatah movement in the southern Lebanese city of Sidon, claiming Khalil al-Makda has orchestrated attacks on Israeli forces in the West Bank. The Fatah party accused Israel of seeking to ignite a regional war. Meanwhile, President Biden spoke to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu Wednesday, and as a second U.S. aircraft carrier, the USS Abraham Lincoln arrived in the Middle East Wednesday as the U.S. bolsters forces in the region. The National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences has rejected an attempt by pro-Israel groups and Hollywood celebrities to rescind an Emmy nomination.
Like, I truly think I think Kamala Harris and the Democrats excuse me know that Kamala Harris is probably going to be a wartime president. I think that they know. I think that they probably see that, and that was probably a big part of why the speech had, you know, the part of that's probably took a big part in, you know, the writing of that speech. This is not a good thought.
For the widely admired Palestinian journalist Bassam Alda. Alda, who's been reporting from the ground in Gaza since October, was nominated for her Al Jazeera Plus report, It's Bassam from Gaza, and I'm Still Alive.
Good job, Solar, because there's a lot of bullshit. There's a lot of fucking bullshit. A lot of fucking bullshit. A lot of people who seek to cloud, you know what I mean, this movement, and to portray it in a light that is not real, that is not true, which is why I want to talk about, you know, fucking freaks like this that show up to, like, if you see freaks like this that show up to like pro-Palestine protests with Nazbow flags, you fucking laugh them out of town. You laugh in their face until they leave. You know what I mean? We can't have any of that. So good on you, Solar, for like battling that, you know, in your own circles.
Chronicles her family's forced evacuation of their home in Beit Hanun. The pro-Israel group Creative Community for Peace and celebrities like Deborah Messing and Selma Blair accused Alda of spreading anti-Semitism, an accusation which has been widely used against anyone who opposes Israel's war on Gaza. Meanwhile, Israel's killed at least 2 more Gaza journalists in recent days. 26-year-old.
I was saying, it's like the fact that the Emmys has to defend their nomination of Bassam, while also, you know, given the fact that she is one of the only remaining journalists in Gaza. And the fact that there are people attacking the Emmys for nominating her, like, what kind of a fucking piece of shit are you? What kind of a bad person are you? I don't give a fuck, Bleak. I don't give a shit. Like, what the fuck? The People's Front for Liberation of Palestine is also a fucking more secular, you know, a more secular political group, which would be way better to have in fucking power than Hamas. But I don't give a shit either fucking way, because one, I'm not a fucking piece of shit and I care about human beings' lives, and two, I give a shit about journalism. I have a principled stance on journalism being very important, and that is objectively extremely fucking important coverage coming out of Gaza, where no other fucking journalists are allowed in, and the most journalists have been murdered, have been killed than in any other modern conflict. Like, yes, people who are living in those conditions, pumping out good journalism that gives you a very personalized view, on the ground view of what it's like to be a fucking what it's like to be a Palestinian is good. That's good journalism. That's good journalism. And it is an ideological attack that people are doing on the Emmys for nominating her. Like, it's political, and those people are fascists, and supporting them and defending them is fucking is just
Journalist
very
Abraham
bad.
Maharab
Very bad. Yeah. Backing up fascist talking points is bad.
Killed while covering ground invasions north of Khan Yunis Monday. In Gaza City, Hamza Abdurrahman Mortaja was one of the victims in Israel's attack on the Mustafa Hafiz school this week. Hamza Mortaja was the brother of Yasser Mortaja, who was killed by an Israeli sniper in Gaza in 2018. Some 170 journalists and media workers have been killed in Gaza since October 7th, by far the largest death toll of media workers recorded in any war. A British diplomat has resigned, charging the UK government with complicity in war crimes amidst its continued military aid and arms supply to Israel. Mark Smith previously worked in Middle East arms export licensing assessment for the British government and said he raised his concerns, including to Foreign Secretary David Lammy, but was ignored. He recently spoke to the BBC.
For me personally, my profession, or former profession, as of last week, was to advise the government on the legality of arms sales. And when you look at what constitutes a war crime, it's actually quite clear, even from what you see in open source on the TV, that the state of Israel is perpetrating war crimes in plain sight.
It's clear.
The Biden administration in March approved a revised nuclear strategy that for the first time shifted its focus on China's supposed nuclear threat, in addition to Russia and North Korea. The secret policy was revealed by the New York Times this week. Anti-nuclear advocates have called on the U.S. to stop ratcheting up nuclear tensions and its nuclear arsenal. Canada's two major rail freight companies have shut down after failed negotiations with union leaders, bringing an unprecedented rail stoppage that threatens to disrupt the U.S.-Canada supply chain. Canadian National and Canadian Pacific Kansas City both locked out 10,000 of its employees as the companies refused to reach an agreement with the Teamsters Canada Rail Conference, which represents the workers. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau spoke Wednesday.
My message is very straightforward. It is in the best interest of both sides to continue doing the hard work at the table to find a negotiated resolution.
In a blow to workers' rights, a federal judge struck down the Federal Trade Commission's ban on non-compete agreements just 2 weeks before it was set to take effect, after ruling the FTC did not have the authority to issue the ban. The new rules would have barred companies from preventing workers from working for a rival or starting their own business. Some 30 million U.S. workers are subject to non-compete agreements. And Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is widely expected to drop out of the presidential race Friday and endorse Donald Trump. RFK Jr. is addressing his supporters in Phoenix, Arizona Friday. Trump's also scheduled to be in Arizona. RFK Jr. initially launched his campaign as a Democratic challenger to President Biden before running as an independent, but recent reports say he courted both Harris and Trump for a future job if he dropped out of the race.
Please, could I have a job, please?
On Tuesday, Jack Schlossberg, grandson of John F. Kennedy and cousin of RFK Jr., addressed the DNC and declared his support for the Harris-Walz ticket. In Afghanistan, the Taliban has barred UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Richard Bennett from entering the country. Bennett has previously called the Taliban's treatment of women and girls a likely crime against humanity. Since regaining power 3 years ago, the Taliban has largely barred women and girls from education in much of the workforce, and aid agencies have reported an increase in child and forced marriage, gender-based violence, and femicides with impunity. In New Caledonia, UN experts have found France guilty of undermining the rights of indigenous Kanak people and its plan to expand voter rolls. A French bill that would allow foreign residents.
What?
Caledonia, UN gender-based violence and femicides with impunity. In New Caledonia, UN experts have found France guilty of undermining the rights of indigenous Kanak people and its plan to expand voter rolls.
What?
Of undermining the with impunity. In New Caledonia, UN experts have found France guilty of undermining the rights of indigenous Kanak people and its plan to expand voter rolls. Earlier this year, a French bill that would allow foreign residents who've been living in New Caledonia for 10 years to vote set off a series of deadly protests. New Caledonia has been under French control since its colonization by France in the 19th century. But some 40% of the population is Kanak.
God damn it. We covered this and they are like deporting people who are arrested, protesters who are arrested, to France to be tried. So they're like actively doing like a counter revolutionary like crackdown on the people. Yeah, so for sure, I'm glad to see this the UN taking a fucking look at it.
A growing independence movement is seeking an end to colonial rule.
Yeah.
Back in the United States, in Oregon, the ACLU is suing the city of Medford, saying its police have been illegally spying on progressive political activists and groups for several years. The lawsuit accuses the Medford Police Department of monitoring the social media accounts of activists and groups involved in racial justice, LGBT.
See my face? This is me being so surprised. Wow. Nobody saw that coming.
LGBTQ plus rights, reproductive justice, housing justice, harm reduction, and decriminalization, and collecting information on them. The groups and activists in question were not suspected of involvement in any criminal activity. In more election news, Kamala Harris has raised nearly $500 million over the past month since President Biden dropped out of the race. Democrats expect the total to hit $600 million by the end of the month. This comes as campaign reform advocates have called out both the Democrats and the Republicans for failing to disclose the source of some of their largest contributions using a practice known as bundling. Bundlers collect large sums of money, but candidates are not required to disclose their information. The nonprofit group Issue One said disclosure is, quote, a transparency practice that is a guardrail for good government, and to see both sides eroding that guardrail is concerning, they said.
Concerning.
And the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals will review the case of Crystal Mason, a black mother who was sentenced to 5 years in prison for attempting to cast a provisional ballot in the 2016 election when she was ineligible to vote. At the time, Mason was on supervised release for a tax felony and was unaware that this barred her from casting a ballot.
This is such
her ballot was never actually counted. Mason's conviction was already overturned, and she was acquitted earlier this year, but Tarrant County's conservative district attorney appealed the decision. Crystal Mason appeared on Democracy Now! In 2018. Crystal, do you ever plan to vote again?
I do. I do, and that's what I'm encouraging my kids to get out there so we can make a difference right now. I do. I just feel right now that the system failed me. You get out,
It
you
did.
rehabilitate yourself.
Yeah, the system did fail you. Yeah, you paid your price, right? Like, to society. Yeah, you were failed.
If you get a good job, you go to school, you graduate from school, you're doing everything right. So why would I go and vote to go back to prison?
Yeah, but I mean, she could sit. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, War Peace in the Presidency, breaking with convention.
Fuck. She's doing it too fast. She did it too fast. All right. Okay. Where's the music? Why does this keep happening? Hello? What the fuck, bro? There it is. Jesus Christ. Making me work for it. All right. Let's see how we're doing on time. There are 12 minutes until the ads are upon us. Let's see what we got going on here. Okay, I think I can slam out these local pieces of news before we get into everything that's going on today. I can also clear a couple of these out that we've already talked about. Oh. Remove. Okay, yeah, we will knock out these three stories here out of California. Actually, we're going to this one. You guys don't care. But we're going to hit these two stories. Officials clear out homeless encampments at Dockweiler Beach. So continuation of kind of just me covering the beginning of the mass sweeps that are happening all across California, and obviously more specifically around me in LA. Yesterday, it was Long Beach beginning their encampment sweeps, and now Dockweiler Beach. Let's check it out.
A huge undertaking at
God.
Dockweiler State Beach today. Workers spent the day clearing out a growing homeless encampment in the area. Here's a look at the progress. News Chopper 4 was overhead earlier today. NBC4's Bailey Miller joins us live from the area. Bailey.
Hey, good afternoon, Annabelle. So that cleanup started at 7 o'clock this morning, and cleanup crews have been out here for hours as they work their way up Dockweiler State Beach. Now, neighbors here in this area say these encampments have become a big problem, and part of the reason for that, according to city officials, is because of jurisdictional issues.
Like, or, you know what I mean? We could look at it like, man, homelessness is a really big issue that we need to take care of. Not like these encampments are a big issue that we need to take care of. Homelessness is a big issue that is important, and it is affecting all of us, even those of us that aren't homeless, right? It's affecting you. I mean, I would, you know, I'm just trying to, this is my appeal to, I guess, the normie or the person who feels this way, right? Like, we all want to enjoy the beaches. We all want to enjoy the parks. We all want to enjoy, you know what I mean? Be able to walk across, like walk sidewalks, you know, without having to walk out into the street because there's an encampment taking up the entire sidewalk. Nobody wants to deal with that. But like dealing with the encampment itself, throwing away the tents and pushing out those homeless people to somewhere else in the city, it doesn't solve the problem. Okay, like that's, you know, it doesn't solve the problem. And that's how we've been dealing with it for so fucking long across the country, maybe even, you know, across a lot of the world, but definitely here in Los Angeles. And now the homelessness issue is just insanely worse. It's just like incredibly, the amount of homeless people in all of LA County is 75 to 80,000 people. That's an insane, unfathomable number. That's insane. Where is that beach? This is Dockweiler is right above El Segundo Beach and below Santa Monica, or Venice? No, Santa Monica. I got it mixed up. You mean like the Paris? I mean, exactly like the Paris Olympics, and you are literally looking at the preparation for the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics.
Dump trucks filling up with debris, trash, tents, clothing, and more from
Next to
several
the
homeless
Boo.
encampments.
Oh yeah, Malibu, yeah, Malibu Tay.
Along Dockweiler State Beach. This as members of the Coastal Care Plus programs of Harbor Council District 11 resources work their way down the beach, ticking off each encampment. Neighbors nearby watching the cleanup have
It's like this is the beach that like in LA County where they allow like bonfires and stuff. So this is the place like that everybody always like in LA County always goes to have like a bonfire beach hangout session on a beach that doesn't typically have like big waves. Yep. Want to spend some of my time at the bins looking for stuff homeless people can use and then donating it to a LGBTQIA plus friendly homeless shelter. Fuck yeah, that's awesome. That's dope. I mean, you know, you could even, you know, like I keep shit in the car. Like we keep shit in the car. Like I keep a jar of change in the car, or like my roommate like we had some chips that we like nobody wanted like this kind of chips and I couldn't eat them. They're not vegan, so we just like put them in my roommate's car, and you know, next time we are out and saw a person on the street, you know what I mean, like asking for change or something, like I have chips for you. You know, like even if you don't have, like, if you can't find a shelter or an organization or anything like that, literally just like, you know, within reason and considering your own safety as much as you can, you know, like give people shit. Just like go up to them and be like, hey, I have this thing and it is now your thing. You know what I mean? Protein bars. I'm a pog. I met someone who works at the homeless lockers. Nice. I bring change with me even if I don't need it for the same reason. Hell yeah.
Complained about the growing encampments and those who dwell in them, citing safety and health hazards.
They're throwing rocks, you've got needles, you've got defecation, mental illness, you know, it's scary.
Okay, so like the last part, like you could have cut all defecation, okay? This doesn't necessarily have to do with the mental illness, okay? So I should actually do that disclaimer first, right? The main thing she should have focused on was the mental illness part, but also defecation specifically. There are only 14. We've talked about this recently, chat. Where's my fucking article? Where did my article go? Ah, here it is. Blow. Why does LA only have 14 permanent public bathrooms? So like public restrooms, while being a thing in most cities for obvious reasons, right? For very obvious reasons they exist. There's only 14 of these in LA. And LA has how many fucking people? Like 4 million? Yeah, 3.822 million. So just under 4 million. And the homeless population is between 40 and 50,000 in LA City proper alone. LA County is 75 to 80,000. in a city that size, that's what I'm saying. There are only 14 public restrooms. So it's like when you want to talk to me, oh, like these homeless people, they're an issue because there's shit all over the streets and you know, it's scary looking. It's like, yeah, it's scary looking because they have to be outside and they don't have somebody caring for them. Right? They don't have somebody caring for them and they are outside in the public view, right? And they might look dirty and even more scary to you because they might not have access to a fucking shower, you piece of shit asshole. You know what I mean? Like there's shit all over the streets because we don't have public restrooms, because we don't have housing. Like, motherfucker, Lucy.
And even though this issue is getting attention, they aren't convinced this is the kind of cleanup that's enough.
They'll gather their things, what they want. They'll leave whatever trash they don't want. Go to like the next block.
You think that homeless people are the only people who leave trash everywhere? The amount of times, dude, the amount of times that I'm driving on the fucking freeway or just driving around generally, and I see a motherfucker roll down their fucking BMW window and throw fucking their like McDonald's trash onto the fucking ground. Ooh, that makes me so fucking mad. That makes me so fucking mad. Like, hold it in your fucking car, you lazy bitch. You know what I mean? The rest of us normal people have a bunch of trash in our cars because we're normal and we don't fucking like, we'll hold on to it. I'll even hold on to it in my car until I can throw it all away. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, if it means like my car is, you know, has a kind of a lot of trash and is not the most aesthetically pleasing thing, like, I don't care. I feel better about myself knowing that I didn't throw them out onto the fucking street because I care about the place that I live in. Oh my God, it's so frustrating. So my point being, do you think that homeless people are the only ones who leave trash places? You're mistaken, okay? You're mistaken. You're fucking mistaken. All right? Like, you don't even okay, I'd like to also challenge Lucy and everybody in the chat too. Imagine every piece of trash that you throw away all throughout a day. Okay? Like, try to just do one day of being aware of how much trash you put in a trash can or a recycling can or like whatever. Like, just be conscious for one day about how much waste you create, and you tell me what that would look like if you didn't have a trash can to put it in, motherfucker. If you didn't have a trash can to put all of that waste that you consume every day, right? If you didn't have a trash can to put it in, what would your living space look like? Public trash cans fill up fast too. That, and also you regularly see signs that say no dumping everywhere. Like, no, like it's illegal to even like go through people's trash. People they lock up, you know, like dumpster areas because like they don't want homeless people looking through it, and like, you know, dumpster diving for like food or like anything at all. Yeah, no dumping. Exactly. What's up, Nori? It's so fucking frustrating. Like, these are not issues that are solely like because of homeless people. You know what I mean? This is not like these are not issues that are like specific to the homeless. And also, all of those issues that are like those problems that are not specific to the homeless, that are caused by the homeless in these instances, would be fixed if they were not homeless. It is truly that simple. Holy shit. Unless you just like maybe see them as lesser than you, or maybe you see them as lesser than human, right? Or maybe even you see them as human, but you've been duped, you've been lied to, you've been fooled about this idea of like, you know, overspending and these ideas of deficits and budgets and whatever. If these budgets are not planned out in a way that is meant to help all of the people of a certain society, then what the fuck is it for? What is it for? What is it doing? What are your budgets doing if they are not making sure that this isn't a thing, that your streets aren't, your beaches and your streets and your cops aren't full of shit? You know what I mean? And there aren't like people who haven't taken a shower in a while, like running around screaming and stuff like that because, you know, they're mentally ill or like whatever the fuck it is, or doing drugs outside. Like all of these things would be solved with housing. All of them. Urgh.
And come back the next day.
Councilmember Tracy Park today stepping in with District 11 resources. She says this encampment has continued to grow due to jurisdiction issues as the beaches stay.
Is it due to jurisdiction issues, or is it maybe due to rising costs of living in LA? We're talking about LA, by the way, right? Like the neighborhoods on inland from Dockweiler Beach are not cheap neighborhoods to live in. Like, maybe it's the jurisdiction issue, or maybe it's rising poverty and rising cost of living and rising housing costs.
Property, but it lies within District 11 of the city of Los Angeles.
Today's operation is going to help hopefully reduce some of the problem at this location, but frankly, I can't do it by myself as the city council.
Fuck you, Tracy Park. You fucking fuck you. Oh my God. Yo, fuck Tracy Park.
I am really calling on the county and the state for an assist here to help me manage it going forward.
Park is requesting backup now from the county and the state to enforce overnight camping bans and provide more resources for mental health and addiction issues.
What are those resources?
Today,
what are the
they
resources?
have all repeatedly been offered services and alternatives.
Is it because there's curfews? Is it because they have to pass a drug test? Is it because they're not allowed to bring their belongings with them? Is it because they have a pet? Is it because is it because maybe they work in this area and it's closer to the place that they actually work at? Because a lot of these people, remember, chat, have jobs. Like there's a billion reasons why people turn down offers of like being taken to, like, getting bused to a shelter. Like, there's more information needed here. Why did they turn it down? Did they give you a reason, or is it because no, they just like are choosing to be homeless because they want to be homeless and dirty and on the streets? They don't want help. They're actually criminal at this point because they've turned down our help. They don't want it. They like living in squalor. Is that what you're getting at, Tracy? Like, what is the specific fucking reason that they turned down the shelter or the resources, whatever specific resource it was? There are reasons, and they differ from person to person because not every single person's story is exactly the same. My God. What's this? Very fucking frustrating, dude. Why is this taking so long to load? Blur? Blur? Why no load? There it goes. Oh my God.
Most recent newsletter.
Yes. Fact checking Hugo. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you, Ashtray. That's right. You're from LA, huh?
Martinez claimed
I wish they would let me rewind. I have to like wait for it to start over.
Inside Safe would provide his unhoused constituents with mental health services, a claim he has made repeatedly.
We're here at Hotel Silver Lake, an Inside Safe motel in Hugo Soto Martinez's Council District 13, asking people if they're receiving mental health services like he claims. Have you received any mental health services from Inside Safe?
No.
Has Inside Safe provided you with any mental health services?
No.
Any mental health services from Inside Safe? Have you received any mental health services from Inside Safe?
No.
Now we're at another Inside Safe.
$17,000 every single fucking month. What is it getting spent on? It's getting spent on these business owners, and they are making away like bandits. Oh my God, dude. $17,000 every single month to house somebody in an inn like this, in a motel like this, temporarily. They're not. They have curfews. They're not allowed to have guests. They're not allowed to go in and out. There's random room checks. Their stuff gets searched. They aren't even provided the resources that they are supposed to be receiving, that we're paying for. Oh my God. Hell world.
Hollywood and Express South, also in Councilmember Hugo Soto Martinez's district. Has Inside Safe provided you with mental health?
By the way, this guy is like supposed to be like a progressive, by the way. This guy is a progressive. He ran like on like progressive values. And he really is horrible. He's horrible. He even was interviewed on Hassan's stream. This is not like me saying Hassan did a bad thing here, by the way. Because all of us, DSA candidate, because he's the DSA candidate. A lot of people thought he was chill because he ran on shit that people were like, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, we like that. But like, this is, oh my God.
Services? No. Did you receive mental health services from him?
Also, like voting to like give more funding to the police and stuff. He's like he votes. He has like a pro police voting record. It's just bonkers, man.
Inside Safe? No. Has Inside Safe provided you with mental health services?
No, they didn't. They asked us what kind of services we need, but they don't give it.
Did Inside Safe provide you with any mental health services?
No.
Any mental health services?
No.
Has Inside Safe provided you with mental health services?
No.
We're at the Hollywood Inn Express North. Has Inside Safe provided you any mental health services while you've been here?
No, not at all.
Have they been?
Not to my knowledge, no.
They provided you anything?
They provided nothing, mental health, nothing, zero. I mean, that's really what I really needed too,
If they offered it, you would take advantage of it.
Of course.
We've been asking Councilmember Hugo Soto Martinez to advocate for mental health services at Inside Safe locations in his district since March 2023. One Inside Safe participant who the councilmember exploited in a video promoting the program begged for help with mental health repeatedly, but he was instead transferred to a different location outside of the district. In December, we asked the councilmember to stop lying about Inside Safe providing mental health services. While Councilmember Soto Martinez ignored his unhoused constituents' pleas for voluntary mental health services, he told his supporters to vote for Prop 1, a ballot measure that defunds existing mental health programs and will pay for involuntary mental health facilities.
We talked about this on What's Left LA. Yes, this was a fire link. Thank you so much, Ashtray. I mean, LA Street Care does good stuff. I mean, I follow them. I just don't really use Instagram anymore. But we've talked a lot about Prop 1 on this stream. Brett and I, Cinemarxism and I have talked about it on our podcast. We've interviewed like activists in LA and talked about this. This is what the governor, Gruesome Gavin Newsom, and the mayor, Karen Bass, essentially want to use. This Prop 1 defunds, reallocates funds from existing mental health programs into a court-ordered system where it's when you are swept, let's say your encampment is swept and you are offered these services, you are ordered by the care court. You have to do certain things I skipped a couple steps. They'll offer you services like temporary housing and like rehab and like mental health care or whatever, but it has to be under a certain regimen. It has to be met by a certain timeline. It's like essentially you're on like probation. It's like you're on probation and you have community service, and you have to have the community service like signed off and done by certain times, or you get in trouble. You know what I mean? Essentially, it is forced care that you have to take, even if you don't want it, by threat of jail. And that system is using money that was once allocated to other existing and underfunded mental health programs. like, it's just truly like our social safety nets slowly over time just like being stripped of all of their guts by Democrats, right? Who like having the aesthetic of, you know, being like pro working class and like, you know, being pro like social safety nets or whatever. But also like are deficit hawks, just like conservatives and Republicans. They want to use that money on other things. They want to line theirs and their cronies' pockets. They want to line their donors' pockets. They want to line corporate pockets. They want to line police pockets. You know what I mean? Like, so over time, these social safety nets get slowly stripped of their meat, and they end up just being bare bones skeletons of what it used to be a social safety net, and then becomes the perfect opportunity for reactionary propaganda that is like anti-social safety net, that is like, you know, pro like hyper individualistic capitalism, you know, like less social safety nets, more bootstraps, more individual responsibility, shit like that. This is how liberals bring you to the brink of fascism, and thus, you know, they bring you to the brink of fascism and then poke you over the edge. Like, that's how you slowly get dragged to the edge by liberals with shit like this.
Make sure to vote yes on measure 1.
Councilmember Hugo Soto Martinez needs to provide voluntary mental health services, stop lying about
not involuntary,
and end sweeps in his district like he promised during his campaign.
Yeah, the problem is, you know, post Grants Pass versus Johnson, it's GG's. The governor has called on all of the cities and counties to get cracking on the encampment sweeps, which is why I covered Long Beach starting their sweeps yesterday, and today, you know, I just covered Dockweiler Beach. We're going to see more and more of this because of that Supreme Court ruling, and because our governor and ultimately also my mayor in LA don't give a shit about poor people. Just like truly. Good link though. Thanks for sharing that, Ashtray. Let's get back to this story.
And we need, as a city, as a county, and as a state, to have some hard conversations about what to do when folks would rather just stay where they are than avail themselves of the alternatives that are being provided.
Now, we're still working to learn how many homeless people here on this beach did get services today and did accept those services, as well as how much trash was cleaned up. We'll be following up with Councilmember Park about that.
Maybe someday we'll have, you know, like, you know, we could get like mainstream local news to fucking you know, have a journalist that will actually ask good questions, like what were the reasons why they turned down the services? Were they all the same reason, or were they all different reasons, or were there like a group of for one reason and a group of another reason? It'd be maybe good for us, you know, and our analysis, right? To like get to the bottom of this, to get to the truth of the matter, like to have that information.
Reporting live here at Dockweiler State Beach, I'm Bailey Miller. I'll send it back to you.
Okay, chat. The ads are upon us. Okay, the ads are upon us. Next up, we're gonna get into our international news. Just a couple pieces of international news, like short pieces of international news. Like the local Sikh leader. Technically, that's California news. Venezuela's top court rules Maduro won disputed election. And then that story, the Canadian rail stoppage. And then we'll get into Israel-Palestine news broadly, whether that's protests, DNC, updates on the ground in Gaza and the West Bank, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All of the above. And then we will cap off our night with a few speeches. I might actually cut some of these off. Like, I don't know if I want my I don't want to like have a heart attack tonight, so I might cut out the cop who was allowed to speak. You know what I mean? The cop who was allowed to speak at the DNC over a Palestinian American Democrat. You know what I mean? I might cut that out, you know, and some other things. But exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to this playlist that contains all the videos we have watched and will watch for the rest of the stream. All of these articles that we look at, I will share as we look at them. Please remind me to do so. But first, chat, before we continue on, before we move on into other international stories, we must run an ad break because it's been an hour, a little bit more than an hour since our last ad break. Don't you worry though, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream, if you would like to support me, the streamer, and also in doing so, get access to really cool, really exclusive Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account, if you have one, to your Twitch account. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to, maybe consider upgrading your sub from tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 3 to get access to exclusive emotes, or even better yet, maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat, like Oprah for the Winfrey, or Folistan, or whoever else is unsubbed. If you are one of those unsubbed friends in the chat, make sure to say hi, throw some emotes in the chat or something, or if you're lurking, use the please gift me a sub redeem. That way somebody might notice you and feel generous enough to shoot you a gifty. We are currently at 8 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, please do consider supporting in some way. That way we can continue to do this full time while still being able to pay the bills and the rent while doing so. Yo, Xenomonic with the gifty to Oprah for the Winfrey. Thank you so much, Xenomonic. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Very, very kind, very generous. Yes, line Tofu's pockets. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Putting us at 9 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. Very pog. You can also throw bits or a dono my way. $3 for a TTS message, all of which are very much appreciated. Yo, Mad Cat W with the gifty to Maxilla for real. Thank you so much. Very, very kind. Thank you so much for gifting to Maxilla. Very, very pog. Putting us at 10 out of 25 now for the daily sub goal. We are creeping up on the halfway point of the sub goal. So I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'll be back in 3 minutes, chat. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. All right. We're back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for sitting through the ads. If you are one of those that had to sit through some ads, thanks for doing that. I appreciate you. It's a good way to help out the stream, even if you don't have any money to throw my way. But speaking of money being thrown my way, yo, Mad Cat, thank you so much for the gifty to Ryudal, and also for the gifty to Maxilla for real again. Thank you so much. Also, Xenomonic, thank you again for gifting to Oprah for the Winfrey. I really appreciate it. Very, very kind. Very generous. But okay, let's get back into it. Oh my goodness. Yo, Caroline, thank you so much for the raid. What's up, everybody? Welcome in. I hope you had a wonderful stream, Caroline. Thank you so much for bringing the Quantarage in. If you've never been here before, I'm Tofu Ghost. We talk about the daily news cycle every day, and then after we're done, we do comfy reacts. But right now, we're kind of in the middle of our news coverage for the evening. I'm the late night lefty politics streamer. So welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, everyone. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to the playlist that contains all the videos that we have watched this evening and will watch for the rest of the evening. All the articles that I'm going to be reading tonight, I will share as I read them, as we go over them. Yo, Mad Cat, thank you so much for the 5 bomb. I really appreciate it. Also, Anonymous, thank you so much for gifting to Caroline. Very, very generous. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The Quantarage. That's what it is. That's what it is. So shouts out, Caroline. Hope you had a wonderful stream. Welcome in, everybody. Let's get back into it. So right now, chat, and everybody that's just coming in, we are going to go over very quickly, very briefly, a few international stories. Okay, so let me give you the rundown if you've never been here before. The way I run the stream is at the very beginning of stream, we'll go over some like new music videos or anything that has come out recently that has come across my desk, so to speak. Today we looked at this new music video from Itron de Liar and Muha. It's a bop. We looked at a daily dose of internet and a couple weird pieces of news that I find just like across the internet. Like this mysterious postcard delivered 121 years late and German warship blasts Darth Vader theme in London. You know, that kind of stuff. And then we get into the headlines. Top 5 stories you need to know today from Reuters, news wrap from PBS, top US and world headlines from Democracy Now! Basically, I have just like a flow of all the news that we go through, and I try to cover as much news as possible. So I went over some local things, local to LA, and about housing and shit like that. And now we're going to talk about some international stories. First off, we're going to look at this from Reuters very quickly. Venezuela's top court rules Maduro won a disputed election, despite, you know, the West broadly, you know, calling for transparency. All of the evidence that has been released and is available, says that Maduro won the election, regardless of how you feel about Maduro, like whatever your opinion is about Maduro. The point is, all of the evidence that exists currently is that, you know, the election was just fine. The opposition, the far-right US-backed opposition that wants Venezuela to privatize its oil industry, hasn't brought forth its evidence, yet the US, you know, is still calling for transparency. So I don't know, pretty obvious what's happening there. But let's take a look at this and then we'll get into other stuff. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to the playlist. Let's go.
After weeks of heated dispute, Venezuela's Supreme Court has certified President Nicolas Maduro's election win. The vote sparked deadly anti-government protests, followed by what human rights groups have called a crackdown on dissent by Maduro's administration. There have been arrests of opposition.
Which, like, that's not good, right? But Nate, point to me a state that doesn't do that. Like, what are you seeing happening right now in Chicago? What did you see happen on universities across the United States and the world? What did you see happen, like specifically at UCLA? What did you see happen in 2020? Like, what happened? You know what I mean? Like, this is states, you know, acting in the, you know, in the interest of the state. States doing state shit. So let me just throw that out there. What's up, Marty?
And protesters, along with forced resignations of state employees with alleged pro-opposition views. On Thursday, Chief Justice Caraslia Rodriguez said the Supreme Tribunal had reviewed material from the Electoral Authority and that Maduro's win was valid. The opposition party, however, says the Supreme Court has no constitutional right to carry out any electoral functions, making its ruling null.
Okay, well, there's that.
Edmundo Gonzalez had published election results which gave him 67% support. The Electoral Authority said Maduro won just over half of the votes, but has not published full tallies. Many Western countries have urged full publication of the results. Thursday's Supreme Court ratification gives Maduro, who took office in 2013, another 6-year term starting in January.
Okay, so there's still like time allotted to get that information out. Hopefully for their sake and for the fucking, so this debacle ends for everybody, I guess. Like the tallies are released. Anyway, let's go now to Canada to briefly go over the Canadian rail stoppage after a labor dispute between unions and the rail companies, CN and Canadian Pacific, I think it is.
An unprecedented rail...
I was going to say CN and CP, but I'm going to call it Canadian Pacific as opposed to CP.
Stoppage at Canada's top 2 railroads could cause billions of dollars worth of economic damage and wreak havoc on North American supply chains. Here's what you need to know.
What's
Canadian
happening?
National Railway and Canadian Pacific Kansas City, or CN and CPKC, locked out more than 9,000 unionized workers on Thursday after failing to reach a labor agreement.
We are the Teamsters that will never give up.
Both companies' deals expired at the end of 2023, and talks have been ongoing since. The stoppage could hamper shipments of everything from grain to potash to vehicles. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has stressed the need for a quick solution.
We are on this. We're taking it so seriously. The minister is engaged directly. We are not taking this lightly.
What are the two companies operate?
CPKC's coast-to-coast rail networks connect in the U.S. and are linked to operators like BNSF and Union Pacific. The networks act as links to North American trade corridors and ports and help to move billions of dollars worth of goods and commodities. Industry groups are worried the stoppage could ripple throughout the continent.
How will the stoppage impact the U.S. most
Operator in the
importantly?
U.S., Union Pacific, has warned the stoppage could have devastating consequences. Ratings agency Moody's says it could cost over $250 million a day. The Canadian and U.S. economies are highly integrated. Tens of billions of dollars worth of agricultural products were imported and exported by both countries last year. Lots of U.S. companies and producers use Canadian ports, especially in the Midwest. So groups representing farmers and miners say they're worried about the potential for crippling supply chain delays, higher costs, and potential shutdowns. Truckers say they
Give
can
them
absorb
what they
some of the
want.
extra demand.
They're calling for better scheduling, pay, higher pay. Sounds like some bad stuff. Maybe you should give them what they want.
But not all of it. They can't replace rail distribution. And there's some cargo that simply can't move by truck,
That's
like
right.
bulk shipments of potash or coal.
That's right. It's almost like it's essential, right? And if it doesn't get from A to B, if the stuff that needs the rail doesn't move on the rail, the whole country or countries in this case, grind to a halt. So maybe the people who operate such an important part of our economy should be paid like it is such an important part of our economy. I don't know. It's just like a thought. It's just a thought, man. Throwing it out there. Let's now go to Germany. Oh my God. Holy shit. Right off the fucking bat. Holy. German pro-Palestine activists allege targeting by police. Let's check it out. Oh, let me read this for you. Sorry. German police are facing new accusations of using violence against protesters. Oh! Are you fucking joking me, man? Are you fucking kidding me right now? That reminds me of the time. You guys remember a time summer of 2020? It reminds me of a time in summer of 2020 when that old white guy got shoved by that police line and he fell and hit his fucking head and bled out and died. It's startlingly similar to that. Maybe the person isn't as old and maybe as like fragile or whatever, but the treatment by the police looks awfully similar. Oh my God, see? Police crack down on recent protests with rough tactics. Dude, going for the kidneys and shit. That activists say have become far too common.
The police brutality at pro-Palestine protests in Germany is very extreme. It targets not only vulnerable groups, meaning youth from Gaza that survived or fled the genocide, but it targets anyone who stands in solidarity with the Palestinian plight. We see the police kicking protesters, suffocating protesters, and they make really no difference between whether this is a minor, a child, women, pregnant women.
Oh my God. Berlin police told Al Jazeera this officer is being investigated after chasing and shoving a woman from behind. Demonstrators say they have become used to this heavy-handedness. I mean, yeah, first time dealing with the police. I mean, Germany is no fucking stranger to like protests and clashes between protesters and police. Like there's like a much more like rich recent history of that kind of thing in Germany in comparison to a place like where I'm at in the United States. You know what I mean? Like first time or question why their cause seems to be singled out. Well, I think the answer to that question is pretty obvious.
A very, very interesting parallel that I want to talk about is last week, another huge protest happened in another city in Germany with a humongous amount of Nazis.
Yeah, it's all right. German cops never going to escape the Nazi allegations. I mean, speaking of the fucking devil, dude.
And they have not faced this police brutality as a pro-Palestine protesters. And these are people that are actually actively fighting the constitution of Germany. So you see the double standard.
Yeah, like this kind of imagery is illegal in Germany. This is SS imagery. Like this is the skull off the patch of the SS. The Nazi Germany. Like that's actually illegal. I'm pretty sure to be to be rocking. Prime Minister of Genocide. Police frequently accuse pro-Palestinian activists of hate speech and violence, but protesters say such accusations are cover for silencing their voices.
Literally anyone who speaks up in solidarity with Palestine here in Germany, it feels like is being labeled as either an anti-Semite or a terrorist glorifier.
They also point to how rules are quickly changed, making it hard to comply.
You need to adhere to certain rules that other protests don't really have to. Certain symbols are being banned, certain chants are being banned.
In June, the German government approved changes to citizenship laws, requiring applicants to acknowledge the state of Israel's right to exist. Critics say, taken together, these actions have shrunk the space for dissent. Fucking insane, dude. Fucking insane. All right. Now, this story here. We talked about it briefly at the beginning of stream. About like what kind of world, like what kind of shit world do we live in, where the Emmys have to justify their nominating of Bisson, who is objectively doing really fucking good work in Gaza, who is not only doing really good work that is very personal and really does a good job at humanizing the Palestinian experience. But like she is one of the last journalists in Gaza. Gaza has been the most bloodiest. This has been the most bloodiest conflict for journalists in modern history. No other conflict comes close to this one when it comes to how many journalists have died. So like somebody pumping out this much work, this quality of work, while also themselves being a victim and facing genocide, constant bombing, constant death on top of all that, like, yeah, I think like a nomination for an Emmy is fine, right? Like is fine and should not be, you should not have to justify it. But also at the same time, like it sucks that I'm even like, that we're even having this conversation because Palestinians can't fucking eat Emmys. They can't fucking eat Emmys. You know, the Emmy is only as good in this context as it is effective at like getting people to now at this point pressure the United States to pressure Israel to use the one piece of leverage that exists over Israel to stop the fucking madness, to stop the fucking siege, to conduct a ceasefire. Well, let's get into it. The group behind the Emmy Awards has defended its nomination.
Around me.
Of this Palestinian journalist, Bisan Auda, after the pro-Israeli nonprofit Creative Community for Peace asked them to rescind it. So much for like the Creative Community for Peace. It's like such a deceiving name. You know what I mean? It's disgusting, really. 25-year-old Auda, who is an AJ Plus contributor, was nominated for a documentary in the Outstanding Hard News feature story category.
Hey everyone, this is Wissam from Gaza. I'm still alive.
The group alleges Auda was affiliated with the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, which is a secular group, is a secular group, and everybody. You should be happy that it is the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. Okay? That is a leftist organization that is secular. Right? Like, wouldn't this be more ideal to you than Hamas? Wouldn't that be more ideal to you than Hamas? It should be. It fucking should be. Yeah, there's pictures of them like reading Mao. There's old pictures, like the red bandana is the PFLP. They are socialists. So it's like, oh, they're associated with a more secular version of a resistance group. One, they have the right to resistance. So you should be happy that it's this one and not Hamas. It's like, it's so fucking stupid. You just hate them because they're Palestinian and that they are getting information out to the world that you don't want out to the world. It doesn't suit your political agenda for that information to be readily available to people across the fucking planet. The PFLP, like, fuck you, dude. Which has been designated a terrorist organization by several Western countries. The Academy says it has not found any evidence that Auda is affiliated with the PFLP. I don't care. You could find a video of her rocking a bandana. You know what I'm saying? Like, I do not care. I do not care. It is very easy to have the perspective and this perspective and to say that resistance is justified while also saying that crimes against humanity, no matter who does it, is condemnable. But also understanding that resistance is justified and they have a right to resistance and they have a right to defend themselves. I wouldn't give a shit if you could prove to me without a shadow of a doubt that she was affiliated with the PFLP, a leftist organization that is secular and essentially Hamas. We know the story of how Hamas was propped up by Israel. We know the story of the PA. We know how, like, what happened with the PFLP. We know what happened with everybody. Like, it's so fucking frustrating. But they expect you not to know. They expect you to just assume that it's a bunch of brown people, Arab people wearing fucking, head coverings and shit, covering their faces, and that's scary. They look like terrorists. Al Jazeera said the claims were baseless, an attempt to silence Bassan. Like I said, it shouldn't matter either way. Even if she was affiliated with the PFLP, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Even if she was sanctioned by the civil wing of Hamas to be doing journalism, which she isn't. Even if she was, though, doing it under like the Hamas Hamas journalism fucking ministry or some shit. I'm literally making this up right now. Even if it was, that doesn't take away from the fact that the product, that the journalism itself stands on its own and is objectively good and useful and important for the world to see. Like, I don't care. Did she do a good job doing journalism? Yes. Then what the fuck are we talking about? Objectively, her work is important because, like I said, there are very few journalists left in Gaza. There's the highest number of journalists have been killed in Gaza than any other modern conflict. Her work is objectively important, so fuck you. Like, fuck you. And present a real threat to her safety on the ground.
They bombed the door of the hospital. They bombed. I've been there before 2 minutes.
Auda's documentary follows her journey as she is forced to leave her home
Hi, everyone.
in Gaza City and is displaced numerous times amid Israel's war on Gaza.
As we're living in the garden of the hospital now, making our tent here, these are our shelves. We use the trees to hang our stuff.
The Committee to Protect Journalists said it has repeatedly warned against the dangers of smearing journalists as terrorists without credible evidence. More than 160 journalists from, including 3 from Al Jazeera, have been killed. Jesus. By Israeli forces in the last 11 months. Fucking infuriating. Just completely infuriating. Moving on. Reminder, ! watching in the chat for a link to this playlist. But moving on, we're going to look at Brandon, quote unquote, pressing Netanyahu on the need for a Gaza truce deal. And then we're going to look at the UN envoy, or the US envoy at the UN, or to the UN, I guess, technically, talk about how a Gaza ceasefire deal is now in sight. Okay, and then we're going to look at updates on the ground. Banks across Gaza halt operations, worsening cash crisis for Palestinians. Occupied West Bank, 3 Palestinians killed in Israeli strike on Tulkarem camp. And then we'll go from there to all of the protests outside of the DNC, outside and inside of the DNC. Let's go. Let's continue.
Protests
Hello?
for a Gaza ceasefire and ending funding to Israel grew larger outside the Democratic National Convention on Wednesday. An uncommitted Iowa delegate, Newman Abuisa, was in amongst the pro-Palestinian protesters and says ending fighting in the Middle East should be a top priority for the Democrats.
I'm glad our candidate Kamala Harris boycotted the meeting of Benjamin Netanyahu for Congress. I'm glad that she had a press conference and talked about the Palestinian suffering. That is great. Those are great steps. But in the next few weeks, we need a ceasefire in the Middle East. We need a ceasefire to stop the killing of the children.
I mean, unfortunately, this was 22 hours ago that this video was posted. So, like, we have updates, that have happened since 22 hours ago that, are probably weighing heavy on people like this's shoulders and on mine and many of you in the chat, I'm sure.
And that will get my vote.
Facing growing pressure at home, Biden has made getting a ceasefire deal in Gaza a major priority. A senior U.S. official on Friday said a deal was within reach, but a final agreement has been agonizingly elusive. In a phone call Wednesday, Biden stressed to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu the urgent need to conclude a Gaza ceasefire for hostages deal. Biden also reportedly said talks in the coming days in...
Anybody who's being honest with themselves and with you would know that urging is not how this works. Urging Netanyahu to make a certain decision is not how that goes down, right? Like, look at this from Netanyahu's perspective and how much he's been given, despite like spitting in the face of multiple like U.S. presidents multiple times. Like, if you're being honest, which, like, here's the thing. People like Joe Brandon, people like Kamala Harris, all of these people that in all the powers that be, the people in positions of power to do something around the subject we're talking about. Each one of them realizes that the one point of leverage that exists to force the state of Israel to do what you say is part of your foreign policy, the one piece of leverage that exists is the defense funding and the weapons transfers. So, like, basically, anybody who talks to you about how Biden is urging, Netanyahu to come together with, and get a truce deal going. Biden himself knows that what he's saying is garbage, is bullshit. He knows those phone calls are just so that he can tell the press about the phone calls later on, and that they don't actually do anything, and that multiple American administrations have been walked all over by Netanyahu and the state of Israel generally. It's just like, it's so fucking dishonest. Urging is not where we're at. Urging has not gotten you anything, and it will not get you anything in the future. You have to sack up and show your proxy state, your proxy, who's the proxy. You know what I mean? And who's the hegemonic power? You have to force them to align their policy with yours, like you do to many other states. What has historically been done many, many, many times in other contexts and in other parts of the world. Exactly, anarchist tech support. Yeah.
Cairo between negotiators were crucial.
Yeah, cuck to your own proxy is crazy.
Obstacles. This came after State Secretary Antony Blinken ended his trip to the Middle East on Tuesday without an agreement between Israel and Hamas militants. In talks to halt fighting in the 10-month-old war, Hamas wants a complete Israeli withdrawal from Gaza.
Which has, like, that's not new. And Reuters and anybody else framing it like that's this new demand that came out of nowhere. Like, what the fuck? I can't believe Hamas is demanding all of that. That was a non-starter from the very beginning. From the very moment that ceasefire talks began. Right? That the IDF needs to leave Gaza. This bridge proposal that Tony Blinken is offering the press is literally just a fucking, a gun to your head that says compromise. It's not a bridge. You didn't build a bridge between two entities. You put a gun to one of the entities' head and you said compromise with the other one. That's what you did. That's what you did. It was a non-starter from the beginning. It always has been. That hasn't changed. And now even the media is framing it like they're demanding that the IDF leave Gaza completely. That was the fucking demand from the very beginning. And think about it from a different perspective too. Like, how is that not just setting up, allowing the IDF and allowing Israel to remain have IDF forces remain behind in Gaza, and to also, like, as part of that deal, split the north and south in two with a road and a checkpoint, so that anybody traveling from North Gaza to South Gaza or South Gaza to North Gaza needs to go through a checkpoint. They want to West Bankify Gaza. On all angles, this is just like horrible, and the whole world should be yelling at screaming at fucking Israel for continuously fucking getting in the way of these ceasefire talks and doing everything possible to fuck them up. Almost like it's all a part of the plan. Like, that's what was the idea the whole time. They want a wider war. They want a wider war, and they're just edging it. They're just slowly getting everything that they want. It's just maybe on a more delayed timeline than they would, prefer.
Israel wants to retain control.
And that goes for everything that's happening in the West Bank. That goes for them West Bankifying Gaza. That goes for stoking tensions with Hezbollah and Iran. All of that. They are getting exactly what they want. They're just not as quickly as they would have preferred. It took Reagan 20 minutes, and Reagan, of all people, 20 minutes to end the siege of Beirut after Ariel Sharon ordered a carpet bombing that killed 300 people. Exactly. 20 minutes. And Reagan is somebody that both parties, disgustingly so, look up to and deify. Talk about like they were like a god,
Called Philadelphia Corridor, where it uncovered several weapon smuggling tunnels after capturing it in late May. A White House statement said Biden and Netanyahu discussed U.S. efforts to support Israel against all threats from Iran, including its proxy terrorist groups Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. Iran has vowed retaliation over the killing of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran, which it blames on Israel. Israel hasn't confirmed.
Who was the lead negotiator? Israel is telling you that they never gave a shit about the negotiations. They over and over again. They're killing the people they're negotiating with. Violating ceasefire agreements that existed previously. Doing everything in their power to sabotage the negotiations. And while still continuing its onslaught in Gaza, which is providing cover for radical right-wing settlers in the West Bank to expand their illegal settlements. Oh, it's just, dude.
Nor denied it was behind the killing.
I feel like I've been dude, even beyond October 7th, regulars in this stream know that we've been talking about this for so like we've been talking about Israel and Gaza for so long, even before, like way before October 7th, and just like it feels like I'm just yelling and screaming the same things over and over and over again, and like somehow the same thing happening over and over again doesn't get me, like I don't get any less pissed. Every day there's like new horrors beyond, new man-made horrors beyond my comprehension to try to like make sense of. There's new fucking terrible fucking depths that we've reached as humankind. Just always something new, man. Let's continue.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The U.S. envoy to the United Nations tells members a Gaza ceasefire deal is now, quote, in sight.
President, I also want to thank the briefers. Colleagues, Secretary Blinken just concluded.
Okay, well, this is confusing. And urges the body to pressure Hamas into accepting the bridging proposal. So, like I said, the bridge in this bridging proposal is a compromise that is being forced onto one side of the agreement. The bridge is a compromise for one of the parties. Right? I'll give you a guess. The party that doesn't have to compromise is not Israel. Or the other way around, whatever.
His 9th visit to the region since Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th and unleashed a war that has caused so much suffering and devastation. The Secretary reaffirmed the United States' ironclad support for Israel's security, but he also aimed to advance discussions on a comprehensive ceasefire and hostage release deal that now is in sight. Israel has accepted the bridging proposal. Now,
remember when they said that Israel had accepted multiple proposals before, and those proposals actually included all of the things, the main things that Hamas wanted, including the IDF leaving in a phased approach, completely leaving Gaza and not splitting up South and North Gaza with a checkpoint? Like, Hamas accepted previous deals that you, or maybe not specifically the U.S. envoy to the UN, but Tony Blinken, Matt Miller, fucking everybody at the State Department has told you multiple fucking times, like, that Israel agreed to those proposals. But then Bibi Netanyahu would go on TV, on Israeli TV, and quickly announce that, like, that's not true every time. But
Hamas must do the same.
Like, Hamas must sacrifice some of the main points that were always non-starters, you know what I mean? Or if you take them off, you know what I mean? Since the beginning.
We must speak with one voice, and we must use our leverage to press
the leverage. They want to use
Hamas to.
We're going to use our leverage to press Hamas into accepting this deal, not our leverage to pressure Israel into accepting this deal. The rogue state of Israel that is single-handedly sending the Middle East, North Africa region spiraling out of control, single-handedly. Suddenly, the United States knows a little something about using leverage. Right? Remember how Netanyahu said he doesn't want a ceasefire? And exactly, that's what I said. Yeah. And it's in his best interest to continue this genocide while America feeds his fat fucking ass. Yeah. Because it stops once he goes to jail. Or once it stops, he's going to jail. Her tweeting "stop the war" like her veto doesn't cause the war is insane.
Accept the bridging proposal, which includes massive and immediate benefits for the Palestinians in Gaza and incorporates a number of Hamas's earlier demands.
A number of them. but not all of them. Not some of the main ones that were present on agreements that you said were agreed to by Israel and were definitely agreed to by Hamas. Because we saw those press conferences, we saw those announcements, but we also saw the State Department saying that Israel accepted those agreements while they, Bibi Netanyahu and members of the Israeli government, went on TV saying the exact opposite. Meanwhile, banks across Gaza halt operations, worsening cash crisis for Palestinians. We suffer greatly until we get our salary. Fuck, this is hard to read. We go to a money exchange shop or a store or a supermarket. So we can get the money, then it deducts a percentage, and at the same time, the money is damaged. Because of that, we had a problem with the taxi driver and also a problem with the vegetable seller. Damaged? Basically, the money is not available. It is all damaged. Is that like I don't know if it's like a translation thing, but like it's not good anymore, but like damaged. The maximum that we can withdraw is 2,000 shekels. 2,000 shekels in light of the war is not worth anything. It is worth 2 shekels, not 20 shekels. Anything you want to buy for your children, like sugar, has reached the price of 70 shekels per kilo. Even if the price is less, it makes no difference. It is difficult to get 2,000 shekels and you can spend it easily within half an hour.
3 Palestinians have been killed during an Israeli raid.
Occupied West Bank. 3 Palestinians killed in Israeli strike on Tulkarem camp.
Occupied West Bank. Israeli military vehicles blocked roads in and out of the Tulkarem refugee camp. Hamas's military wing, the Qassam Brigades, posted video showing its fighters firing at Israeli troops. Dozens of buildings were destroyed during the 8-hour incursion. At least 1 Israeli soldier was injured. Nida Ibrahim is in Tulkarem with more on the raid.
Another day in the occupied West Bank, another Israeli raid, this time to the Tulkarem refugee camp that has seen a lot of destruction to the homes, but also to the infrastructure. We've been speaking to people who say that the Israeli soldiers set homes on fire on purpose, and we were talking to them as they were trying to put off the fire. Also, another Israeli airstrike that left 3...
You see that? Like, I thought it was a building. But that's one of those bulldozers. Like, that puts Killdozer to fucking shame. Makes Killdozer look like a pussy bitch, you know?
Palestinians dead. We are talking about an increase in the use of Israeli aerial hits against Palestinian targets.
Those are for homeless tents? No, these are for people with homes. These are for destroying people's homes. These are the same types of bulldozers that ran over what was the American activist's name? Sarah something. Like these are the bulldozers that kill people. These are the bulldozers that like when there's a dead body on the ground, all they do is dip the shovel into the earth a few feet ahead of the corpse and then drive forward, and then it makes an instant grave. It's a quick and easy way to bury a body, or a quick and easy way to bury multiple bodies. You just line them up and you just go drrrr. Rachel Corey, thank you. Like these are the things. These are like little fortresses. They have like barbed wire on them and like fencing and everything, so you can't like climb up on them and like whatever. Those are used to demolish people's homes in the West Bank. Like these are unironically, that thing is the tool of ethnic cleansing. And let me show you, like, doing one-handed. Like, these things are huge. Like, next to a person. They're like giant, they're behemoths. They're like fortresses. Yeah, I mean, look at these fucking IDF fucking soldiers in the shovel of the D9 bulldozer. Look how big it is. Like the shovel itself is bigger than a person. Didn't they make sure it's about Rachel Corrie comparing her to? Yes, they had pancake parties. Yes. They celebrated with pancakes. Yes. Caterpillar D8 and D9 made right here in the beautiful United States of America. That's right, James DM.
Figures speak about 50 Israeli aerial targets and aerial hits against Palestinians that left 130 dead. But since August, as of August, we can report that on average, 1 Palestinian is killed per day due to these Israeli airstrikes. And we've been hearing the Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant saying that he is green lighting the use of aerial strikes against Palestinian targets to combat the Palestinians' use of IEDs, which are the improvised explosive devices that are often thrown at these Israeli
war criminal
when they raid Palestinian villages and homes and refugee camps.
Piece of shit.
Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera, the occupied West Bank, Palestine.
Make sure to subscribe.
One day you'll see the inside of I have to believe that, one day there will be a time where we look back on this time, you know what I mean? And when history doesn't look kindly on this moment, I have to believe that. And I have to believe that these motherfuckers will fucking see the fucking Hague.
To our channel.
Yes, Nuremberg 2.0. Let's continue. How are we doing on time? We have 13 minutes until the ads run, chat. Let's now get into
right now,
you guessed it. Let's ease our way into the DNC, but first we're going to talk about the protests on the outside of the DNC and the inside of the DNC before we go over to like specific DNC stuff to end out our politics segment of the stream. We'll start off with this from CBS Chicago. On last night of DNC, protesters disappointed no Palestinian Americans have taken stage. So we're going to talk about this, and we're going to talk about the uncommitted sit-in. We covered it last night, but we're going to talk about where what happened with that and where we're at now.
Protesters are gathering to make their voices heard on the final day of the DNC.
Our Charlie DeMar is live in Union Park, where demonstrators plan to start marching in about a half an hour. Charlie?
And Joe and Erica, day 4 of protests here at Union Park. This, of course, really has been the center for organized protest throughout the entire Democratic National Convention. The DNC is holding a rally now, which is expected to begin marching from Union Park within just about the next hour. Now, this is the same group that held a large rally on Monday. It's actually made up of about 200 different groups. They've held countless gatherings and protests since the war began in Gaza. And while we have seen a few agitators in the crowd, this really has been a peaceful gathering with speeches and music. And along with
I didn't make any really comments on this because I wasn't there and I can't really speak to the specifics, but what I have seen of protesters and like even organizers and stuff like that pointing out other protesters to the police, that's like no more of that. Don't do that. Don't do that. If you don't like the form of protest someone's partaking in, don't partake in it. Don't partake in it. You continue to do what you think is the more effective way. Whatever you think you would like to do, whatever you have the whatever you would be more effective at doing, or you have the access to, and the ability to do, you go ahead and do it. But if somebody else is partaking in a different form of protest than you that you don't approve of, you walk the other way. You walk the other way. You definitely don't point them out to police. Huh? What? You walk the other way. Go to a different part of the protest. Don't partake. Nobody is forcing you to do anything. You mind your business. You mind your business. What? You mind your business.
Halting U.S. aid to Israel, supporters who we spoke to say they are disappointed that a Palestinian speaker hasn't taken the stage during the DNC.
I think they're losing the election, honestly, right now by not bringing any Palestinian Americans on stage. If they stop funding Israel and working tirelessly to end to bring about a ceasefire, they could do it.
They also need to let a Palestinian American speak, or anyone from that point of view.
There may be new people in here. There may be some people maybe who haven't been around protesting, or maybe new to it, or whatever, and that's okay. But what is an important thing for activism, okay, is a diversity of tactics. You're going to start hearing those words a lot if you start getting into leftism and activism, things like this. You're going to start hearing the terms diversity of tactics. When you see somebody who is organizing in a fashion that you don't think is efficient, or you could even think it's harmful, what do? Completely aside, somebody attacking, shoot. I don't know. There's obvious ideas of somebody just fucking whipped out a gun and started fucking, that. Okay, no fucking shit. There should be I shouldn't have to explain to adults, because we all should be adults. This is an 18+ stream. What is obviously not okay. But what we're talking about, specific forms of protest, which is meant to be disruptive. Protest is meant to be disruptive. If you don't like somebody else's form of protest or somebody else's way of organizing, you out-organize. You do the organization, you do the organizing, you do the activism that you think would have been better. If it's more effective, do it. Do it. Do it. That's it. Before you have a criticism of somebody else's activism, and you know what I mean? I sure hope you have your own version of activism. You know what I mean? I sure hope you have your own set of things that you are doing, you know what I mean, that you think are efficient to push forward your cause, or whatever is most important to you, whatever you have the access to do, whatever you have the ability physically, economically, whatever to do. Everybody has a different range of things that they have the ability to do. Some people arrestability is something to consider, even though I would also say that nobody has to be arrested, and you should never protest in a way that allows yourself to be arrested. But depending on your resources, depending on your set amount, the privileges you've been given, you may have the ability. You may have more of an arrestability than somebody else. So maybe you can be at the front of an action, and you are willing to be at the very front of a group of a line of people like that. You know what I mean? Let's say you're stronger than other people. You're whatever. Everybody has a certain thing that they're probably better at doing. They have have more knowledge of. They have more access to. And even what they're willing to do. You know what I mean? That's okay. That's okay. Protest is disruptive. The Democrats, liberals lift up the aesthetics and the memory of the 1968 protests at the DNC in Chicago. They'll lift it up and they'll talk about Abby Hoffman. They'll talk about, they made movies about it. But when it comes down to actually doing what they did in 1968. Like, you can't just like suddenly decide that I don't like this form of protest. This form of protest is not good. Like I said, Noob Slayer, context is key. Context is key. What do you have the ability to do? Like, your physical setting. Like, there's so many. Like, you can't apply a blanket statement to all forms of protest that you might view as escalatory, as saying like, as a blanket statement saying that all of these types of protests are provoking cops, because you don't know like the specific context. Like, what is the physical area that the protest is happening in? Like, are there like, you know, how many people are here? How many cops are there? Like, there are so many factors. Like, even the political. What is the cause? What is the cause? What is the goal of the specific protest? All of these things change depending on the protest, depending on all of these factors. So it's like there could be a protest that, for example, blocks like shipments from going to and from a Raytheon fucking factory or like a, you know, center. I don't know, whatever the fuck, like a location. You know what I mean? Like, doing that and then defying the police's orders to leave and stop blocking, you know, shipments to and from a weapons manufacturer, you know, that might be considered provoking the police. Would you not say? Would you not say that that's provoking the police? I would still say that that is justified and should be done. You know, so it's like, it depends. Like, it depends. So like, making a blanket statement is not helpful. But which is why I think it's easier and better to err on the side of what I said earlier. If you have a better idea of how a protest or how some sort of activism or some sort of organizing should be done, then you should do it. Especially if, you know, you should do it. And I hope that you are doing your own form of protest before you have things to say about other people's forms of protest, is what I'm saying.
I mean, it only emphasizes more that the Democrats only allow Israel's point of view, and Palestinians are not going to be heard.
And again, what you're looking at now is this rally here at Union Park. We do expect a march to kick off within about the next hour, where there is a large Chicago Police Department presence, as there has been throughout the week. They've been doing those rolling street closures with bike cops to keep these protesters safe. This also is what appears to be the smallest number of protesters throughout the week, but we will keep an eye on it and bring much more throughout the evening. We are live from Union Park. Charlie DeMar, CBS News Chicago. Joe and Erica.
Thank you, Charlie.
And on top of that, how we're doing on time, we have 2 minutes and 30 seconds until the ads run. Chicago PD arrests protesters at Israeli consulate. 16 activists from UK's Palestine Action are in prison. In Chicago, night 2. Oh, this is from night 2 that they got arrested, I guess. Night 2 of the Democratic National Convention centered around. Oh, wait, no. This is just separate. Okay, this is confusing. This is formatted weird. Whatever. Formatted weird. Yeah, more arrests today. Let's see. Let's now look at the backlash. Should we look at that now? Boo 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 boo. The backlash and the uncommitted sit-in, everything that happened with the uncommitted sit-in and essentially Palestinian Americans, 300 Democratic delegates, and 800,000 uncommitted voters. Basically spitting in all of their faces and not allowing a Palestinian American Democrat to speak on the stage, even for just 2 minutes, to highlight the the suffering and need for aid in Gaza and for a ceasefire. Weren't even allowed to have an approved ahead of time approved and vetted message, a short one. But a cop got a message. Cop got up there and spoke. Billionaires got up there and spoke. Republicans, sitting Republican politicians were allowed to speak. That's messaging. Even if they don't use their words to say it, allowing a Republican to speak and not a Democrat to speak is pretty crazy for the Democratic National Convention. Okay, like, DNC faces backlash after organizers deny request for Palestinian speaker. The Democratic National Convention is facing backlash over organizers' decision late Wednesday not to welcome a single Palestinian voice to the convention stage. In less than 24 hours since the decision was made public, more than a dozen elected officials, at least one family member of Israeli hostages, and even Mark Ruffalo expressed disappointment and called on the party to reconsider. I have no idea how this process came, but what I do know is that this is an unforced error. It was stupid. Undo it. Arab American Institute President James Zogby said at a press conference on Thursday morning. You will win votes and lose none. This is the key thing, which is why it is such a politically stupid fucking choice. This speech was a politically fucking idiotic. Not being more forceful about a ceasefire and allowing, and at the very least, allowing a Palestinian American Democrat to speak for 2 minutes and say a vetted fucking pre-approved message. You can only win more votes by tailoring policy to the 800,000 uncommitted voters that we know of, right? Because that's just the people who were able to vote uncommitted or undecided or whatever was available to them in their state. 800,000 people. And on top of that, 300 delegates. Do you remember in 2016 how Hillary won the popular vote but lost the electoral vote? Why don't you want to win this election? Why don't you want to? Like I've said a million fucking times on stream of every fucking day this past 2 weeks. If you want to win this election, you can't just win the election. You can't just slide by barely making it. You can't allow that. It needs to be one-handedly. The election needs to be swept. And there's a very easy way that you can do that. There's a very easy way that you can build and use the momentum that you had. The hype that was generated, genuine hype, genuine excitement that was generated. You could ride that all the way into the fucking White House, but you chose to spit in literally millions of people's faces. 70% of the Democratic Party wants a fucking ceasefire. 800,000 uncommitted votes in the primary. 300 delegates, uncommitted delegates that you will no longer be getting. And make no mistake, those delegates aren't going to Donald Trump. They're just not going to you or anyone. And you fucked that up. You fucked that up. That's a political choice that you made. A bad strategic choice. Even if you don't give a shit about Palestinians. Even if you don't care at all. It's a bad political move. It was a good political move to cave to public pressure on Joe Brandon dropping out. It was a good political move to cave to public pressure on Tim Walz getting the VP spot and not a fucking goofy ass Republicrat or fucking neoliberal. You are so popular right now because of the progressive attention that you got and the hype that was created by the progressives in this country. You could have rode that momentum, and you made the political choice to spit in all of their faces. You could have won votes and lost none by tailoring your fucking policy and your speech and your messaging to the progressives who got you here, who gave you the hype that you rode to this position. Tim Walz is polling higher than Kamala Harris and Barack Obama for a reason. And even then, Tim Walz is not perfect and needs pressuring too. But look at what we got. You got the best view, the best hint as to what a Harris presidency is going to look like, how a Harris administration will govern. This speech. The uncommitted delegation, which represents the hundreds of thousands of Americans who voted uncommitted during the presidential primaries in protest of U.S. support for Israel's war on Gaza, learned of the decision just as Wednesday's primetime speakers, including Oprah Winfrey, former President Bill fucking Clinton, and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, took to the DNC stage. DNC organizers didn't publicly explain their decision. They did not respond to a request for comment. It's also worth noting that even Nancy Pelosi has made calls for an arms embargo. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. How can you let Nancy Pelosi outflank you to the left? That's bonkers. What world do we live in? What is this? What the fuck? DNC organizers didn't publicly... I already read that. Some within the delegation told Zateo they felt the party strung Americans and party members concerned with Israel's genocidal war on Gaza along. I said this earlier. You got bait and switched. You got baited with what seemed like good political instinct. Well, I could still say that it was good political instinct, actually. To cave to public pressure and the progressive calls for Joe Biden to step the fuck down and not seek re-election. Right? The progressive calls for Tim Walz to be chosen and not for anybody else. Not Mark Kelly, not Josh Shapiro, not Andy Bashir. All of the hype generated is because of the nods towards the progressives that have happened in the past few weeks. And you're fucking that up. But you got bait and switched. You had the carrot at the end of the stick was, Tim Walz and Joe Biden stepping down, and then a peek at some progressive economic policy. We took it. We took the bait, and then you know what I mean? They revealed their neocon fucking policy, their chauvinistic fucking war-mongering policy. If that was the case, the response has been anything but, or I didn't read the rest of the sentence. Perhaps delaying the decision until the last moment, counting on a muted response. If that was the case, the response has been anything but. To protest the decision, uncommitted delegates and their supporters began an impromptu sit-in outside the United Center, where Minnesota Governor Tim Walz prepared to accept the Democratic vice presidential nomination. Our governor is about to say folksy things as the vice presidential candidate, calling people weird, Dan Engelhardt, an uncommitted delegate from Minnesota, told the crowd on Wednesday. And it's weird to say ceasefire and keep sending the fire. That's a good point. Yeah, it is. That is. Yeah, like that is it is kind of weird. That is weird to, on one hand, be like, yeah, I want a ceasefire and we're doing everything we can. You know what I mean? Working tirelessly, as some people said, for a ceasefire, but also simultaneously still sending the things that make fire. Right? I'm embarrassed. How am I gonna go knock on doors and say, vote for this ticket? He asked, when we talk about saving democracy, what the hell democracy do we have when it's funding genocide and arming genocide, and everyone wants to feel good and have a goddamn party when we're killing people? Representatives Ilhan Omar of Minnesota and Summer Lee of Pennsylvania physically joined the protest for some time late Wednesday, while Pramila Jayapal of Washington dropped by Thursday. Representative Ayanna Pressley of Massachusetts sent a text message to the demonstrators sharing love, strength, and solidarity, and assuring them that she would be pushing on the inside. Representatives Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez of New York, Cori Bush of Missouri, Rashida Tlaib of Michigan joined at different moments via FaceTime. Every corner of my district, you will find a family that has been impacted by the genocide that is happening, by the fact that our country continues to fund and send bombs to kill their family members, their loved ones, Tlaib said on Thursday morning. She invoked the mother of Emmett Till, an African-American boy who was abducted and lynched in 1955, who insisted her son's casket be open as she wanted the world to see what they did to my baby. Tlaib said that with not even the ability for a Palestinian to speak, let alone for actual policy change, Kamala Harris is looking away. It's powerful. Meanwhile, Representatives Ro Khanna of California, Maxwell Frost of Florida, Greg Casar of Texas, and Jesus Garcia of Illinois all also issued statements of support, while Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison and Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson echoed the same. Hope turns to disappointment. Uncommitted leaders had spent nearly 2 months communicating with the DNC to try to lock down a Palestinian speaker for the convention. How fucked up is that, by the way? We'll let you know. We still haven't come up with a decision. Oh, well, it's the last night. You know what I mean? So, let us know. They said they went to great lengths to accommodate the convention's organizers, including making assurances that speakers would stick to vetted speeches that came from a position of support, unity, and determination for a better future. They weren't even allowed to do a pre-approved, vetted message for 2 minutes. The Israeli-American family got 8 minutes. A police officer got like 3. Republicans, if I'm not mistaken, multiple Republicans got like 5 minutes, 4 minutes, like each. You, at the very least, if you're an honest person, must understand how, at the very least, nobody fucking trusts you anymore. Nobody believes you when you say you're gonna do things that people like and want and are calling for. Nobody believes you. Nobody believes you when you say you care about humanity. Nobody believes you. We don't believe you. You don't care about Palestinians. You don't care about Palestinian Americans. You don't care about Palestinian American Democrats. You care more about reaching conservatives from the DNC stage via Republicans, sitting members of the Republican Party, than having members of the Democrat, people who are Democratic voters. Holy shit, man. Make it make sense. It doesn't. You can't. You won't be able to because it doesn't. Oh my God, you guys. Let's look at this real quick before we go to an ad break. Ex-Biden staffer who resigned over his Gaza policy, DNC rejection of Palestinian American speaker is massively disappointing. People who resigned from the Biden administration in protest of U.S. handling of Israel's war in Gaza continued expressing dismay Thursday night, with the DNC rejecting a Palestinian American from speaking on the main stage. Lily Greenberg Call, a Jewish Biden administration appointee who quit after working in the Interior Department for just over a year, was at the sit-in earlier on Thursday with members of the uncommitted movement, calling the decision massively disappointing. It shows a disconnect between the party's leadership and its base, she told Politico. I really urge our party leadership to understand that we can't say we are the party of inclusivity and a big tent and then not allow Palestinian Americans to be in that tent. So true. While also in that tent are police, billionaires, GOP, Republicans. How come Palestinian American Democrats aren't allowed in this big tent, but Republicans are? But billionaires are? But police are? Greenberg Call, who was an Iowa caucus organizer for Harris' primary campaign, previously told Politico that she was optimistic about Harris becoming the nominee instead of Biden, believing that the former California senator would take a harder line on Israel. Raise your hand in chat at this, if you are one of those in chat that had a little bit more hope and were a little bit more excited about this election because of this exact reason. Give me like a 1 in the chat or something. Just a 1 in the chat if this somewhat resembles your situation. If you felt a little bit more optimistic. If you felt like, you know what, I might actually vote in this election. Something good might actually come out of this. You have spit in your face. You have spit in your face from the Democratic Party. You have spit in your face from Kamala Harris. You know what I mean? I had hope that there's a new opportunity to pressure this person, this new person on Israel and Gaza. But they just said straight to your face that you were a fool for thinking that. You were a fool for thinking that. And I feel like a fool. I feel like a fool. A lot of people feel like fools right now for saying anything positive. Right? Our hopes were up here, and then you you just threw them on the fucking ground and stomped all over them. We also cannot win the election against Trump without a broad coalition. How many times have I said this? We also cannot win the election against Trump without a broad coalition, which includes Palestinian Americans and voters like myself who care about them. You need those voters, even if you don't actually give a shit about Palestinians. Even from a purely strategic, politically strategic standpoint, it was a stupid move to do that. Oh, very frustrated right now, Chad. I'm sorry. Very angry. There's that for you, chat. Coming up next. You know what? Actually, I'll just finish this. I'll knock this out before the ad break instead because it's already almost 3 a.m. Goddamn. Let's knock this out. From The Guardian. Muslim Women for Harris disbands and withdraws support for candidate. Look what you did. Muslim women were activated. So much so, they were among these Muslim women who put together this organization to encourage other Muslim women to vote for Kamala Harris. They were hopeful when Joe Biden stepped down and Kamala and then Kamala Harris stepped up. They were hopeful. So hopeful that they decided that they were going to create an organization and fucking, try to get people on board. But they were let down. And this is a perfect example of what you're doing. What this policy does. What that speech did. They were so excited that they created an organization to rally Muslim women to vote for Kamala Harris, and you let them down. On the third night of the Democratic National Convention, the group Muslim Women for Harris released a statement announcing that it was disbanding in response to the Harris-Walz campaign's refusal to allow a Palestinian person to speak on the main stage. The statement was released as members of the Uncommitted National Movement, which won 30 delegates to the convention, and their supporters held a sit-in outside of the convention. Ilhan Omar joined the demonstration for some time, and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez called in to sit in via FaceTime. The sit-in came after the anti-war group was told a Palestinian person would not be allowed to speak on the main stage. Until then, whether or not such a speech would happen was up in the air. During the sit-in, Muslim Women for Harris pulled their support for the Democratic nominee. We cannot in good faith, or in good conscience, continue Muslim Women for Harris walls in light of this new information from the Uncommitted Movement that VP Harris's team declined their request to have a Palestinian American take the stage at the DNC. The group statement reads, Kamala Harris' campaign notably invited the family of Israeli hostage Hirsch Goldberg, Poland, to speak on Wednesday, which Uncommitted supported, by the way. The group called for a similar platform for a Palestinian person. Another key point to consider when trying to decipher the messaging that this actually is. You know? Uncommitted delegates urged the Democratic Party to reject a hierarchy of human value by ensuring Palestinian voices are heard on the main stage. We are learning that Israeli hostages families will be speaking from the main stage. We strongly support that decision and also strongly hope that we will also be hearing from Palestinians who have endured the largest civilian death toll since 1948. The Uncommitted statement read. During the family's speech, Goldberg Poland's father, John Poland, called for a return of the hostages and an end to the suffering of the innocent civilians in Gaza, joining other speakers like Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders, who both made reference to Israel's ongoing war in Gaza. During the course of the Democratic Convention, calls for a ceasefire have been met with raucous applause from audience members. That's been pointed out multiple times, that even during Kamala Harris's speech, that the mentions of a ceasefire got the most applause out of anything. The most applause. Still, some have said the party's nods have fallen short. The family of the Israeli hostage that was on stage tonight has shown more empathy towards Palestinian Americans and Palestinians than our candidate or the DNC has, Muslim Women for Harris' statement read. This is a terrible message to send to Democrats. Palestinians have the right to speak about Palestine. Palestinian American Democrats who want to vote for you. They want to vote for you. But you're making it impossible for them to do so. Alana Zichik, who has multiple family members who are hostages, spoke out in support of having a Palestinian American speak on the main stage. It's like, what are you afraid of? Are you afraid of being called anti-Semitic? Are you afraid of Israel getting mad at you by allowing a Palestinian up on the stage to further humanize Palestinians? Like, what are you afraid of? All of these Jewish people are down with it. And like they said, even like the Uncommitted movement said, those parents of the Israeli hostage showed more empathy towards Palestinians than the Democratic Party did. I thought it was up to politicians to campaign for someone's vote and not the other way around. My bad. Yeah. Rachel and John deserved every second on that stage. I also believe a Palestinian American voice deserves to be heard on that stage, Zaychik wrote on X. I'd love to hear from Rua for Georgia, and I hope that DNC will give her the chance to be heard. I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with who that is. Chicago, where the Democratic Convention is being held this year, has one of the largest Palestinian communities in the United States. Muslim Women for Harris, and it's like, of course it's in Chicago that has one of the largest Palestinian diasporas in the United States. Like, of course. Muslim Women for Harris did not immediately respond to a request for comment. so there's that from The Guardian as well. Oh my gosh. All right, coming up next, we're going to get into this coverage here from Democracy Now! Talking to Ilhan Omar. Stop sending bombs. Representative Ilhan Omar visits uncommitted sit-in and demands Israeli arms embargo. So we're going to hear like her statement in regards to the uncommitted situation. And then from there, we'll go into more specific coverage. From there, what time is it? It's 3 a.m. almost. You know what? I think we're going to skip a couple of these things. And from here, after this, we'll get it more into the DN, like more specifically DNC stuff. Yeah. And then we'll end out our politics and news stuff on that, and we'll get to comfy content. Yay. What's up, Doodleburb? How's it going? Sorry for being annoying. You guys seen that so-called Guardian news reporter going apeshit at Channel 5? No, I didn't see that. Off topic, but the AI Trump versus Biden now changed. Oh, is it really? It's Harris versus Trump? Oh, that's tight. All right, chat. The ads are about to run. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and run them now. Okay, before we get into more news and stuff. ! Watching in the chat for a link to the playlist that contains all of the videos that we have watched and will watch for the rest of the evening. I have a couple articles that we're gonna look at as well. I will share them as we go over them. But first, chat, before we continue on, we must run an ad break because it's been a bit more than an hour since our last ad break. But don't you worry, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when we run ads, we run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream, if you would like to support me, the streamer, and also in doing so, get access to really cool, really exclusive Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account, if you have one, to your Twitch account. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to, maybe consider upgrading your sub from tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 3 to get access to exclusive emotes that nobody else has access to. Or even better yet, maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat that may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way they can also enjoy the emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of the community. If you are one of those unsubbed friends, make sure to say hi in the chat, throw some emotes in the chat or something. Or if you're lurking, use the please gift me a sub redeem. That way somebody might notice you and feel generous enough to shoot you a gifty. We are currently at 17 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, please do consider supporting in some way. That way we can continue to do this full time and I can continue to pay my bills and my rent while doing so. You can also throw some bits or a dono my way, $3 dono specifically or more for a TTS message, all of which are very much appreciated and help very much. I will be back in 3 minutes, chat. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. Okay. We're back. Thanks for waiting. If you had to sit through some ads, hey, thanks for doing that. It's a good way to help out the stream, even if you don't have any money. Just throw my way in the form of a gift sub or some bits or like whatever. So I appreciate you, but we're back. And let's get back into it. Let's get back into it. Let's see. Yes. Okay, so let's go look at Democracy Now's coverage of the uncommitted sit-in when Ilhan Omar came and made a statement. Let's listen to Ilhan Omar talk about some stuff, and then we'll move on from the uncommitted, specifically that conversation, to what time is it now? Oh shit, we gotta keep it moving. We'll move on to what will be next then, because I gotta rearrange our docket for the day, our agenda for the day. Let's see. I'm gonna get rid of the pig that got to speak instead of a Palestinian. I'll leave up the cool union labor guy, John Russell. Vivek Ramaswamy clashed with protesters at Union Park, but I don't care. So we're taking that off. Take this off. Boom bang. I don't think we need to look at Tim Walz's record today. It's too late. We're gonna save this for another day. I don't know. I think we kind of have enough on Timothy. But let's do the Democracy Now piece. Talking to Representative Ilhan Omar.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
I'm Amy Goodman.
War, Peace, and the Presidency, breaking with convention.
See, even she gets it wrong, okay? So even she gets it messed up.
We're broadcasting from the studios.
What, did Vivek walk near some protesters and get scared or something? I don't know. I think he just tried to like debate lord somebody. Like he walked out there with somebody who has an American flag, you know what I mean? Basically a douchebag. He just like went out there to like debate some fucking, anti-genocide protesters. You know what I mean? He went out there to be like, actually, I like genocide. Actually, it's really cool and based that we're funding a fascist, apartheid state that is, doing a fucking genocide. Oh, Doodleburb, it is now my duty to start this beef. What? Excuse me. Beef? An owl, that's right. Oh, how to cook an owl, that's right. I'm breaking vegan for owl meat, chat, and we're learning together how to cook it. You guys ready? I can explain. It's not what it looks like. It's not what it looks like, Doodleburb. I swear to God, it's not what it looks like. I swear it's not what it looks like.
Of CAN Public Access TV here in Chicago. I'm Amy Goodman.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm gonna steam some tofu.
Welcome to our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Wait, that emote is so cute. Wait, that emote is so adorable. Oh, the blubbers. Oh, that's so cute.
Delegates from the uncommitted movement and their allies launched a sit-in protest Wednesday night after the DNC refused to let a Palestinian American take the main stage, despite allowing the parents of an American.
I am now an uncommitted tofu subber. Wait, what are you protesting? I don't know. My owl eating?
Hostage to address the convention.
My owl meat cooking?
Uncommitted delegates were selected in state Democratic primaries earlier this year to call for an end to the Biden administration's backing of Israel in its assault on Gaza. The sit-in continued throughout the night and is still ongoing at the time of this broadcast.
They decided to wrap it up, right? Because the DNC is over. So, yeah.
Among those who addressed the crowd last night at the sit-in was Ruah Rahman, a Palestinian American who is a Georgia state representative and an uncommitted delegate. She was among the list of speakers offered by the uncommitted movement that the DNC refused to allow on stage. This is some of what she had to say last night.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Rua Roman. I am a Georgia State representative. I'm an elected Democrat. I come from the swing state of Georgia. We are not here to create any divisions. As my colleagues have said over and over and over again, the only reason we are here is to ensure that Donald Trump will never make it to the White House and save the lives of the people that we love.
You have nothing to lose. You have only votes to gain. These voters are not going to Donald Trump. That's a falsehood. You have only votes to gain. You have only delegates to gain.
It's about the fact that today I watched my party say our tent can fit anti-choice Republicans, but it can't fit an elected official like me.
So this is who they were talking about in the article before, and that I wasn't familiar with. So I've seen this person, so now I know they are an elected official. They're a Democrat. And a Republican, multiple Republicans can speak, but not a member of the Democratic Party? Because of what? Not even read a pre-vetted, pre-approved message? Because why? You're not beating the fucking, it's not beating the fucking, the preferential treatment and AKA like a racist allegations. Like Islamophobic allegations. It's not beating it.
I do not understand. I do not understand why being a Palestinian has become disqualifying in this country. I don't know how much more we have to prove. All of us have decade or more long resumes working for this party because we know that this party is the only one that's ever tried to meet the promise of our country.
When somebody tells you, why don't you have this smoke for Republicans? Motherfucker. You're the same person who tells people that if you care about the thing you care about, you'll vote blue because the red guy, the orange guy in this case, won't work with you at all. Well, that's why they're here trying to appeal to the Democratic Party because of that fact. So for you to cynically wield that against people who want to want more from their representatives, who want their representatives to more accurately represent them, to cynically wield that, like, oh, why don't you have the same smoke for Republicans? Well, if you don't vote for Kamala, the Republicans going to be much worse. Motherfucker, that's why they're here trying to get on the stage to talk to Democrats, because these are Democrats. These are people who would never vote Republican ever in their lives and can be convinced to vote for the Democratic Party, but you are choosing to disregard the political advantage that would give you in this election. You are choosing to make the stupid political choice and disregard 800,000 uncommitted voters, which is the minimum, right? That's just who was able to vote uncommitted. Because we don't even know like how many of the people who sat out elections completely, would more accurately fit in to the uncommitted, demographic or voter group, whatever you would call it.
We are here to literally save the soul of our party.
Yes.
I do not understand why that is a bad thing.
They want you to get in line. They want you to sit down, shut the fuck up, and get in line. That's what the party wants. They don't want you to make the party better. They don't want you to get the party to, like I said, accurately reflect the members of its party. They want you to get in line. There's too much money to be made.
Truly and sincerely been a beautiful gesture to show This party cares about the cries of an Israeli child the same way they care about the cries of a Palestinian child.
Can you imagine what the hype would be like? You know what I mean? Like if on, because like the most applause during Kamala's speech, and even all the other speeches, like we said a little bit ago, the most applause during that speech came during the part where she talked about briefly a ceasefire, right before she got into all the fucking warmongering.
We are
think of what that moment would have been like. You know what I mean? If we were gonna like, if we had more of a promise that we were going to be harder on Israel and that we were going to force a ceasefire, that we were going to ensure a ceasefire. Even if you didn't have that messaging, at the very least, even if you continued Joe Brandon's messaging like she has up until this point, right? Or still has, it would still at least be like a polite gesture to also give a Palestinian American Democrat a voice on the stage. Just at the very least, a polite gesture. You could still keep up at least your aesthetic of giving a shit. Even if you don't give a shit, you could give somebody 2 minutes to say a pre-vetted speech. Somebody who's worked for the Democratic Party.
Not asking for too much. All we wanted was to be on that stage and show people desperate for hope there is something to hope for.
That was Georgia State Representative, uncommitted delegate Ruah Roman. Among those who came to the sit-in to express their support were Pennsylvania Congresswoman Summer Lee and Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. I caught up with Congressmember Omar at the sit-in last night. The uncommitted delegates who are here asking for a Palestinian speaker on the stage of the DNC. Do you support this?
Yes, I did put in a request for that accommodation to be made, both to the Harris campaign and to the chairman of the DNC. I am hopeful that
legend
that they will
see. This is what staying true to your principles and your values and doing what your constituents wants. This is what a successful politician looks like. This is what somebody who went up against moneyed interests multiple times and won because of policies that are popular, trust that she has with her constituents that was built up through popular policies over time. Sticking to your guns. This is what a popular, successful politician looks like.
It's not just me who made that request. There's multiple leaders within the Democratic Party who are here have also made that request.
And the delegates here who have sat down asking for this one response say they've been simply told no.
Well, that's heartbreaking to learn. That hasn't been the response. The response was to me, be patient, we'll figure out something. It's unfortunate that if they have been told no.
Do you think there's still a chance for them to change their minds?
Every phone call I've had, every conversation I've had today has been be patient with us, we'll figure something out.
Do you think Vice President Harris takes a different position than President Biden on the issue of an arms embargo, on the issue of supporting Israel's assault on Gaza?
She has certainly been more forceful in talking about how this war and its devastation is unconscionable. I do hope that tomorrow we get to hear what her policy positions will be going forward.
You spoke earlier today.
Well,
can you talk about your...
We heard. So, like, you know, this is an Ilhan Omar that didn't hear the speech. This is an Ilhan Omar, like, this is before Ilhan Omar even sat down and met with the uncommitted people during their sit-in. This is her just finding out, right? Like, she said, you heard her there, right? Let me run it back.
Is unconscionable. I do hope that tomorrow we get to hear what her policy positions will be going forward.
You heard them. You heard them. You heard them today. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. So let me not get sunlocked.
Earlier today, can you talk about your message?
My message is this is not about just winning votes. It's about living up to the words that we say about caring for our neighbors, for having a heart, for being compassionate. If that is who we are as Democrats, there is no compassion in continuing to fund this genocidal war. There is no compassion in turning our heads away from the piles of dead bodies that have been going on for the last 10 years. There is no compassion and care in simply keeping the status quo. There is compassion and care in saying we know that a ceasefire is only possible if we use every leverage that we have, and the biggest leverage that we have is to stop sending bombs.
Simple.
Thank you all.
Super simple. Very simple. Incredibly fucking simple. Okay? That simple. That simple. All right, chat. Yo, Lil John.
Lil John donated $5.
Thank you so much for the 5 bomb. I really appreciate it. What? Yeah. Thank you so much. Very, very kind. Turn down for what? Okay. All right, we're skipping a bunch of shit because it's already 3:15 a.m. in the morning time. All right, we're skipping a bunch of shit and we're going straight to the fucking shit. All right, we're going straight to that shit. All right, we've talked a lot about this fucking speech today. I don't know if I want to watch the whole speech again. One's in the chat if you've seen the speech. Two's in the chat if you haven't seen the speech. You know what? No, we're going to do it. No, I don't care. Sorry. I know you are all spamming numbers now, but I don't care. We're going to watch it. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. Sorry. I don't even remember which one was 1 or 2 anyways, so. All right, we're gonna like put it on 1.25, and then I also have, you know, if I need it, like I have the transcript, but like I could just read it to you and pretend I'm Kamala Harris. No, we won't do that. But I definitely want to get to this. Like, so you've kind of like, despite us not having heard the speech yet on this stream, you've heard my opinions about it. Like I've made my point, my ultimate take, my ultimate like general take on the speech. I've made it multiple times throughout stream. So I would like to hear 3 people's perspectives on the speech that I think are cool. Mehdi Hassan, Prem Thakur, and Kat Abu Ghazale. I'm probably butchering that, but Kat Abu, like you all probably are familiar. So yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. But let's get into it so we can fucking knock it out.
Thank you, please, thank you, please, thank you so
Thank you, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, please. Thank you, please.
Thank you. Okay, let's get to business. All right. So let me start by thanking my most incredible husband, Doug, for being an incredible partner to me, an incredible father to Cole and Ella, and happy anniversary, Dougie. I love you so very much. I love you so very much. To our President Joe Biden. When I think think about the path that we have traveled together, Joe, I am filled with gratitude. Your record is extraordinary, as history will show, and your character is inspiring. And Doug and I love you and Jill and are forever thankful to you both. And to Coach Tim Walz, you are going to be an incredible vice president. And to the delegates and everyone who has put your faith in our campaign, your support is humbling. So, America, the path that led me here in recent weeks was no doubt unexpected. But I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys. So, my mother, our mother, Kamala Harris, had one of her own. And I miss her every day, and especially right now. And I know she's looking down smiling. I know that. So my mother was 19 when she crossed the world alone, traveling from India to California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist who would cure breast cancer. When she finished school, she was supposed to return home to a traditional arranged marriage. But as fate would have it, she met my father, Donald Harris, a student from Jamaica. They fell in love and got married, and that
Gramscian Marxist and scholar, professor.
Act of self-determination made my sister Maya and me. Growing up, we moved a lot. I will always remember that big Mayflower truck packed with all our belongings, ready to go to Illinois, to Wisconsin, and wherever our parents' jobs took us. My early memories of our parents together are very joyful ones. A home filled with laughter and music, Aretha, Coltrane, and Miles. At the park, my mother would say, "Stay close." But my father would say, as he smiled, "Run, Kamala, run. Don't be afraid. Don't let anything stop you." From my earliest years, he taught me to be fearless. But the harmony between my parents did not last. When I was in elementary school, they split up. And it was mostly my mother who raised us. Before she could finally afford to buy a home, she rented a small apartment in the East Bay. In the Bay, you either live in the hills or the flatlands. We lived in the flats. A beautiful working-class neighborhood of firefighters, nurses, and construction workers, all who tended their lawns with pride. My mother, she worked long hours, and like many working parents, she leaned on a trusted circle to help raise us. Mrs. Shelton, who ran the daycare below us and became a second mother. Uncle Sherman, Aunt Mary, Uncle Freddie, Auntie Chris, none of them family by blood, and all of them family by love. Family who taught us how to make gumbo, how to play chess, and sometimes even let us win. Family
Start playing chess again on this stream.
Believed in us and told us we could be anything and do anything. They instilled in us the values they personified.
Pause. It comes, Evie.
Faith, and the importance of treating others
You get
as
more.
you
You
would
get
want
more.
to be treated, with kindness, respect, and compassion. My mother was a brilliant, 5-foot-tall, brown woman with an accent. And as the eldest child, I saw how the world would sometimes treat her. But my mother never lost her cool. She was tough, courageous, a trailblazer in the fight for women's health, and she taught Maya and me a lesson that Michelle mentioned the other night. She taught us to never complain about injustice, but do something about it. Do something about it. That was my mother. And she taught us, and she also taught us, and never do anything half-assed. And that is a direct quote. A direct quote. I I grew up immersed in the ideals of the civil rights movement. My parents had met at a civil rights gathering, and they made sure that we learned about civil rights leaders, including the lawyers like Thurgood Marshall and Constance Baker Motley, those who battled in the courtroom to make real the promise of America. So at a young age, I decided I wanted to do that work. I wanted to be a lawyer. And when it came time to choose the type of law I would pursue, I reflected on a pivotal moment in my life. You see, when I was in high school, I started to notice something about my best friend, Wanda. She was sad at school, and there were times she didn't want to go home. So one day I asked if everything was all right, and she confided in me that she was being sexually abused by her stepfather. And I immediately told her she had to come stay with us, and she did. This is one of the reasons I became a prosecutor, to protect people like Wanda, because I believe everyone has a right to safety, to dignity, and to justice. As a prosecutor, when I had a case, I charged it not in the name of the victim, but in the name of the people. For a simple reason. In our system of justice, a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us.
Like, I hate the usage of that phrase. When referring to like policing and things like it feels a little dirty. What is that?
And I
caught.
would often explain this to console survivors of crime, to remind them no one should be made to fight alone. We are all in this together. And every day in the courtroom,
Not Palestinians though. Except for Palestinians.
I stood proudly before a judge and I said 5 words. Kamala Harris.
Duru kuku kaka pipi poo poo. Oh.
And to be clear, my entire career, I've only had one client, the people. And so, on behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother
Except if you're a Palestinian.
speaks, on behalf of my mother, and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with,
Except
people
for
who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another.
Except for Palestinians.
On behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America. Our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness.
Lib coded? This not lib. There's nothing lib coded about this. This is pure, unadulterated libosity. The libosity levels are maximum. They're through the roof, dude. The libometer. The libometer broke, dude. It broke. It shattered.
Cynicism and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward. Not as members
Speaking of the libosity,
or faction.
Look at these, dude. Look at the California legends, bro.
Not
fucking 2 California fucking legends, dude. Why do all like the worst people come from California? We're such a cool state, like, and for somehow like all the worst people are Californians, like Reagan, Nixon, like, dude, me, you know.
Not as members members of any one party or faction, but as Americans. And let me say, I know there are people of various political
Arnold, okay, Arnold is technically not from California. The governor is technically not from California.
Tonight, and I want you to know, I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self, to hold sacred America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power.
Okay, yeah.
I will be a president who unites us around our highest aspirations, a president who leads and listens, who is realistic,
Unless you're Palestinian.
practical, and has common sense, and always fights for the American people.
Unless you're
From the
Palestinian.
courthouse to the White House, that has been my life's work. As a young courtroom prosecutor in Oakland, California, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks.
It's like, it's funny thinking that like your time as Attorney General was only spent like protecting like victims of like, you know, assault and shit like that. Like never did you rule on any other case. There was nothing about like minor marijuana like possessions. There was nothing about like, you know, like there was nothing else that happened like at all. We didn't rule on anything else other than like, you know, really good stuff. You know what I mean?
Dollars for middle-class families who faced foreclosure and helped pass a homeowner bill of rights, one of the first of its kind in the nation. I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges, for workers who are being cheated out of their wages, the wages they were due.
Like she's still talking about like, right? I'm pretty sure, right? She's still talking about her time as
A homeowner bill of rights, one of the first families who faced foreclosure.
as a district
and
attorney.
helped pass
Yeah.
A homeowner bill of rights.
Oh wait, no.
For middle-class families who faced
Attorney General.
$20 billion.
Okay, yeah, as Attorney General.
I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges, for workers who are being cheated out of their wages, the wages they were due, for seniors facing elder abuse. I fought against the cartels who traffic in guns and drugs and human beings, who threaten the security of our border and the safety of our communities.
Right-wing talking point.
And I will tell
Thank you so much.
these fights
Thank you so much for the right-wing talking points. Love
were
it.
not
Wow.
easy, and neither were the elections that put me in those offices. We were underestimated at practically every turn, but we never gave up, because the future is always...
Technically, you gave up in 2020, right? Like, technically, you dropped out before, right? Like, before any votes were, like, you dropped out. Or, before, no, not before any votes were cast, excuse me, but before South Carolina, I believe?
Fighting for. And that's the fight we are in right now, a fight for America's future. Fellow
Before
Americans,
Super Tuesday.
this election is not only the most important of our lives, it is one of the most...
Didn't she have that QAnon cop on who that trafficking movie was loosely based from? I don't know about like the loosely based on that movie. I know the movie you're talking about, but the Hog movie about human trafficking. But I know that he was like a part of, let's see. What was his name again? I forgot the cop's name. I don't know. Maybe when like you guys have the link on it or something. The Sound of Freedom was the movie, yeah. But he worked with like vigilantes to like combat like human trafficking. Like he took like he did shit like under the table or like under the table, like off the books, or like I don't know what the word would be for that, but like he did some like vigilante shit, and that would make sense, I guess, then if that was the premise for that movie. That would make sense, I guess. What is this? General.
I stood up for veterans and students being scammed.
General.
I stood up for veterans and students being scammed.
What is this? General.
I stood up for veterans and students being...
What are you showing me? Yo, Yarn Dragon, thank you so much for the 2 gifties. Head wobble drip. I don't know what's happening here. I don't know what this is. Yo, Yarn Dragon, thank you so much for the 2 gifties. Thank you. I really appreciate it. If you got a gifty, please make sure to thank Yarn Dragon. Very kind.
In the life of our nation. In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man. But the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. Consider not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also the gravity of what has happened since he lost the last election. Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes. When he failed, he sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol, where they assaulted law enforcement officers. When politicians in his own party begged him to call off the mob and send help, he did the opposite. He fanned the flames. And now, for an entirely different set of crimes, he was found guilty of fraud by a jury of everyday Americans and separately found liable for committing sexual abuse. And consider what he intends to do if we give him power again. Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists who assaulted those law enforcement officers at the Capitol. His explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy. His explicit intent to deploy our active duty military against our own citizens.
Journalists were arrested outside of the DNC. There were multiple journalists. There were multiple journalists arrested outside of the DNC. You guys. I mean, they probably ended up getting out and stuff, right? But like, I don't know, man. Like, kind of sounds like what you got, you know, or police state and all.
Citizens, consider the power he will have, especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution. Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrail.
Technically they said presidents, right? Like, so that means Joe Biden too, and potentially you, right? Like, also, not just, they didn't just give it to Trump, right? But it did benefit Trump, certainly.
He would use the immense powers of the presidency of the United States, not to improve your life, not to strengthen our national security, but to serve the only client he has ever had, himself.
Tim Ballard, this is the guy from the movie. So, who? Okay, hold on. The cop is Chris Swanson. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, that's him. Okay, there's other. This I was like, wait a second. He also owns record labels. Different guy. But this cop, yeah, the sheriff Chris Swanson. It's like, what? So did Chris Swanson work with Tim Ballard in? I don't know. I need more information on this. I need more information, but let's get back to the speech.
And we know what a second Trump term would look like. It's all laid out in Project 2025, written by his closest advisors, and its sum total is to pull our country back to the past. But
Operation Underground Railroad.
America, we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back to when Donald Trump tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. We are not going back to when he...
I don't want to go back to a time where, like, I don't want to go back to 2015. I don't want to go back to 2016, right? I don't want to go back either. I don't want to go back to 2016, the time where, like, you know, we had an opportunity to, you know, just shove this whole Trump thing aside, you know what I mean? And just, like, you know, laugh him into the past. Right? But, like, what did this kind of, like, policy, what did this kind of, like, worldview get us then? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to go back either.
Tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions. We are not going to let him eliminate the Department of Education that funds our public schools. We are not going to let him end programs like Head Start that provide preschool and childcare for our children. America, we are not going back. Charting a new way forward to a future with a strong and growing middle class, because we know a strong middle class has always been critical to America's success.
There's no such thing as a middle class.
That middle class will be a defining goal of
It's
my
offensive.
presidency.
It's offensive that nobody talks about the lower class. Like, we know that there is only lower class and upper class. There's only those who have capital and those who don't. Right? But, like, it's so offensive to me to, like, continue this bullshit notion of the idea of a middle class existing, that even being a thing. Because, like, whatever, like, the you know, what makes you middle class is still so far, so far away from what makes the rich rich. You know what I mean? Like, you're still so far away from that. It's not even close. Like, we're talking people out there with billions of dollars, okay? Like, a person, you know, making $80K a year, you know what I mean? And has, like, a couple kids or whatever and a car. Like, that's not even close to the next level up. So if there's a middle class, that means there's a lower class and there's an upper class. The middle class is still so suspiciously far away from what makes you that like the top rich. It's like, it's unbelievably far. I still catch myself saying middle class. And well, listen, it's like been ingrained in us. It's not like, you know, you mean anything by it. Like, in the context that you're probably using that word, you know, that word, like, I would probably understand what you're trying to say when I hear you say it. You know what I mean? So like, it's not like, it's whatever. But yeah, I think like it's unfortunately used to, like, it, I don't know if it, I don't want to say used, but like unfortunately the effect it has, the result is that like it completely clouds what I'm talking about, like the difference, you know what I mean, between a middle class person and like the top 1%. You got more in common with the homeless people they're harassing in Cali and elsewhere than these rich fucks. Remember that exactly. You are, and like I think you said this earlier, Classic Banana Milk, you are a lot closer as a middle class person to that homeless person you see walking down the street, or like walking down the you know, in between lanes, you know, at the red light or whatever. Like you are a lot closer to that than you are to making it. You know what I mean? Like much closer. Most people are only a $200 surprise bill away from that. Most Americans are only a $200 surprise bill away from exactly that.
And I'll tell you, this is personal for me. The middle class is where I come from. My mother kept a strict budget. We lived within our means, yet we
had bootstraps, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, we used them
for little. And she expected us to make the most of the opportunities that were available to us and to be grateful for them. Because as she taught us, opportunity is not available to everyone. That's why we will create what I call an opportunity economy where everyone has the chance to compete and a chance to succeed. Whether you live in a rural area, small town, or big city. And as president, I will bring together labor and workers and small business owners and entrepreneurs.
Labor and workers. And small business owners and entrepreneurs and
American companies to create jobs, to grow our economy, and to lower the cost of
this joint just fell apart.
Like healthcare and housing.
What the hell happened?
We will provide access to capital for small business owners and entrepreneurs and founders. And we will end America's housing shortage and protect Social Security and Medicare.
The specifics around the housing, like ending the housing shortage, which is a myth, by the way. There's not a shortage. It's never been an inventory problem. There's plenty of houses. There's plenty of apartments. They exist. They're just too goddamn fucking expensive. They're all owned by BlackRock. It's not just a bunch of mom and pop, you know, landlords renting out a fucking the back room. You know what I'm saying? It's not that. They have like an apartment above the garage that they rent out for a couple $100 a month. Like, no, that's not what that is. I'm talking banks, baby. I'm talking huge international fucking corporations. Like I looked into it before on stream a while back. They're like most of the housing apartments specifically in LA are owned by like two companies, and both of them are not in LA. They are in Texas and in Florida. There's like these real estate companies that just like they just buy all the fucking apartments. And they just rent it out to you, and they don't respond to your messages when you need like, you know, like plumbing done, or like, you know, you need some shit fixed in your fucking apartment, because they're in a different state. They're a business, they're a corporation, and your shit is not going to anybody. Like your email is not going to somebody. Your fax is going in the trash.
Now compare that to Donald Trump, because I think everyone here knows he doesn't actually fight for the middle class. He doesn't actually fight for the middle class. Instead, he fights for himself and his billionaire friends. And he will give them another round of tax breaks that will add up to $5 trillion to the national debt.
Who are you, a Republican? Who are you? Are like the national debt? Dude. What the fuck is happening? The national debt, strong, lethal military. Our enemies are fucking pussies and we're strong. The national debt, but also, like, we need to have the most lethal military. Like, that has no bearing on how I feel about the national debt. It's just so fucking stupid. What year is it? Are you, like I said before, neoconservatism is not a dying ideology. Like, neocons didn't go anywhere. They just go by liberal now. They're just liberals now.
And all the while, he intends to enact what in effect is a national sales tax, call it a Trump tax, that would raise prices on middle-class families by almost $4,000 a year. Well, instead of a Trump tax hike, we will pass a middle-class tax cut that will benefit more than 100 million Americans.
Tax cuts.
I believe
This sounds like a Republican. I mean, listen. Lowering taxes for poorer people who make less money is not a bad thing, but it also needs to depends on the specifics of this tax plan. Like we don't have the specifics, so it's hard for me to give a real take about it. But ultimately, let me back up. Ultimately, it just sounds like a Republican policy platform. Tax cuts, strong military, deficits. What are we doing? What's going on?
America cannot truly be prosperous unless Americans are fully able to make their own decisions about their own lives, especially on matters of heart and home. But tonight, in America, too many women are not able to make those decisions. And let's be clear about how we got here. Donald Trump handpicked members of the United States Supreme Court to take away reproductive freedom. And now he brags about
Ruth
it.
Bader
In his
Ginsburg!
words, quote, I did it and I'm proud to have done it, end quote. Well, I'll tell you, over the past 2 years, I've traveled across our country, and women have told me their stories. Husbands and fathers have shared theirs. Stories of women miscarrying in a parking lot, developing sepsis, losing the ability to ever again have children, all because doctors are afraid they may go to jail for caring for their patients. Couples just trying to grow their family, cut off in the middle of IVF treatments. Children who have survived sexual assault, potentially being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. This is what's happening in our country because of Donald Trump. And understand, he is not done. As a part of his agenda, he and his allies would limit access to birth control, ban medication abortion, and enact a nationwide abortion ban with or without Congress. And get this, he plans to create a national anti-abortion coordinator and force states to report on women's miscarriages and abortions. Simply put, they are out of their minds. why exactly is it that they don't trust women? Well, we trust women. We trust women. And when Congress passes a bill
Except
to
for Palestinian
restore
women.
reproductive freedom, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. In this election, many other fundamental freedoms are at stake. The freedom to live safe from gun violence in our schools, communities, and places of worship. The freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and live free from the pollution that fuels the climate crisis. And the freedom that unlocks all the others, the freedom to vote. With this election, we finally have the opportunity to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. And let me be clear, after decades in law enforcement, I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border. Last year, Joe and I brought together Democrats and...
Oh, I forgot one. I was like, oh, it sounds like a Republican speech. And I was like, deficit spending, strong military. What was the other one that I said? Or like deficit bad, a strong military. Fuck, what was the other one? I don't know. I had something else, but now I'm adding to it border. There's an invasion on our southern border, and we need to we need to, we need tanks every 5 feet. Oh, it was tax cuts. Thank you, Coco. The thing that I said, the thing I said earlier was tax cuts. Deficit is bad and scary, and big, strong, lethal military, but also borders. You are indistinguishable from a Republican. You sound exactly like a Republican.
Conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades. The Border Patrol endorsed it. But Donald Trump believes a border deal would hurt his campaign. So he ordered his allies in Congress.
I mean, yeah, that's true. But the deal that we're talking about here that they killed was the most conservative border policy in 10 years. Like, not a Democrat, not something that you would expect to see from the Democratic Party. Right? Like, yes, she's right. They did kill that bill, and they did kill that bill because Trump does want to run on that. That's true, for sure. What she's not mentioning is how right-wing that policy is. And that was them doing a reach around across the aisle, finding middle ground with people who they also will consider to be fascists. So crazy how they keep finding all this middle ground with people who pose an existential threat to democracy and, our nation. So crazy how your whole worldview revolves around bipartisanship and reaching across the aisle with these fucking fascists. Like, that is a conservative bill. And yes, conservatives are weird and freaky for fucking killing that bill for their fucking cult leader. Absolutely. But that still doesn't make the bill that you proposed very conservative. Fuck. Fuck, dude.
Choose to play politics with our security, and here is my pledge to you. As president, I will bring back the bipartisan border security bill that he killed, and I will sign it into law.
Woo!
I know.
Yeah, build that wall. Build that wall. Build that wall. That's right, chat. Build the wall. Everybody together now. Build that wall. Build that wall.
Proud heritage as a nation.
Because remember, Joe Biden continued construction of the border wall, right? And this type of rhetoric will mean most likely the border wall construction will continue. Maybe the border wall will get refurbished and upgraded or some shit. You know, they'll upgrade it to like the next tier of fucking protection or whatever. They'll install fucking, you know, heat-seeking missile launchers every 3 feet. A moat with alligators, piranhas,
immigrants, and reform our broken immigration system.
freaking laser beams attached to their heads.
We can create an earned pathway to citizenship and secure our border. And America, we must also be steadfast in advancing our security and values abroad.
Woo!
As Vice President, I have.
Wait, imagine being the person in the crowd that was like, "Fuck yeah!" Wow!
Security and values abroad. As Vice President, I have confronted threats to our security, negotiated with foreign leaders, strengthened our alliances, and engaged with our brave troops overseas. As Commander-in-Chief.
Why are they overseas? Why are there troops overseas? Hey, chat, did you know there are a surprising amount of Americans who don't know that there are American soldiers with boots on the ground in the Middle East. Like they don't know that. They thought that like we bounced out, right? Like, you know, what do you mean we left Afghanistan and it was a mess? Like, yeah, that happened for sure, but like, did you know that like we're on the ground in Syria and in Iraq? Like all over the region. Like, yeah, kind of crazy.
I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world.
Run that back.
I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world.
Forget that part that I said about the deficit, right? And you know, getting our spending under control and you know, the deficit generally. Don't worry about that. We're going to, you know, continue the trend of you know, year after year, the budgets for you know, defense spending in America going up. We're going to continue that trend. Don't worry. Don't worry. Yeah, you know, that record budget that you saw before, yeah, we'll break that again. Don't worry. We always do every year.
And I will fulfill our sacred obligation to care for our troops and their families, and I will always honor and never disparage their service and their sacrifice.
Oh, shit. Sorry, chat. There's an ad break. Okay. Normally I stop and we run the ad breaks while I'm away, but it looks like it's just going to run. Okay. So sorry. If you want to avoid that ad, you just got to subscribe. Okay. Throw $6 or for free with the Twitch Prime. You can also, you know what I mean, throw some bits or a dono if you're just feeling generous. $3 for TTS message. You know what I'm saying? Maybe consider gifting a sub to Comet Girl or fucking Likeable Lime or Montreal or Lost Light 2005 so that they don't have to deal with the ads. A lot of the times they send us ads that are like Marines and shit like that. You know what I mean? I literally will get like NSA ads and stuff. Crazy, interesting stuff. Really, really cool. You know, maybe save them from that.
I will make sure.
Yeah, look, Gnome Broski got their cheeks out.
On space and artificial intelligence, that America, not China, wins the competition for the 21st century, and that we strengthen
China bad leadership. China's real bad. China real bad and real scary. You should be super scared. But don't worry, we're gonna beat them, okay? They're super scary, you know what I mean? And they pose a threat to our great nation, but also they're a bunch of bitch-made hoes, and we're gonna beat them.
To abandon NATO. He encouraged Putin to invade our allies, said Russia could, quote, do whatever the hell they want. 5 days before Russia.
Yo, Xenomonic, thank you so much for gifting to Comet Girl 22222222222. Really appreciate it. Very, very kind. Very, very sweet. Very generous. Putting us at 20 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. Pog.
Ukraine, I met with President Zelensky to warn him about Russia's plan to invade. I helped mobilize a global response over 50 countries to defend against Putin's aggression. And as president,
last message.
I will stand strong with Ukraine and our NATO allies.
Sil, your last message is car W. Or do you mean we already do? Or did she just say she would put country over party and self, then cut off Israel? Yeah, that's true. But yeah, card. We need a tofu cheeks emote. Did you say that? How come it's not showing that? That's weird. I mean, yeah, I have a bunch of slots. I would love to get like, all the pop, the popular, like the emotes that we all use all the time. But like a tofu version for all of them. I would like it, but it takes like time and effort to do it myself, and also to have somebody else do it would take money. You know what I'm saying? All of which I have very little of. Okay. So. Oh my God, is that Ben Stiller? That's so random. Zoom in on Ben Stiller. Imagine he looks to the left, makes eye contact with the camera, and just goes, you know what I mean? Just blue steel that shit. What the fuck? Oh wait, he did it! Oh! Oh! Oh my God, and then it was Kamala suddenly, and I got real scared. I didn't know what happened. Oh my God. Oh, shape-shifting demons.
War in Gaza.
The demon rats. The demon rats are shapeshifters, chat. It's true. My gosh.
President Biden and I are working around the clock because now is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done.
Working around the clock looks like what? Working tirelessly around the clock to get a ceasefire deal done looks like what? Joe Biden just had a 20-minute call yesterday, I believe it was, where he, quote, urged Netanyahu, Bibi, to come to a ceasefire deal. Like, we're already seeing like things that they're calling it a bridging proposal. The current ceasefire deal. You know what I mean? They're calling it a bridging proposal, but the bridge in question here is literally just things that were non-starters, like non-negotiable points that that Hamas had come to the table with since the beginning, and that Israel had and Hamas had agreed to previously. Wait 1 second. Anyway, the proposal on the table now, it is one that took off the table, or that put on the table things that were always off the table since the beginning, that were non-negotiable to Hamas. And there were versions of the ceasefire deal that were multiple times agreed to by Israel. So said the US State Department, multiple times. That contained those provisions, right? But now, like, we're being told that there's a new proposal, even though we know it's a non-starter, and that we're working tirelessly to get this ceasefire deal, when you're doing something that you know will not move forward, and you're already framing it like it will be Hamas's fault when it doesn't move forward. You've always been there. Israel's always been there negotiating in bad faith. The United States has always been there in bad faith. You sitting here telling me that the current administration is working tirelessly to get a ceasefire is bullshit on its face. Because literally everybody knows that the single piece of leverage that exists, right, over Israel, and the only entity that has access to use that leverage, to apply that leverage, or whatever, you know what I mean, is the United States. And that leverage is weapons, transfers, and defense spending. You are not working tirelessly unless it includes those things. You're not. It's just, you're just straight up lying to all of our faces. And this, coupled with denying a Palestinian American from speaking, but approving a police officer who was involved in that weird human trafficking fucking vigilante shit, and multiple Republicans, and the parents of an Israeli American hostage that is held in Gaza, like that Zateo piece said earlier, said very well. Those Israeli parents, those Israeli American parents of the Israeli American hostage held in Gaza, showed more compassion for Palestinians than the entirety of the Democratic Party, and more specifically, Kamala Harris. We expected as such from Genocide Joseph. Okay? But the reason why there's so much hype around this DNC is because there was a newfound hope around it not being Genocide Joseph, and it being somebody else who could possibly change their stance on Israel. We are now being shown that that isn't the case.
Let me be clear. I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself.
How many October 7ths have happened since October 7th? How many October 7ths has Israel done to Palestinians since October 7th? How many? How many? Do the math. How many October 7th has Israel done to Palestinians since October 7th? Do the fucking math. Like, it's disgusting. This is disgusting genocide apologia. This itself is genocidal rhetoric. And what she talks about soon here in a second about sexual violence, we've gone over countless pieces of journalism and countless papers and investigations that have proved all instances of sexual violence on October 7th are unfounded. All accusations, I should say, of systemic sexual violence on October 7th, all of them were unfounded. None of them proven. Not a single fucking one. Not a single one. However, there are proven and widely documented and widely written about instances of systematic sexual violence and torture of Palestinians. There is that. Yeah, actual beheaded kids.
Israel has the ability to defend itself. because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7.
How many October 7th has Israel done to Palestinians since October 7th? Like, people need to start seriously asking that question, as shocking as it might be to some people. You need to ask that question. There are over 40,000 just that we know of that are dead, confirmed dead. Just that we know of. And we know that it's going to be well over 200,000, if the conflict ended by now, right now, once the smoke cleared, it would be well over 200,000 people dead total when you include indirect deaths on top of direct deaths. How many October 7th has Israel done to Palestinians since October 7th? That question needs to be posed to these politicians. It needs to be.
Including unspeakable sexual violence and the massacre of young people at a music festival.
There was no sexual violence. There's no provable instances of sexual violence. We've gone over this. We've gone over this. We've gone over this. We've gone over this. Time and time again, these falsehoods, these lies about sexual violence on October 7th were wielded against us when standing up for Palestinians, when calling out the genocidal apartheid state of Israel. There are piece of shit people out there that tried to rub fake rapes in your face to shame you for supporting Palestinian lives and being against genocide and apartheid. Fuck those people. Fuck this. Fuck this. Fuck that lie making its way all the way to the new VP, the possible new president of the United States. Fuck that. We should be ashamed of ourselves. We are so alienated now. On the international stage, we have broken so far away from the rest of most of the international community. They don't hate us for our freedoms. People don't hate us across the world for our freedoms in America. They hate us because we're fucking evil. Because we fund evil. We give weapons to people who are doing evil things. And they lie to you about it. And they gaslight you about it. Fuck every single fucking person who fucking tried to use these fake rapes and fake sexual violence, lies, to shame us for being anti-genocide and anti-apartheid and standing up for what is right. Every single one of those people doesn't deserve to sleep have a good night of sleep in their life. They deserve to stay awake every single night and see the dead Palestinian faces that they advocated against.
At the same time, what has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. So many innocent...
What made it so devastating? How? How did it get devastating? How did it become devastating? Was it American weapons that devastated Gaza? Was it American-made weapons that devastated Gaza? When you say what is happening to the people of Gaza over the last 10 months is devastating, what made it that way? What created the devastating situation that Palestinians are in Gaza? What did it? They think you're fucking stupid. They think you're stupid. They think you're just gonna, clap coconut memes, fucking brat. Just so brat. She's so brat for this. Oh, most lethal military on the planet. She's so brat for that.
Lives lost. Desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety over and over again. The scale of suffering is heartbreaking. President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel
Bullshit.
is secure, the hostages are released.
Bullshit.
The
More
suffering-
lies. More lies. On top of spreading the sexual assault lies, the widely proven lies of the sexual assault falsehoods. On top of that, she's saying that she's working tirelessly. When the one easy trick has not even been used, the great Ronald Reagan even used this one easy trick to fucking rein in the rogue state that is Israel. A 25 minute phone call that says you will stop or you will not get any more weapons or guns. The funding will immediately cease if you continue your operation in Gaza. If you do not make the settlements leave in the occupied West Bank. You will not receive any more weapons or any more funding, and you will be within 10 years, your country will collapse. Your economy will collapse. Your economy is already fucking hanging by a thread right now. Stores are closing in Israel. Your economy is already failing. Imagine what that's going to look like if the United States stops giving you your money, stops giving you weapons and bombs. You won't last the decade. You won't. You won't last the decade.
In Gaza ends and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination.
Fuck you, Gavin. Nancy's standing there clapping, and she's even called for. Bro, I'm going insane. Even Nancy called for it. Nancy Pelosi among 40 House Democrats demanding Biden halt weapons transfers to Israel. This was in April. April 5th. Even Nancy. You know it's bad when Nancy says you gotta stop, dude. You know it's bad. Nancy Pelosi among 40 House Democrats demanding Biden halt weapons transfers to Israel. What the fuck? What's going on? You guys.
And know this, I will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary to defend our forces and our interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists. I will not cozy up to tyrants and dictators like Kim Jong-un who are rooting for Trump.
Oh, brother. Oh, please. Please, dude. Please. Like, let's just be fucking real. Like, North Korea is not a fucking threat to nobody, okay? Like, North Korea is not a threat to a single fucking country. Like, let's just be fucking real. Who mentioned Kim? She's subtweeting Trump. She's subtweeting Trump, who famously, Rocket Man, we had a good relationship. I called him Rocket Man. And then we became friends, really good friends. We used to write each other letters. I used to kiss him, spray with a little bit of my perfume on it, and send it out to North Korea. Rocket Man.
Because, they know he is easy to manipulate with flattery and favors. They know Trump won't hold autocrats accountable because he wants to be an autocrat himself. And as president, I will never waver in defense of America's security and ideals, because in the enduring struggle between democracy and tyranny, I know where I stand and I know where the United States belongs. I will never waver in defense of America's security and ideals, because in the enduring struggle between democracy and tyranny, I know where I stand and I know where the United States belongs.
Democracy and tyranny. Democracy and tyranny. Democracy and tyranny. The lone democracy in the Middle East. The most moral nation in the world. Where's the democracy in Israel? I can certainly show you where the tyranny is. I don't need to ask you where the tyranny is.
Our country with all my heart. Everywhere I go, in everyone I meet, I see a nation that is ready to move forward. Ready?
Yeah, there is a lot. Yeah, this nation is ready to move forward. You're not lying. You probably see that too when you look into the crowd and you see the kafiyas and stuff like that are in the crowd. You know what I mean? When, you look at the uncommitted movement and you look at the 300 delegates, you look at the 800,000 uncommitted voters, like you look at Palestinian American Democrats, like elected officials who are Palestinian Americans, like you do look at them and you do see hope for a better future and a readiness and a willingness to move forward. You do see that, but you're not giving it to them. You're choosing not to give that to them. That hope was created, right? When Joe Biden stepped down and a new opportunity for a new set of policy came up. But after this speech, you have not met that moment. All the momentum handed to you on a silver platter by progressives, you threw it away. You had everything to gain and nothing to lose, and you threw it away.
Next step in the incredible journey that is America. I see an America where we hold fast to the fearless belief that built our nation and inspired the world. That here, in this country, anything is possible. That nothing is out of reach. An America where we care for one another, look out for one another, and recognize that we have so much more in common than what separates us. That none of us has to fail for all of us to succeed.
Unless you're Palestinian.
In unity there is strength. Our opponents in this race are out there every day denigrating America, talking about how terrible everything is. Well, my mother had another lesson she used to teach. Never let anyone tell you who you are. You show them who you are.
Uncommitted voters, are you listening? Democrats who are let down and have been, Democrats who feel like they've been let down and they were led astray and you were failed. Like, are you listening? Don't let somebody define what a Democrat means for you. You show them what a Democrat means for you. You show them what it means to be, for justice. You show them what it means to be, on the right side of history. To support peace and you show them. You don't let them define for you what that means. So like, take this advice. Take this advice. I don't know what the next step is. I don't know yet, because I don't know what the next step is. It's like as far as specifically, but the pressure needs to be kept up. I mean, that's there. What other choice is there? What other choice is there? The pressure needs to be kept up. This is a huge message. This was a message to everyone. This was a peek at how a Harris administration will govern and what the priorities are. They showed you who they had on stage and who they denied on stage. Okay? They had cops, billionaires, and Republicans on the stage. They had Israeli Americans on the stage, and I'm not mad at the fact that they had them there, because even the uncommitted vote was glad that they were there and said they deserved to be there. But the fact that you just spit in the face and you let them hanging for multiple months and months and months until the very last moment, literally the very last moment, to say whether or not you are going to have a speaker for 2 minutes with a pre-vetted, approved speech, pre-approved by the DNC. You can't even let them have that. That shows your priorities. That shows who you actually care about, who you are actually trying to reach from the DNC stage.
Let us show each other and the world who we are and what we stand for.
What do we stand for, chat? Like, what? Who are we? Who are we? What do we stand for, chat? Like, what do we... Do we stand for truth and justice and freedom and like against tyranny? Like, is that who we are? I mean, I could tell you that's who I am. I know that a lot of you in the chat would probably say the same about yourselves, and I would say the same about you too. But like, is that who we as a nation, this is for my Americans in the chat, if there are Americans still awake in the chat. Is this who we are? Like, does this represent us? Even out of the Democrat, like the 70% of Democrats want a ceasefire. Like I said, I'm going to keep saying these numbers over and over again because they're big numbers. 800,000, over 800,000 uncommitted votes. And that's just the amount of people who are able to vote uncommitted or vote undecided or vote something similar to that in their state primary elections. Like, that's not including everybody else who maybe left it blank or sat out the election completely for the same reasons, but it wasn't recorded. So at the very least, over 800,000 uncommitted voters and a 300 uncommitted delegates. Elections have been close before in the past. Look at 2020 and look at all the fucking bullshit that came up out of it. Look at what happened in 2016 with Hillary winning the popular vote but losing the electoral college. How are you going to do that without those 300 delegates? How are you going to make sure that that doesn't happen without those 300 delegates? I have an article for you on that, Blade. Let me pull it up for you. New poll suggests, and this is from Prem Thakur, August 14th, 2024. So just a few days ago, a little bit ago. New poll. Stop doing this. You're making this hard. New poll suggests Gaza ceasefire and arms embargo would help Dems with swing state voters. Pennsylvania, 34% of respondents said they would be more likely to vote for the Democratic nominee if the nominee vowed to withhold weapons to Israel, compared to 7% who said they would be less likely. Like I said, you have everything to gain, but nothing to lose. Arizona, 35% said they'd be more likely to vote for the Democratic nominee if the nominee vowed to withhold weapons to Israel. And in Georgia, 39% said they'd be more likely to vote for the Democratic nominee if the nominee vowed to withhold weapons to Israel. Like, yes, it would very clearly help in the swing states. You would win this election handedly. You would sweep this election if you activated these people, if you actually gave them something. Like, it's so clear. It's so clear. I'm not an expert at all. I'm just a person with opinions who's on the internet. Like, you know what I mean? And started streaming and talking about my opinions. Like, that's it. Like, I'm not an expert. I didn't go to college. I barely made it out of high school, fam. I only made it out of high school because my teachers vouched for me and they passed me, even though, like, I did nothing. I was a terrible student. Like, my point is it's so clear, like, how politically, like, how good of a like I said, even if you do not care about Palestinian lives, how good of a political choice it would be to activate this group. Right? Just pure strategic, like, thinking as pure strategy. That's so many votes. That's so many votes. And not only votes, that's delegates. What a stupid decision. You know, what a dumb choice to spit in their face, chat. Like, what a dumb choice. Oh my God. How silly. Like, what a silly thing. You're smarter than a lot of people who are good in school. I appreciate it. I don't know. I don't think so. I think I'm just reasonable. I don't think you have to be smart to be reasonable. You know what I mean? Like, I think, like, I don't think you, I'm reasonable and I have empathy. You know, like, you don't need to be too smart. I may not be be a what does he say? I may not be a smart man, but I know what love is. Also, I'm not a man, but whatever. But I do know what love is. Okay, I do know what love is. Let's finish this stupid fucking speech. This disastrous fucking speech. Fuck.
Freedom, opportunity, compassion, dignity, fairness, and endless possibilities.
Unless you're Palestinian.
We are the heirs to the greatest democracy in the history of the world. And on behalf of our children and our grandchildren and all those who sacrificed so dearly for our freedom and liberty, we must be worthy of this moment. It is now our turn to do what generations before us have done, guided by our
continued genocidal policies, like jingoistic, like fucking warmongering. Like, yeah, it's my turn. History is being made.
Optimism and faith.
That's right, chat. We now get a black woman, a mixed race black woman. Like, well, no, just black. She's a black woman, right? Like, that's how like American culture sees it, right? And I mean, look no further than all the racism she received from fucking the GOP based on like what her ethnicity is, like, and people being dumbass fucking Republicans not knowing that it's possible to be, you know, multiple things. That there are some of us who are like mixed. But you now have a black woman, right? Oh my God, my door just closed on its own and it scared the shit out of me. Monka. Anyway. What was I saying? Oh, you now have a black woman who gets to send guns and money to genocidal apartheid ethno-states. You know what I'm saying? You get to have a black woman who stands with the troops that for some reason are stationed all across the planet. 800 something military bases worldwide. You know what I mean? Like, great. I feel good, chat.
This country we love, to fight for the ideals we cherish, and to uphold the awesome responsibility that comes with the greatest privilege on earth, the privilege and pride of being an American.
Unless you're Palestinian, fuck you. Unless you're a Palestinian American, get fucked.
So let's get out there, let's fight for it, let's get out there, let's vote for it, and together let us write the next great chapter in the most extraordinary story ever told. Thank you. God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you all.
Kamala, most lethal military in the world, Harris. Fucking stop. Kamala, fucking, what did Doodleburb say in the chat earlier? Police state Harris. Kamala, genocide enjoyer, apartheid enjoyer Harris. Kamala, you know, Republican policy Harris, like cut taxes, the deficit rules our lives, the budget deficit, you know, like the deficit rules our everything, rules us. We need to give, but at the same time, we need to give billions of dollars to our military. You know what I mean? And also, there's an invasion on our southern border, and we need to fucking melt migrants. We need to melt them with lasers or something, you know? Just straight up Republican. Just a straight up Republican speech that you just heard. My God. All right, chat. We have 23 minutes until the ads run. Let's hit this video. Yeah. Let's hit this video here. Post Kamala speech, town hall Q&A with Mehdi Hassan, Prem Thakur, and Kat Abu. I'd like to shut the fuck up and hear some takes from people I think are cool and good. So let's do it. Let's hear their thoughts on the speech. Maybe not. Hello, muted?
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Advocates Center here in Chicago. We're next to the United building, which is where the DNC is just basically wrapped up. Kamala Harris, the vice president, has accepted the nomination. She gave a big speech. Actually, it was only about a 40-minute speech. Feels short
This
compared to
asshole
the
audio.
Joined by Prem Thakur, our political correspondent, new to Zateo, and even newer, Kat Abu-Ghazala, our newest contributor, also here in Chicago, following all the craziness of this week. Some of you have been, I hope, reading and watching our content from Chicago. No,
I certainly have.
Craziness has been going on the Gaza-Palestine front, but tonight's speech was a big speech that covered a lot of stuff. We're going to be taking your questions. We're going to be talking amongst ourselves about what we've been doing this week. Participants are joining the call now. Actually, it's an earlier than normal night. Prem, every night's been late this week. And the one bloody night where we have a Zoom call with subscribers, everything finished early.
Yeah, I think it's just so perfect that amid the one day that apparently time was such a concern about the ability to fit everyone in, about the ability to fit a Palestinian in, it ends way on time. This is like the most punctual they've ever been. And obviously,
yeah, it's a Zoom call. That explains the shit audio.
Perhaps, no offense to them, but maybe their voices didn't need to be there necessarily.
So let's jump straight in. There's a lot to talk about in this speech, but since you brought up the genocide in the room, let's talk about what was missing from the DNC before we get to the Kamala Harris speech. Kat, you are Palestinian American.
Yes, I am.
And I have a question that's already come in, and you guys can leave questions in the comments. Q&A, we'll take as many questions as we can. We're going to run this chat for about half an hour. Ali Jara says, I don't understand why the family members of the hostages, Israeli hostages in Gaza, were rightfully given the opportunity to speak at the DNC, but a Palestinian American-like Representative Ruah Rahman from Georgia, a state lawmaker who supports Vice President Harris, was denied the opportunity. I am an American and loyal Democrat of Palestinian descent, but I wonder if I still have a home in the Democratic Party.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, that's the same question that a lot of people have been asking. That's just, I mean, Prem, you were there with me last night. Like, that's something.
A fucked up question that you would make people ask.
Did that happen outside the United Center?
You know?
Yes, the uncommitted sit-in started last night and continued up until about 6 p.m. today. And, you know, Ruah, the person that gave the speech, she said, well, why is there room in this party for an anti-choice Republican, but not for me? You know, a committed Democratic organizer, a committed Democratic elected official. And,
Insane.
you know, I don't think everything is lost. I think that there is room. I'm sure, you know, as someone of Palestinian descent, this is the first time people have actually like consistently cared. We're used to getting far less than the bare minimum, and we're still not getting the bare minimum. But there are people that are asking for it besides us now. And I think that Harris has a chance to fix this. I think Harris has a chance to
Man, that's
work with
hopeful.
these
Okay.
communities, and
Man.
I think she has a chance to try to rectify things, but that should have happened this week. In such a big time,
Needed to.
would have been
It really
such
needed
a
to. It was
symbolic
key.
gesture.
Yes.
But I mean, there's a lot of time between now and November. A lot of stuff's gonna happen.
Is there a lot of time?
I mean, yeah, we're about to enter into like slow-mo after Labor Day till the election.
Non-binary. All my income essentially is raising money for my medical transition. I am currently medically transitioning, but it is very expensive. And yeah, all the money I make here goes to paying the rent and living, and also, you know, my medical stuff. Absolutely.
I just think I'm used to watching Fox News for an entire election cycle, so to be fair, my time is much slower than everyone else's.
I think two
Thanks,
things that come to
Precious.
mind is that what you just said, I think, is very reflective about how a lot of the uncommitted delegates and a lot of the ceasefire delegates are approaching this, which is incredibly generous, incredibly accommodating in such a way that we wrote about this earlier today. If you think about
Yo, Niels McMountain, thank you so much for the fresh tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Very, very kind of you. Welcome in. Putting us at 21 out of 25 for the daily sub goal, only 4 away. Thank you so much.
that went to vote for in a primary election, took the time out of the day to say actively, I am not committing to this ticket. I do not feel comfortable throwing my name behind this ticket because yes, exactly, which is usually a very just supportive voter base.
What I found so fascinating is it really gives a lie to the whole, well, you need to protest the right way.
Yes.
These people they're pro-Hamas.
Yep.
They don't say anything about the
Dakoni or Dakin, how do I say your username? I know I've had this problem with your username before, but thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. I really, really appreciate it. Very generous, very kind. Thank you, and thank you again, Nils. I really appreciate it too. You guys are very kind.
These guys have not said anything about violence. They've not done any violence. They've called for the hostage. They praised the decision to have the hostages.
What's up, Atomic?
The two parents of this hostage on stage. By the way, what was really depressing is when you look back on this week, the parents of an Israeli hostage in Gaza said more about Palestinian suffering than any Democratic lawmaker. Pretty most Democratic lawmakers.
Yeah, and good for them, by the way. You know what I mean? In doing that.
Although, let's just cut to it now.
But that really says a lot.
Tonight, Kamala Harris, Joseph Huprich, one of our subscribers, asked, did she address Gaza sufficiently?
Sorry.
There's an implicit flooding.
No, not in any way whatsoever. I honestly was shocked. I was.
What did you think you were going to get?
I thought it wouldn't be nearly as blatant. I genuinely did. There have been so many moves in this campaign that have shown like an effort to at least try to depart from some Democratic tropes to connect with the youth a bit more. You know, it's still the Democratic Party. It's still, you know, one of two major parties in the U.S. There's still going to be some establishment ties. But no, I was absolutely appalled. I was actually on a stream while this was happening, and I'm sure you can just see my face. Like, I was dismayed.
What stream?
Starting it off by saying, just immediately, yes, we want to give more weapons to Israel. Yes. And talking about...
As she said earlier in the speech, we have a lethal military.
We have a lethal military.
Most lethal military in the world.
It was so weird.
Without wanting to go totally off the topic, it was a very national security night. We had all the veterans with Ruben Gallego on stage. We had Leon Panetta, who's like, we killed bin Laden. Like, that was the last Democratic president. Why we killed him?
By the time the sun rose.
Yeah, that's like 2 Democratic presidents ago. It was a very hawkish night, clearly.
The USA chance.
The USA chance.
Multiple Republicans.
Lots of Adam Kinzinger, another Republican veteran. There was space on stage, by the way, for a Republican politician who voted 90% of his time in Congress.
Yes.
Donald Trump, who, to be fair now, is very anti-Trump.
I'm gonna fucking scream more than I already have fucking screamed. Just like every time I think about that, I'm reminded every fucking few minutes here that fucking anti-choice Republicans are allowed on the stage and not a Palestinian American Democrat. Somebody who is like I've fucking screamed about this all fucking night, and still I keep thinking about these same little things over and over again, and just reminded about how fucking ridiculous this is, how stupid of a choice all of this is, how God damn it, man.
A great speech, but there was space for him. And there wasn't space for Palestinians. And just to go back to the speech, Prem, were you surprised by anything in the speech? I thought the applause line for Israel has a right to defend itself was big, and I was like, oh, that's depressing. And before people say, well, Israel does have a right to defend itself. Not in the occupied territories, you don't. You're an occupier.
Tell him, Mehdi.
What made me feel a bit better, and what I felt this week, and I've only been here a couple of days, you've been here longer, is a lot of delegates here, rank and file, ordinary Democrats, do support Palestinians, do support Palestinian rights. Now, is it their top priority? No. Is it something they're willing to turn on their candidate for? No. They're Democratic partisans. But in their hearts, whether it's guilt, whether it's empathy, whether it's a mix, they gave huge applause when she did get to the end of her blatant spiel and said, Palestinians deserve self-determination, struggle for...
I mean, Mehdi tweeted pointing out that the most applause during the entire speech was that point when she mentioned a ceasefire in Israel, or God damn it, in Gaza. And that like didn't only apply to Kamala. Every speaker that mentioned a ceasefire got thunderous applause, like each fucking time it happened.
Yeah. So there's 2 things that come to mind. First,
it's nice like screaming all fucking night, you know what I mean, and then watching some these guys, people I respect, like having the same thoughts and feelings and laughing at the same things. Just like I feel like I feel less fucking insane. I feel less fucking insane because it's hard not to feel fucking insane. It's been like an emotional fucking roller coaster for me and for I'm sure a lot of us this past fucking, month or so. But yo, Quirked Up, thank you so much for the 2 months of being quirked up in the Tofu chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Is that I definitely agree with the idea that there are a lot of delegates here who definitely seem to be expressing some level of empathy or shift or evolution on this issue. I think one interesting aspect of this is that the uncommitted movement came here with about, I think, 36 delegates. They've, in their strategy and organizing, they've organized with lots of other Harris-committed delegates to be part of this broader ceasefire delegate sort of coalition, and that's at about 300 people now. So that's like pretty remarkable growth in a matter of 4 days.
Three-quarters, right?
Well, three-quarters.
Delegates are?
There's like 4,200.
Oh, I thought it was. Oh my God, I'm 3 hours of sleep.
3 hours
I'm
of
sorry.
sleep.
I'm so tired.
Wait, what was the question?
We're up all night at the end.
Aspect of this is that the uncommitted movement came here with about, I think, 36 delegates. They've, in their strategy and organizing, they've organized with lots of other Harris-committed delegates to be part of this broader ceasefire delegate sort of coalition, and that's at about 300 people now. So that's like pretty remarkable growth in a matter of 4 days.
Yeah, that's like what I said. That's what my title is like. At least over 800,000 voters. That's just what we know. That's just what was recorded because they were able to vote uncommitted or undecided or whatever the fuck in their fucking election in whatever state they're in. At least 800,000 voters and 300 delegates on top of that. And on top of like the polls that show how much more likely people would be to vote for the Democratic nominee if the Democratic nominee vowed to call for a arms embargo on Israel, and that was in swing states. It was like over 30% in each of those swing states. Like, it's like the obvious fucking choice is so fucking simple. But they spit in their fucking face. They spit in all of those people's faces. Oh, did I just back up on it? God damn it.
So disgusting, especially as a black woman.
Oh, I went too forward. Too far forward.
That Kamala Harris.
God damn it.
Published a poll earlier.
Just, first is that I definitely agree with the idea for evolution, organized with lots of other to be part of this broader ceasefire delegate sort of coalition, and that's at about 300 people now. So that's like pretty remarkable growth in a matter of 4 days.
Three-quarters, right?
Well, three-quarters.
Delegates are?
There's like 4,200.
Oh, I thought it was. Oh my God, I'm 3 hours of sleep.
3 hours
I'm sorry. I'm so tired.
Pat and Prem were up all night at the uncommitted protest last night.
This is true.
I went and slept.
Yeah, and we watched Kat's TikTok.
I'm smart.
That's one aspect. There's also the aspect of, as I was going around the United Center and talking to delegates, it was interesting to talk to some delegates who did kind of seem to have like just the generic sort of pro-Israel, I guess, just status quo kind of baked into how they looked at things, and like they would say things that were sometimes even pretty far and sort of like echoing things like, oh, like, for the record, like I personally think that there was a ceasefire like before October 7th, like all these things that like and sometimes like not very classic things, but then they would also like there was one delegate, for instance, who said that, but then in the same breath called it a genocide. And I was just like going back and forth.
Of course, Zateo published a poll earlier this year with data for progress shows 50% majority of Democrats over say it's a genocide.
Yeah,
and which again is
a cat with news. No, that's a completely different person. A cat with news.
Halle Greenspan.
I'm blanking on their real name, but that's like a photojournalist on Twitter from LA. Kat is a Palestinian American that does stuff for Zateo now, among other outlets.
Since you guys were at the uncommitted folks, and we've been talking about this all day, and I don't have an answer to this question.
That's Cat with a K.
Do you have any documentation
Yeah, different cat.
about why a Palestinian wasn't allowed to speak?
Yeah, there was the why is unclear, but I can tell you like the exact events that happened. So Abbas got a call, who was if you watch any of the stuff, he was the guy that was talking the most. He had a call, and a person with the Harris campaign said, "I was told to tell you the answer is no." That is a verbatim quote.
Yeah.
And then he sat down outside, said he didn't want it to be a sit-in. He was just waiting for a call to rectify that. And about 2 hours later, someone came over, whispered in his ear.
What's up,
and
Leela?
the offer was a private meeting with 4 Harris campaign surrogates or Harris campaign staffers, but absolutely no speaking. And after that, as far as I know, it was radio silence.
Yeah, and I think I want to be clear because I think there was a press conference earlier today where Waleed was asked this, Waleed Shahid, and I think he had said that in one of the phone calls, and this might have been a separate phone call, that was actually a DNC official who said, paraphrasing, that they're not into it, like it's not going to happen, and the "they" was referring to the Harris campaign, apparently.
Okay.
So it was kind of like two different entities.
It's so frustrating because, just to be clear for people who haven't been following, haven't seen our coverage this week.
Yeah.
The Palestinian state lawmaker who was offered by Uncommitted, who wrote a speech which was published by Mother Jones, so you can read the speech she would have given, Roa Rahman from Atlanta, is a headscarf-wearing Muslim Palestinian Democrat.
Oh, I'd like to read that speech. I
knocked on doors for Joe Biden.
should pull
She was
that
going
up.
to go on stage and endorse Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris was going to get a Muslim woman in a headscarf who's Palestinian to endorse her on primetime TV. A great win for the Harris campaign.
Yes,
and a
this
win
is what
for
I'm
Uncommitted in terms of they
saying.
would have some presence. Obviously,
Stupid fucking decision, dude. Even if you don't give a shit about Palestinian lives, dude, what a dumb fucking chance to like continue to portray the aesthetic. You know what I mean? Like to at least pretend to care. You know, like bro, you could have even lied your way through continuing the momentum that was provided to you by progressives. Like you could have lied your way into continuing that momentum. Like you really could have. And you won't even do that. You won't even do that. You won't even do that. You want it, chat. This is messaging. Even though it wasn't in the speech, this is messaging. Hear her. Hear them when they tell you that they care about cops, conservatives, billionaires, and not Palestinians. Like, period. Even if you are a Democrat and you've, worked tirelessly for years and years and years for the Democratic Party, it doesn't matter. They don't want you. They don't want you as part of their aesthetic. Their rainbow sticker, they don't want you in that rainbow. You're not welcome in that rainbow. That's crazy.
not a win for Palestinians still dying from American bombs, but in terms of the politics of it. This is why I don't get, this is why it's easy to say, oh, it's because of the donors, it's because of this, but it's pretty dumb just on a basic.
You can't say donors. You can't say donors anymore. Ilhan Omar. You can't say, oh, but it's not a good choice because AIPAC. If you're a popular politician with popular policies and trust built with your constituency, you'll win against moneyed interests every day, every time. You will. You will. You just got to have popular policies and be a popular politician. I know. It's crazy. What a thought. What a concept.
She still could have given the same speech tonight.
It was a
and
dead
he
end
would have
speech.
gotten, well, she could have given the speech for the endorsement of Harris, but then Harris could have given the same speech
Yes,
that
instead.
she gave tonight, and then she would have the best of both worlds.
That's true.
Yeah, she at the very least,
have a look at
because
some of our
because most of the messaging specifically about Gaza during this speech was really the same shit that you've already heard a million times before from Kamala Harris and from Joseph Brandon. So Kat's right. She could have done the same exact speech, but it would have been within a different context of having a Palestinian American Democrat. I keep having to make that distinction so people know on the stage. Have that representation, give that nod, give that little tip of the hat to the thousands of people outside of the DNC, hundreds, I don't know, all the people inside of the DNC wearing, keffiyehs and with little Palestine flags and stuff like that. The 300 delegates, the 800,000 at least uncommitted voters, just not give them the nod, the aesthetic nod. You could have at least done that and then lied to them later, but you didn't even do that. It's just like bonkers all the way around.
Questions while we wait. Okay, here's one from Michelle Carpenter that I'm gonna have to put to you, Kat. My jaw slammed on the floor at the reference from Harris to alleged sexual violence. Which
we need to hear more around that specific, like that specifically. We need to hear more people bringing up how fucking disgusting it is for the sitting vice president and possible future president of the United States to bring up lies, falsehoods about systemic sexual assault on October 7th. To bring up falsehoods about fake sexual assault that never happened on October 7th, and not bring up all of the verified, widely documented instances of torture and actual systemic sexual assault done to Palestinians. For example, in fucking, torture prisons like Sde Terrat, people getting fucking sexually assaulted with hot metal rods. And she has the fucking gall to reference sexual assaults that didn't happen and not reference sexual assaults that did happen by members of a military that uses American weapons and is funded by America.
Interesting that Kamala Harris went out of her way to talk about the massacre of kids at Nova and the sexual violence on October 7th, when the last few weeks has been filled, including from Prem's reporting and others, reporting out of Israel and Gaza of documented sexual assault against Palestinian men and women. No mention, as usual.
No mention.
Like documented, corroborated with evidence. Unlike all of the alleged instances of sexual assault on October 7th. All of it.
The way that it was painted, Harris talked about this complete.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday, Marty. Her shirt said "Free Gaza," and she wasn't even like protesting. She just had a shirt that said "Free Gaza" on it. Yeah. And then they kicked her out.
And like you said, not in occupied territories, but consistently just giving weapons was the gist of her message.
Yeah. She doesn't love you. Nailed it. So well documented that they had to publicly say it's good, actually. Very good point. She doesn't love you. So well documented that people even rioted to protest for the IDF soldiers' their right to sexually assault people, to rape people, because they are Nakba terrorists, and they don't, it doesn't matter. You can do whatever you want to these terrorists, aka people held on administrative detention, which means you don't have to be accused of any crime. You have not seen a judge or anything like that, even if you did see a judge, it would be a military judge, not an actual judge that Israelis see. There were people who rioted and protested for IDF soldiers' right to rape people. That is not, that's a real thing. That's a real thing that happened in this hell world, this hellish timeline we're on.
And talked about October 7th, which...
Yo, have an okay day at work, Crash Test Zombie. I hope it's all right and not too shitty. And see you again soon.
But the way that she compared the two essentially equated, the death toll of October 7th with the current death toll of Palestinians, which... we had that 186,000 number from a month ago. It's
from the Lancet.
200,000.
Exactly. That's exactly what I said earlier. Was that that would be if the Lancet reporting would have been if it ended, the conflict ended a month or so ago when that reporting came out, or when that paper came out. Since it hasn't ended and is still going on now, that's definitely well over 200,000. Definitely.
And all of those deaths are horrible, but she's essentially equating them. And then on top of that, mentioning like unfathomable sexual assault, which is from stories that have been discredited.
Yes.
It paints Palestinians as these, crazy rapists. That it's the same lie that has been told about, the minority community time and time and time and time again. And it's so disgusting, especially as a Black woman, that she repeated that lie. And that she just went for it because she could have said everything else that she said and left that out.
Nailed it.
And she could have done that. And with no comment about the, mass sexual assault that is currently happening by Israeli reporting. It's disgusting.
Or the soldiers rioting to advocate for the right to do so.
Yes, and parliamentarians. Charlie Henderson asks, he asked me a question. Does Mehdi foresee a recent polling that we've published at Zateo show a ceasefire and arms embargo are electoral winners, changing the minds of an establishment that couldn't even afford 5 minutes this week for an uncommitted delegate? I think it's a good question, which is, Kat mentioned there's still a lot of time to go. It's a neck and neck race. One member of Congress said to me today, they're worried that the party is acting like they've already won, right? There's so much joy and excitement and celebration. It's almost like this is the inauguration.
Yeah, they're gonna honeymoon. They're gonna honeymoon themselves into fucking devastating defeat.
Better than Joe Biden, which isn't that hard given how badly he was doing. But is there a moment where actually they think, actually we do need these people that we've treated like shit? And Democrats have told me again and again, we don't need these people. I hear people telling me now we don't need Michigan. There's multiple paths to victory. And I'm like, maybe that's true, but why would you take that risk?
And another thing,
this is how we lost 2016.
Right.
But
also implying that is just like this acceptance that there's no moral stakes.
2016.
Like, because we don't need the voters in Michigan, we don't need to then act in a moral way that might appease those people. Because there's also this assumption that it's like zero sum. Like if you appeal to Palestinian people, all of a sudden you're going to lose other votes, which poll after poll after poll, or like reality of seeing people in the streets, like just doesn't exhibit that as truth.
Yeah.
There's no documented sort of data point to suggest that even doing one semblance of what should be done with regards to this war would all of a sudden turn off any voters.
Yes.
So
you have everything to gain and nothing to lose.
Perhaps disgusting implication of that statement. And also logically doesn't make any sense to say we don't need these voters.
Also, you're forcing people into a gaslighting position. Kerry Washington, the Scandal actress, big Democrat supporter, she was one of the hosts tonight. She had a line in her speech saying, all voices should be heard. And it's like, really? I mean, that's awkward. It's not her fault, obviously, uncommitted or the Palestinians not on stage, but all voices have not been heard at this convention. And it'll be interesting to see going forward what happens. Someone asked me before this chat, what did you make of the speech? And I said, look, if you park Gaza, which is very hard to park a genocide, it was a kind of standard politician speech. She started with quite a good story about her background. She has got a great backstory about her Indian mother. She talked about her values. She mentioned her resume. And then she got into some quite good bashing of Trump. I thought in terms of I've been very critical of Democrats for being very soft on Trump. She went for him. She mentioned the liability of, found liable of sexual abuse in court. She went for all of his crimes, all of his insanity, all of the lack of guardrails. She had a very good line about, he's a very unserious man, but the serious consequences of an unserious man. She mentioned the locking up of journalists and using the military to go after protesters, which are things I have to remind people on the left. This is not normal. Like people know we can survive another Trump term. Actually, it's going to be really bad. Do you think she did what needed to be done on that front?
I think, like she hit all of her cues there. I still think this is like a more personal thing that I've just been hitting over and over again. It is so striking to me that we just had the hottest year on record. We're on track for the hottest year on record again to beat last year. And what should be a very easy issue for Democrats, not just progressive, but just the Democratic Party to seize onto and to make their own in the same way that they've allowed Republicans to make immigration their own. They should be owning that issue. And they kind of if they mention it, it's an afterthought, or it's mentioned by previous guests like Deb Haaland, Maxwell Frost. But I don't know. I think the top of the ticket generally in the Democratic Party could do a better job of owning that issue. But on the other ones, definitely she really hit her cues, I think.
And they did they really this is not 2020 anymore. There's no George Floyd. They really lent into the cop, prosecutor, military. Janine Silky mentioned, did anyone find Kamala's warish words offensive?
True.
I did, the lethal.
Yeah, much to my dismay. The pressure that existed in 2020 doesn't exist. So now people are wielding their law enforcement backgrounds like badges of honor.
Military did stand out to me. This idea about, I think they're worried because she's a black woman running in a very racist, sexist country, and Democrats have always played defense on this stuff. And now they're thinking, well, how do we project, she put people behind bars. There's a question here from an anonymous subscriber who says, why do we have to listen to conservatives saying how conservative they are over and over again? Who the hell do they think is going to swing over from the conservative ticket? There were others on Twitter who mentioned kind of the Adam Kinzinger speech. Is that actually going to win over any Republicans? Are most people just watching Fox on that side of the event? I mean, there's the Nikki Haley voter that
they don't exist. That person doesn't exist. I'm so sick of this. That is the source of like all of the failures. You know what I mean? Of the Democratic Party is trying to tailor policy and messaging towards this imaginary person that like, oh, we could convince some of the Republicans to come over to our side. You know what I mean? If we show them how like, moderate we are, right? But like, it doesn't work when you have like this entire base over here to the left instead of looking to the right. If you look to the left, you have all of these people who care deeply about politics, are very engaged, would never, ever, ever vote for a Republican. They just need you to convince them and give them something, and they could be convinced to vote for a Democrat. But no, you want to keep not learning from your lesson, learning your lesson, learning from your mistakes, election after election, doing the same shit, trying to find this imaginary like swing voter moderate. They don't exist. They're not real. They're not real. And even the ones that are real, they're not enough for you to actually give a shit about. Okay? Like, that's not... You're the reason why we've slid so far to the right in this country. Like, generally, our Overton window, why it slid so far to the right.
You're watching Fox, though. Like, you're already too far gone. But it's... I really don't know who that was for, except for other, never Trump people that still have this idea of the old Republican Party, but they would have voted for Harris in the first place. I mean, I guess some of them might have voted for Nikki Haley, but why would you focus on that when you could focus on, the Arab American community, Muslims, uncommitted, pro-ceasefire people? That's a much larger
Yes,
piece of the pie,
much larger. Exactly. This is exactly what I'm saying. There's more people there.
Where Donald Trump lost
real people.
We remember 11,000 because he rang Brad Raffensperger and said, find me 11,000 votes. I think 6,000 people voted for, I think it was called No to Blank, whatever it was, the name of uncommitted in Georgia. So these are crucial numbers, small on the face of it, but in narrow elections, these are differences, numbers that can make a big difference. Overall, you were here since Monday. What do you make of the convention as a political product? Compared to the RNC in particular, I would say.
I think a broader theme of all of this whole week is that Kamala Harris really benefits from the fact that she's not Joe Biden. And the fact that, she has plenty of, very positive qualities in the eyes of many Democratic partisans. But generally speaking, just the amount of enthusiasm bubbling throughout this building the entire week was second to none. It was palpable. It was just following you in a way such that even though each day was kind of plagued with different sort of logistical issues, whether it was bottleneck delays, whether it was delayed buses, whether it was officials that, didn't really have the same answer to a question. If you asked 10 different officials, they would all have 10 different answers. No shade. It's just, it was a very complicated kind of setting.
But I'll tell you this, as someone who's seen Dems in disarray headlines for years and seen Democrats and generally centre-left parties, I'm from the UK, the Labour Party, basically always playing defence, always kind of circular firing squads. It was fascinating to see how the Democrats in the space of a few days just turned on a dime.
Exactly.
Came out for Harris. Kat, you and I were people saying a month ago, 6 weeks ago, it's time for Biden to step aside for Harris. I wrote a piece for The Guardian. I got attacked for that. You did a TikTok, got attacked for it. Amazing that the same people who said, it'll be chaos.
Not all those people are silent on that, right? None of those people will like learn their lesson or like apologize for like the harassment that they did on people who were like calling for Joe Biden to step down. All of those people will never admit that they were wrong. They're all still super smug, annoying ass fucking loser liberals. Nobody will admit that they were wrong.
It has to be Biden. You people want Trump to win. And now like, Kamala, Kamala. There's a mural outside the United Center. For those of you who are in Chicago, Kamala, it's very Trump-esque, like it's Obama-esque in many ways. But obviously, we've seen the personality cult of Trump. No party is immune from being a cult of personality.
Absolutely. I mean, there were like what a lot of us call blue anon replies.
Yes.
Or blue MAGA.
Blue anon ass motherfuckers.
there was often you could replace Biden for Trump, and it would sound like a QAnon response.
100%.
Yes.
Also, in the
He's actually leading in the polls. Don't believe the fake polls.
the conspiracy theories too, like saying, you know,
It was
oh, well,
freaky,
CNN
dude.
is
It was
screwing with his
freaky.
Yeah,
The
it was
weird
insane, and
copium,
now they're leaning
the
into
weird
Kamala
mental
Harris,
gymnastics that
so
I was
healthier
seeing from
because, you know,
so many
you have
people. It
less
was
to make up for it.
crazy.
But it's fascinating to see how fast people switch. In a lot of cases, it was within literal minutes.
Yep.
Well, the polls are all real now. I don't know if you knew that.
And the polls are real because she's leading in some of them.
The polls are all real now. True.
When you're winning, the polls are real. It's very Trump position. When you're winning, they're real. When you're losing, they're fake.
The amount of stuff Biden did that was Trumpian too was calling into Morning Joe.
How did you feel about Joe Biden tonight? It was supposed to be his night. It would have been a morgue. As I sat there and watched
It's so
balloons
funny
fall
he's
from
not
the
here.
ceiling. As I watched balloons fall from the ceiling, as I saw people go insane. I mean, seriously, the energy in the hall was like nothing I've seen in a football game. I was at the World Cup final, right, in 2022. The energy in this room was bigger than that in some ways.
World Cup.
It was insane energy. People are clearly enthused. That's not fake. That's real energy. People are excited. It's one of the reasons I said that Harris should take over from Biden, because she has a history making candidates. People can get excited about a black woman in a way you don't get excited about the 82-year-old white dude. And having seen all that, I just couldn't help but think, if Biden had been here, what would this hall have looked like? Would it have been a morgue? What would the balloons have been black? I don't know. What would have? I don't know. What would this DNC have looked like if Joe Biden had not stepped aside?
I mean, if you think about just where everyone was a month ago, no matter if you were left, center left, super progressive, a communist, for Pete's sake, like just you were depressed. Like it there's nothing to be promising about. Like there's nothing to be excited for. And so to really just sit down and think everything that's happened in the past 4 weeks.
Yeah.
That has just radically shifted this election is both crazy, but also maybe is a good point of advice for those Democrats who are very excited, and understandably so. There's still 73 days. Things changed so much in 28 days, and the trajectory is very definitely
different. Well, I mean, who remembers that Donald Trump was almost assassinated?
Yeah.
No,
exactly.
I mean, we moved on. Who remembers that Joe Biden was president a few weeks ago? No, it's insane how quickly.
They had his wake the first night. Yeah.
People's brains.
Yes, and people are asking actually in the chat about what was wrong with Joe Biden. I don't think we'll ever know. Just to pair Aliza Nukwi's question, do we believe Jill Stein stands a chance? With Arika Coleman's question, he says, this is disgusting, I'm a black woman, I mean, she justified genocide. Are we going to have to hold our noses every damn election? Just deal with that whole issue, Kat, which especially for young people is a big issue. This two-party system. What do we do in this situation where we don't like either candidate? Obviously, it's more pronounced with Biden versus Trump. People are more willing still to give Harris a chance. But fundamentally, on a policy level, when both parties are pro what many believe, we believe is a genocide, what do you do?
I mean, I will say there is a little part of me that is, it might totally just be copium. It might totally be the 3 hours of sleep, but there is a little part of me that's just like hoping she's pulling a Jimmy Carter, you know? Doing
I love hearing the words copium outside of like these internet spaces. It's like, it's funny. It's great. I mean, I guess like these people, you know, they're in like a lot of the same internet spaces and they all say words like that. But like, it's just funny. I don't know, thinking I'm listening to like, you know, Mehdi Hassan is from fucking MSNBC. I hear the words copium and I'm like, what is going on?
She's had a better record since, you know.
Yeah, classic
last year. She has talked about aid in like very specific ways that no one else in the Biden administration has. So there's like a little part of me that's like,
even today she talked about hungry people having been forced to flee again and again, which is a very good description of what's happened, of course, in the passive voice. We're not told who's making them flee or who made them hungry.
but like she's
Israel
you
with
know,
American support.
that she's had her staff look into this, like look into what's going on there. And there's just a little part of me that's like, maybe it's an electability thing. But it's
there are people in the Harris team and around them and Democrats who say they just to get through the election. Once she's in office, we'll see a different result. I'm not. You know, the cynic in me says, "Oh yeah, okay, how convenient." But we hope. Oh, I love when little bubbles turn up on a Zoom call. We hope that can be the.
What the fuck is that? A Zoom thing?
I think it's undeniable she'd be better on this issue than Joe Biden as president. That's a very low bar. 40,000 people dead is a very low bar to clear. She won't preside over another 40,000 dead. That's the lowest of low genocide appeasing bars. The question still remains is how do we get to January 2025? If it's a super close election, if there are multiple factors at play, if her lead in these polls is soft, it's still neck and neck. I mean, by the way, on the polling, Donald Trump outperforms all polls. I mean, in every election cycle he's gone in, he's done better than every poll has given to him, including 2020 and 2016 and various other midterms. So I do think we need to think about that. But just to go back to the question, I mean, Jill Stein is not going to be president of the United States. Sorry to break that to you on January 20th, 2025. So yes, you can vote, you know, kind of protest vote, but I just want to be clear. I think I would like people just to be honest about this. I see a lot of people on social media saying, attacking me, for example, for being at the DNC, saying, well, Democrats, you know, anyone who supports a Democrat salad, you've got to come out and say no to Democrats, which is fine. If you don't want to vote for Democrats, totally understandable. But you have to also be honest enough to say, and that means I'm willing to tolerate another Trump term, because that's the only alternative to Democrats.
what I say is like, what I do is think about the material benefits and material harms that you care about. For
No.
Joe Biden in
I think that's not the way to frame that. I don't think he.
in some ways.
It could just be the way he worded it specifically then, because I know he understands this. Like, it's not on the voter to be like, oh, I'm okay with a Trump term. No, are the politicians, the opposition to Trump, you know what I mean? The alternative to Trump is, did they do a good job getting people on board? Why didn't they get more people on board with their message? Why didn't they convince more people? Like that's I don't like that. I don't like that. And I feel like it must just be like the way he specifically like quickly in passing worded it. And because I feel like Mehdi definitely knows that. He definitely understands that. So I don't know.
Is the same. I think that there are possible material gains with a Harris presidency.
Slipping frog.
Jill Stein, there's no chance of her being president. There are no material gains here unless it's.
I think the argument always is a longer discussion for another time, not 11:30 Central Time in Chicago.
The best argument I could think of for like Green Party or Jill Stein would be if you are in a solid state that is not, you're not in a swing state, right? Like where I've always time and time again said, like, you have like all kinds of freedom when you are in a solid blue or solid red state to do your protest vote or whatever. Like the best like reason I can think of for voting for Joe Stein would be like, yeah, if you don't want to vote for the Democratic Party, you know what I mean, and you're not in a swing state, like those are your opportunities to do votes like that, because that's how you can put them on the map. Like if you can get a bunch of people in California, for example, because that's where I'm at, to like give the Green Party like better numbers than they've had before, then that gives them a better chance like in the future. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's there is like an argument to be made there, but like other than that, like you do have to be pretty realistic with yourself. You know what I mean? Like you have to be pretty realistic about like what exactly what stands in between like a Jill Stein or the Green Party and the White House. You know what I mean? Hey Recite, hydrate time. Posture check time.
The idea of punishing the Democrats to learn a lesson
Right.
for another election. My worry is, as Kamala Harris actually very eloquently pointed out, what if there isn't another election tonight? We've got an authoritarian on the other side who wants to sick the military on protesters and uses Palestinian as a pejorative. It is very depressing, though, that in a country of 330 million, this is always a choice that we're forced to hold our nose and pick between two people. Although having said that, from a purely, and I get attacked, by the way, I got attacked by some of you, which is fine. I've got thick skin. Because I wrote a piece saying Michelle Obama gave a damn good speech this week, which she bloody did. That doesn't mean you have to agree with everything Michelle Obama said. It just means as a journalist, I'm going to point out other damn good speech. And I think tonight, if we're just looking at the speech from a purely rhetorical perspective, she gave a good speech. She did a good job. She looked presidential, to use whatever phrase you want to use. And this whole thing about America's not ready for a woman president, America's not ready for a black woman, that's bullshit. I think we saw that tonight. I think we can really consign that to the trash can.
It wasn't that Hillary Clinton was a woman, but she was a bad candidate.
Also, she won. Like a woman candidate already won in America.
Yeah,
the Electoral College stopped. In any other country in the world,
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton was. In any other country in the world, whether you like her or not, Hillary Clinton is finishing her second term of a presidency right now. Right? That's just the reality. 2016 was Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah, I guess, dude. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, okay. Second term? Okay, I mean, okay, dude. All right.
Fucked up Electoral College, sorry to say. That is the only way to describe the thing that gave us Trumpism and may give us Trumpism again. Prem,
Listen, if we lived in anything close to a just world, it would be a second term, a second Bernie. Okay.
See what other comments we've got.
Yeah, I guess just two notes on Harris and her stance on Gaza. One is that a few weeks ago, I mean, maybe more than a few weeks ago by now, when she and Tim Walz were visiting in Michigan, there was a moment that many reported on of when the uncommitted leadership encountered her, and they themselves reported that Kamala Harris agreed to have a meeting with them to discuss an arms embargo. Of course, the next day, Kamala Harris's National Security Advisor Phil Gordon clarified that no, you know, her current policy is that they do not support an arms embargo, and of course, that was not breaking news. We knew that. What was interesting is that since then, A, they have not met. That meeting has not happened. B, I believe that actually the administration has kind of tried to spin it to say that no, that was not an agreement, that they did not agree to meet, and that is I mean, a remarkable thing to try to spin.
Oh, no, these are also cost-free things. Having a meeting doesn't cost you anything.
Exactly. But then one final thing is just that during the speech, again, she, as you were saying, it was the applause lines when she was talking about Israel's right to defend itself versus Palestinians' rights to self-determination, to freedom, to security. The applause levels were certainly different. I will note that those words, that rhetoric that she said specifically on Palestinians' right to self-determination, many people online, many people here were really reacting like, wow, that's very, such a strong thing for her to say. She has said that before. She said that in fact last month on
it's nothing new.
July 25th, upon meeting with Netanyahu, when we were trying to figure out this Rorschach of was she stronger on him than that, and she had said we need to have a deal done now.
Yeah.
It's been a month since then, and I know
this is my biggest problem with the entire debate, this bystander idea. America is just going, what's going on, guys? Can we get a deal done? Not the actual arms suppliers.
There's no calling for a ceasefire. You
can impose it as Ronald Reagan did in 1982 with Menachem Begin in Beirut. B, we have the weapons to restrict if we want to. Sherry Ibis, sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, says something similar, which was I was surprised by the audience's applause, given what Harris articulated, the idea of self-determination. I was surprised that the audience was so enthusiastic about this admittedly small recognition and mention of the Palestinians. It suggests maybe she could be more even-handed and might, anyway. So, well, we don't know, Cherry. This is what we're discussing. An anonymous attendee asks, is the squad dead? I think and then goes on and says they're very upset with AOC. AOC has been criticized.
Ilhan Omar was at the sit-in.
Sit-in, and AOC
Cory Bush was here today.
One woman squad. It's a VCC.
They're relentlessly working for a ceasefire.
Cory Bush came in today, and she was great.
Although she's part of the squad that is dead.
Indeed.
Oh, yeah.
Her and Jamal Bowman won't be in the squad next year.
Oh, God.
APAC
womp.
on them. Let me just see anything else. Oh, this is a good question before you finish. I'm going to put this to you, Kat. Fran Carbonara, thank you for your question. And we've had loads of questions, so I can't answer all of them. It is late.
Carbonara.
Some of us are on lack of sleep. Fran Carbonara says, what might be the impact of student protests
like the pasta
in September? And Kamala Harris's response to that, because we've got new students heading back to college there.
Well, unfortunately, the UC system in California has already ruled that campus encampments will be not allowed, will be prohibited. And also, if you protest, technically is not prohibited, but wearing a mask while at a protest will be prohibited at the University of California system. So all of the UC schools in California. Yeah, a gross policy that basically says fuck you to immunocompromised people, disabled people, in the name of like law and order or whatever. But it's like clearly ideological. You know what I mean? We saw how at UCLA all of those masked Zionist attackers, none of them have been charged. There was only one misdemeanor charge, even though they were all unmasked and identified by the internet. Doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't actually, like, the mask thing is purely just to like make it more difficult for people to organize and to protest. You go to a protest, you could get sick, you could get COVID, and then that's probably maybe it's your last protest. You know what I'm saying? Like,
she cannot fuck this up. The thing that we kept saying in May was, it's never been a good look to be the people against student protesters. Yep. Student protesters have never been on the wrong side of things. And so she has. And
like I talked about earlier in the stream, that like liberals, Democrats love to like talk about the protests in '68, and they made a movie about it, and the fucking they love the idea, they love the aesthetic of that, right? They love the idea of supporting that type of thing. But when it comes down to it, once you actually start doing a 1968 at the DNC, but in 2024, nope.
God, she didn't pick Josh Shapiro. She has a chance to not fuck this up. And I think that's honestly where she could rise up in this issue.
Send Tim Walz to the campuses.
Send Tim Walz to the campuses. Don't encourage any law enforcement. Don't talk about, don't paint all of them as anti-Semitic hellholes. If she just handles that well, I think that there's a good chance of repairing a lot of what has happened, to be totally real.
And Brittany Knackley asks a question that we just discussed, which is, would a mass exodus of voters from the Democratic Party be an effective tactic at this late stage to register our displeasure on Palestine policy, say unregistered Dems and registered Green? Again, this is one of the great unknowables of our time, because my suspicion is, this is my personal view, is that if the Democrats lose because Muslims or Arabs or leftists or progressives or young people don't show up, I don't think the Democrats wake up the morning after and go, only we'd been more pro-Palestinian. Damn it, we better be.
You dirty
I
Palestinian.
think they get up and say, you fuckers, you gave us Trump, you're to blame. It's basically what Hillary did to Bernie people in 2016. And then if they do a mass exodus and she still wins, then they say, well, we didn't need them anyways, did we? You're useless, we never need to listen to you again. So it's a danger of a lose-lose situation. It's not unfortunately, no strategy is cost-free, as we've discovered. There's pros and cons to every way forward. I think, for me personally, in the short term, I do hope the uncommitted votes keep the pressure up. I do hope the polling shows that this is actually a good thing for them to do. And I do hope Paris, whether via campus votes or via, who likes Netanyahu, by the way? A whole separate topic for the debate.
I love him. I think he's great.
Who in America, apart from the House GOP, likes Benjamin Netanyahu? It's like a cost.
He's hot.
It's like a
Shut the fuck
cost-free
up,
option
Kat.
to just attack Benjamin Netanyahu. It's like a cartoon villain.
Yeah.
It's like attacking Trump.
It's really like him.
It was
Yeah.
amazing that she talked about Gaza and then immediately pivoted to saying, but I don't like authoritarian leaders like
And
Trump.
talk about Kim.
True. Yeah, we don't like cozying up to authoritarian leaders. That's true. That's a good point from Prem. I won't cozy up to authoritarians. Cozies up to Bibi Netanyahu.
Transition,
yeah, but that's always been a problem. That Netanyahu's not
True.
included in that global authoritarian axis with Trump and Bolsonaro and Modi and
Yeah,
Putin
Saudi
and all that.
Arabia.
Yeah, he should be in there. That's a conversation for another day. But this one is, I think, running out of steam because we're all super tired. Thank you all for watching at home. We tried to debrief the speech and some of the other events that have happened at the DNC this week. I hope you're all subscribed to Zateo. This is a media organization that have tried to cover some of the stuff that a lot of mainstream media organizations, as you've seen, have not been covering. The CNNs and New York Times as well were not at the uncommitted protest all night long. Pat and Prem were. So please do carry on supporting Zateo. Please do read our content. Don't get upset when we send you lots of emails like today. Today was a big bloody day for modern American political history on many levels. Thank you for joining me. Well, I don't know when the next town hall is, but there'll be one soon. Thanks everyone. Good night. Take care.
Good night.
Nice.
I didn't switch this off. Someone else.
I'll do it.
No, someone remotely is going to switch it off.
I didn't realize they're so cute. Look at them. They're like looking at the screen. They're all so cute. I like all of them so much. That was cool. Good stuff. It's nice, hearing other cool, smart people like say the same shit that you've been saying all night, and you're like, okay, I'm not crazy. You know what I mean? Like, okay, cool. Like, I'm not fucking insane. It's nice. It's nice to know, like, I'm not alone in the way I see all of this. It's just like, fuck. All right, chat. Listen, I know we were gonna do a lot of comfy content, but somehow it ended up being 5:30 a.m. in the morning time. I gotta call it here. I was like, I couldn't just call it right after the speech. Like, I couldn't just call it at the speech. You know what I mean? Like, we gotta get a little debrief, get a little different content. Like, I really wanted to watch that from Zateo with Kat and Mehdi and Prem. So I'm glad we did, but I can't go on any longer. I just can't. But tomorrow, or AKA later today, we will definitely have time to get into some fun stuff. Okay, I promise. But I hope to see you again. Like I said, tomorrow, aka later today, depending on whatever the fuck it is for you. I guess it would just be later today for everybody. For more news, more politics, more comfy reacts, if you're new, please remember to hit the follow button. If you don't, please go follow all of my social media accounts. All of my links, assorted links that maybe you're interested in, are all located in there. Also, you should go join the Discord for notifications for when I go live and to keep up with the community outside of stream. But we got to take this party elsewhere. Let's go say hi to friend of the show, Garemolo Bars. Let's spam some emotes. Okay, spam some motherfucking emotes. Most importantly, spam some motherfucking good vibes from my good friend Gremlo, who is probably still in Chicago right now. I would imagine. I don't know, unless he already left, but I think he's streaming right now. He's probably in Chicago. I don't know. But let's go spam some emotes. Go spam some good vibes. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Remember to take your meds, chat. Drink some water, stay hydrated. Remember to take care of yourself. Be kind to yourself, okay? Remember to be kind to others. Don't be a dick. Ah, wrong button. Wrong thing. But also don't be a pussy. See you guys tomorrow. Much love. Last minute gifters, last minute tippers, last minute bidders. Mod check, pausers. Bye everybody. See you guys tomorrow. Bye.